Section 1 of Tales and Stories by Mary Shelley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Introduction by Richard Garnett, LLD. It is customary to regard Mary Shelley's claims to literary distinction as so entirely rooted and grounded in her husband's as to constitute a merely parasitic growth upon his fame. It may be unreservedly admitted that her association with Shelley and her care of his writings and memory after his death are the strongest of her titles to remembrance. It is further undeniable that the most original of her works is also that which betrays the strongest traces of his influence. Frankenstein was written when her brain, magnetized by his companionship, was capable of an effort never to be repeated. But if the frame of mind which engendered and sustained the work was created by Shelley, the conception was not his, and the diction is dissimilar to his. Both derive from Godwin, but neither is Godwin's. The same observation, except for an occasional phrase caught from Shelley, applies to all her subsequent work. The frequent exaltation of spirit, the ideality and romance, may well have been Shelley's. The general style of execution neither repeats nor resembles him. Mary Shelley's voice, then, is not to die away as a mere echo of her illustrious husband's. She has the prima facie claim to a hearing due to every writer who can assert the possession of a distinctive individuality. And if originality be once conceded to Frankenstein, as in all equity it must, none will dispute the validity of a title to fame grounded on such a work. It has solved the question itself. It is famous. It is full of faults venial in an author of 19, but apart from the wild grandeur of the conception, it has that which even the maturity of mere talent never attains, the insight of genius which looks below the appearances of things, and perhaps even reverses its own first conception by the discovery of some underlying truth. Mary Shelley's original intention was probably that which would alone have occurred to most writers in her place. She meant to paint Frankenstein's monstrous creation as an object of unmitigated horror. The perception that he was an object of intense compassion as well imparted a moral value to what otherwise would have remained a daring flight of imagination. It has done more. It has helped to create, if it did not itself beget, a type of personage unknown to ancient fiction. The conception of a character at once justly execrable and truly pitiable is altogether modern. Richard III and Caliban make some approach towards it, but the former is too self-sufficing in his valor and his villainy to be deeply pitied, and the latter too senseless and brutal. Victor Hugo has made himself the laureate of pathetic deformity, but much of his work is conscious or unconscious variation on the original theme of Frankenstein. None of Mary Shelley's subsequent romances approach Frankenstein in power and popularity. The reason may be summed up in a word: languor. After the death of her infant son in 1819, she could never again command the energy which had carried her so vigorously through Frankenstein. Except in one instance, her work did not really interest her. Her heart is not in it. Valperga contains many passages of exquisite beauty, but it was, as the authoress herself says, a child of mighty slow growth, laboriously dug. Shelley adds, out of 100 old chronicles, and wants the fire of imagination which alone could have interpenetrated the mass and fused its diverse ingredients into a satisfying whole. Of the later novels, The Last Man excepted, it is needless to speak, save for the autobiographic interest with which Professor Dowden's fortunate discovery has informed the hitherto slighted pages of Ledore. But The Last Man demands great attention, for it is not only a work of far higher merit than commonly admitted, but of all her works the most characteristic of the authoress, the most representative of Mary Shelley in the character of pining widowhood which it was her destiny to support for the remainder of her life. It is an idealized version of her sorrows and sufferings, made to contribute a note to the strain which celebrates the final dissolution of the world. The languor which mars her other writings is a beauty here, harmonizing with the general tone of sublime melancholy. Most pictures of the end of the world, painted or penned, have an apocalyptic character. Men's imaginations are powerfully impressed by great convulsions of nature. Fire, tempest, and earthquake are summoned to effect the dissolution of the expiring earth. In The Last Man, pestilence is the sole agent, and the tragedy is purely human. The tale consequently lacks the magnificence which the subject might have seemed to invite, but on the other hand gains in pathos. A pathos greatly increased when the authoress's identity is recollected, and it is observed how vividly actual experience traverses her web of fiction. None can have been affected by Mary Shelley's work so deeply as Mary Shelley herself, for the scenery is that of her familiar haunts, the personages are her intimates under thin disguises. The universal catastrophe is but the magnified image of the overthrow of her own fortunes, and there are pages on pages where every word must have come to her fraught with some unutterably sweet or bitter association. Yet, though her romance could never be to the public what it was to the author, it is surprising that criticism should have hitherto done so little justice either to its pervading nobility of thought or to the eloquence and beauty of very many inspired passages. When The Last Man is reprinted, it will come before the world as a new work. The same is the case with the short tales in this collection, the very existence of which is probably unknown to those most deeply interested in Mary Shelley. The entire class of literature to which they belong has long ago gone into Time's wallet as alms for oblivion. They are exclusively contributions to a form of publication utterly superseded in this hasty age, the annual, whose very name seemed to prophesy that it would not be perennial. For the creations of the intellect, however, there is a way back from Avernus. Every new generation convicts the last of undue precipitation in discarding the work of its own immediate predecessor. The special literary form may be incapable of revival, but the substance of that which has pleased or profited its age, be it Crashaw's verse, or Etheridge's comedies, or Howley's pamphlets, or what it may always repays a fresh examination, and is always found to contribute some element useful or acceptable to the literature of a later day. The day of the splendid annual was certainly not a vigorous or healthy one in the history of English belles lettres. It came in at the ebb of the great tide of poetry which followed on the French Revolution, and before the insetting of the great tide of Victorian prose. A pretentious feebleness characterizes the majority of its productions, half of which are hardly above the level of the album. Yet it had its good points, worthy to be taken into account. The necessary brevity of contributions to an annual operated as a powerful check on the loquacity so unfortunately encouraged by the 3-volume novel. There was no room for tiresome descriptions of minutiae, or interminable talk about uninteresting people, being moreover largely intended for the perusal of high-born maidens in palace towers. The annuals frequently affected an exalted order of sentiment which, if intolerable in insincere or merely mechanical hands, encouraged the emotion of a really passionate writer as much as the present taste for minute delineation represses it. This perfectly suited Mary Shelley. No writer felt less call to reproduce the society around her. It did not interest her in the smallest degree. The bent of her soul was entirely towards the ideal. The ideal was by no means buried in the grave of Shelley. She aspired passionately towards an imaginary perfection all her life, and solaced disappointment with what, in actual existence too, often proved the parent of fresh disillusion. In fiction it was otherwise. The fashionable style of publication, with all its faults, encouraged the enthusiasm, rapturous or melancholy, with which she adored the present or lamented the lost. She could fully indulge her taste for exalted sentiment in the annual, and the necessary limitations of space afforded less scope for that creeping languor which relaxed the nerve of her more ambitious productions. In these little tales she is her perfect self, and the reader will find not only the entertainment of interesting fiction, but a fair picture of the mind, repressed in its energies by circumstances, but naturally enthusiastic and aspiring, of a lonely, thwarted, misunderstood woman, who could seldom do herself justice, and whose precise place in the contemporary constellation of genius remains to be determined. The merit of a collection of stories casually written at different periods and under different influences must necessarily be various. As a rule, it may be said that Mary Shelley is best when most ideal, and excels in proportion to the exaltation of the sentiment embodied in her tale. Virtue, patriotism, disinterested affection are very real things to her. And her heroes and heroines, if generally above the ordinary plane of humanity, never transgress the limits of humanity itself. Her fault is the other way, and arises from a positive incapacity for painting the ugly and the commonplace. She does her best, but her villains do not impress us. Minute delineation of character is never attempted. It lay entirely out of her sphere. Her tales are consequently executed in the free, broad style of the 18th century, towards which a reaction is now fortunately observable. As stories, they are very good. The theme is always interesting and the sequence of events natural. No person and no incident perhaps takes a very strong hold upon the imagination, but the general impression is one of a sphere of exalted feeling into which it is good to enter, and which ennobles as much as photography of ugliness degrades. The diction, as usual in the imaginative literature of the period, is frequently too ornate and could spare a good many adjectives. But its native strength is revealed in passages of impassioned feeling, and remarkable command over the resources of the language is displayed in descriptions of scenes of natural beauty. The microscopic touch of a Browning or a Meredith, bringing the scene vividly before the mind's eye, is indeed absolutely wanting. But the landscape is suffused with the poetical atmosphere of a Claude or a Danby. The description at the beginning of the Sisters of Albano is a characteristic and beautiful instance. The biographical element is deeply interwoven with these as with all Mary Shelley's writings. It is of especial interest to search out the traces of her own history and the sources from which her descriptions and ideas may have been derived. The Mourner has evident vestiges of her residence near Windsor when Alastor was written, and probably reflects the general impression derived from Shelley's recollections of Eton. The visit to Paestum in the Pole recalls one of the most beautiful of Shelley's letters, which Mary, however, probably never saw. Claire Claremont's fortunes seem glanced as in one or two places, and the story of the Pole may be partially founded on some experience of hers in Russia. Trelawney probably suggested the subjects of the two Greek tales, The Evil Eye and Euphrasia. The Mortal Immortal is a variation on the theme of Saint Leon and transformation on that of Frankenstein. These are the only tales in the collection which betray the influence of Godwin, and neither is so fully worked out as it might have been. Mary Shelley was evidently more at home with a human than with a superhuman ideal. Her enthusiasm soars high, but does not transcend the possibilities of human nature. The artistic merit of her tales will be diversely estimated, but no reader will refuse the authoress' facility of invention, or command of language, or elevation of soul. End of introduction.
Section 2. Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Karen Hunt. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Section 2. The Sisters of Albano. Quotation. And near Albano's scarce divided waves shine from a sister valley, and afar the Tiber winds, and the broad ocean laves the Latian coast, where sprang the epic war, arms and the man, whose reascending star rose o'er an empire. But beneath thy right Tully reposed from Rome, and where yon bar of girdling mountains intercepts the sight, the Sabine farm was tilled, the weary bard's delight. End of quote. It was to see this beautiful lake that I made my last excursion before quitting Rome. The spring had nearly grown into summer. The trees were all in full but fresh green foliage. The vine dresser was singing, perched among them, training his vines. The cicada had not yet begun her song. The heats, therefore, had not commenced. But at evening the fireflies gleamed among the hills, and the cooing aziola assured us of what in that country needs no assurance, fine weather for the morrow. We set out early in the morning to avoid the heats, breakfast at Albano, and till 10 o'clock passed our time in visiting the mosaic, the villa of Cicero, and other curiosities of the place. We reposed during the middle of the day in a tent elevated for us at the hilltop. whence we looked on the hill-embosomed lake and the distant eminence crowned by a town with its church. Other villages and cottages were scattered among the foldings of mountains, and beyond we saw the deep blue sea of the southern poets, which received the swift and immortal Tiber, rocking it to repose among its devouring waves. The Colosseum falls and the Pantheon decays. The very hills of Rome are perishing. But the Tiber lives forever, flows forever, and forever feeds the land-encircled Mediterranean with fresh waters. Our summer and pleasure-seeking party consisted of many. To me, the most interesting person was the Countess Athanasia D., who was as beautiful as an imagination of Raphael and good as the ideal of a poet. 2 of her children accompanied her, with animated looks and gentle manners, quiet yet enjoying. I sat near her, watching the changing shadows of the landscape before us. As the sun descended, it poured a tide of light into the valley of the lake, deluging the deep bank formed by the mountain of liquid gold. The domes and turrets of the far town flashed and gleamed. The trees were dyed in splendor. 2 or 3 slight clouds, which had drunk the radiance till it became their essence, floated golden islets in lustrous empyrean. The waters, reflecting the brilliancy of the sky and the fire-tinted banks, beamed a second heaven, a second irradiated earth at our feet. The Mediterranean, gazing on the sun, as the eyes of a mortal bride fail and are dimmed when reflecting her lover's glance, was lost, mixed in his light, till it had become one with him. Long, our souls like the sea, the hills, and lake, drinking in the supreme loveliness. We gazed, till the too full cup overflowed, and we turned away with a sigh. At our feet there was a knoll of ground that formed the foreground of our picture. 2 trees lay basking against the sky, glittering with the golden light which, like dew, seemed to hang amid their branches. A rock closed the prospect on the other side, twined round by creepers, and redolent with blooming myrtle. A brook, crossed by huge stones, gushed through the turf, and on the fragments of rock that lay about sat 2 or 3 persons, peasants, who attracted our attention. One was a hunter, as his gun lying on a bank not far off demonstrated. Yet he was a tiller of the soil. His rough straw hat and his picturesque but coarse dress belonged to that class. The other was some contadina, in the costume of her country, returning, her basket on her arm, from the village to her cottage home. They were regarding the stores of a peddler, who with doffed hat stood near. Some of these consisted of pictures and prints, views of the country, and portraits of the Madonna. Our peasants regarded these with pleased attention. One might easily make out a story for that pair, I said. His gun is a help to the imagination, and we may fancy him a bandit with his contadina love, the terror of all the neighborhood, except of her, the most defenseless being in it. You speak lightly of such a combination, said the lovely countess at my side, as if it must not in its nature be the cause of dreadful tragedies. The mingling of love with crime is a dreadful conjunction, and lawless pursuits are never followed without bringing on the criminal, and all allied to him, ineffable misery. I speak with emotion, for your observation reminds me of an unfortunate girl, now one of the Sisters of Charity in the convent of Santa Chiara at Rome, whose unhappy passion for a man, such as you mention, spread destruction and sorrow widely around her. I entreated my lovely friend to relate the history of the nun. For a long time she resisted my entreaties, as not willing to depress the spirit of a party of pleasure by a tale of sorrow. But I urged her, and she yielded. Her sweet Italian phraseology now rings in my ears, and her beautiful countenance is before me. As she spoke, the sun set, and the moon bent her silver horn in the ebbing tide of glory he had left. The lake changed from purple to silver, and the trees, before so splendid, now in dark masses, just reflected from their tops the mild moonlight. The fireflies flashed among the rocks, the bats circled round us. Meanwhile, thus commenced the Countess Athanasia. The nun of whom I speak had a sister older than herself. I can remember them when as children they brought eggs and fruit to my father's villa. Maria and Annina were constantly together. With their large straw hats to shield them from the scorching sun, they were at work in their father's podere all day, and in the evening, when Maria, who was the elder by 4 years, went to the fountain for water, Annina ran at her side. Their cot, the folding of the hill conceals it, is at the lakeside opposite, and about a quarter of a mile up the hill is the rustic fountain of which I speak. Maria was serious, gentle, and considerate. Annina was a laughing, merry little creature, with the face of a cherub. When Maria was 15, their mother fell ill, and was nursed at the convent of Santa Chiara at Rome. Maria attended her, never leaving her bedside day or night. The nuns thought her an angel, and she deemed them saints. Her mother died, and they persuaded her to make one of them. Her father could not but acquiesce in her holy intention, and she became one of the Sisters of Charity, the nun nurses of Santa Chiara. Once or twice a year she visited her home, gave sage and kind advice to Annina, and sometimes wept to part from her, but her piety and her active employments for the sick reconciled her to her fate. Annina was more sorry to lose her sister's society. The other girls of the village did not please her. She was a good child and worked hard for her father, and her sweetest recompense was the report he made of her to Maria, and the fond praises and caresses the latter bestowed on her when they met. It was not until she was 15 that Annina showed any diminution of affection for her sister. Yet I cannot call it diminution, for she loved her perhaps more than ever, though her holy calling and sage lectures prevented her from reposing confidence, and made her tremble lest the nun, devoted to heaven and good works, should read in her eyes and disapprove of the earthly passion that occupied her. Perhaps a part of her reluctance arose from the reports that were current against her lover's character, and certainly from the disapprobation and even hatred of him that her father frequently expressed. Ill-fated Annina, I know not if in the north your peasants love as ours, but the passion of Annina was entwined with the roots of her being. It was herself. She could die but not cease to love. The dislike of her father for Domenico made their intercourse clandestine. He was always at the fountain to fill her pitcher and lift it on her head. He attended the same mass, and when her father went to Albano, Velletri, or Rome, he seemed to learn by instinct the exact moment of his departure, and joined her in the podere, laboring with her and for her, till the old man was seen descending the mountain path on his return. He said he worked for a contadino near Nemi. Annina sometimes wondered that he could spare so much time for her, but his excuses were plausible, and the result too delightful not to blind the innocent girl to its obvious cause. Poor Domenico! The reports spread against him were too well founded. His sole excuse was that his father had been a robber before him, and he had spent his early years among these lawless men. He had better things in his nature, and yearned for the peace of the guiltless. Yet he could hardly be called guilty, for no dread crime stained him. Nevertheless, he was an outlaw and a bandit, and now that he loved Annina, these names were the stings of an adder to pierce his soul. He would have fled from his comrades to a far country, but Annina dwelt amid their very haunts. At this period also the police established by the French government, which then possessed Rome, made these bands more alive to the conduct of their members, and rumors of active measures to be taken against those who occupied the hills near Albano, Nemi, and Velletri caused them to band together in tighter bonds. Domenico would not, if he could, desert his friends in the hour of danger. On a festa at this time, it was towards the end of October, Annina strolled with her father among the villagers, who all over Italy make holiday by congregating and walking in one place. Their talk was entirely of the ladri and the French, and many terrible stories were related of the extirpation of banditti in the kingdom of Naples, and the mode by which the French succeeded in their undertaking was minutely described. The troops scoured the country, visiting one haunt of the robbers after the other, and dislodging them, track them as in those countries they hunt the wild beasts of the forest, till, drawing the circle narrower, they enclosed them in one spot. They then drew a cordon round the place, which they guarded with the utmost vigilance, forbidding any to enter it with provisions on pain of instant death. And as this menace was rigorously executed, in a short time the besieged bandits were starved into a surrender. The French troops were now daily expected, for they had been seen at Velletri and Nemi. At the same time it was affirmed that several outlaws had taken up their abode in Rocca Giovanni, a deserted village on the summit of one of these hills, and it was supposed that they would make that place the scene of their final retreat. The next day, Annina worked in the podere. A party of French horse passed by along the road that separated her garden from the lake. Curiosity made her look at them, and her beauty was too great not to attract. Their observations and address soon drove her away, for a woman in love consecrates herself to her lover, and deems the admiration of others to be profanation. She spoke to her father of the impertinence of these men, and he answered by rejoicing in their arrival, and the destruction of the lawless bands that would ensue. When in the evening Annina went to the fountain, she looked timidly around, and hoped that Domenico would be at his accustomed post, for the arrival of the French destroyed her feeling of security. She went rather later than usual, and a cloudy evening made it seem already dark. The wind roared among the trees, bending hither and thither even the stately cypresses. The waters of the lake were agitated into high waves, and dark masses of thundercloud lowered over the hilltops, giving a lurid tinge to the landscape. Annina passed quickly up the mountain path. When she came in sight of the fountain, which was rudely hewn in the living rock, she saw Domenico leaning against a projection of the hill, his hat drawn over his eyes, his tabarro fallen from his shoulders, his arms folded in an attitude of dejection. He started when he saw her. His voice and phrases were broken and unconnected, yet he never gazed on her with such ardent love, nor solicited her to delay her departure with such impassioned tenderness. "How glad I am to find you here," she said. "I was fearful of meeting one of the French soldiers. I dread them even more than the banditti." Domenico cast a look of eager inquiry on her, and then turned away, saying, "Sorry am I that I shall not be here to protect you. I am obliged to go to Rome for a week or two. You will be faithful, Annina mia. You will love me, though I never see you more?" The interview, under these circumstances, was longer than usual. He led her down the path till they nearly came in sight of her cottage. Still they lingered. A low whistle was heard among the myrtle underwood at the lakeside. He started. It was repeated, and he answered it by a similar note. Annina, terrified, was about to ask what this meant, when, for the first time, he pressed her to his heart, kissed her roseate lips, and with a muttered "Carissime adieu," left her, springing down the bank, and as she gazed in wonder, she thought she saw a boat cross a line of light made by the opening of a cloud. She stood long absorbed in reverie, wondering and remembering with thrilling pleasure the quick embrace and impassioned farewell of her lover. She delayed so long that her father came to seek her. Each evening after this, Annina visited the fountain at the Ave Maria. He was not there. Each day seemed an age, and incomprehensible fears occupied her heart. About a fortnight later, letters arrived from Maria. They came to say that she had been ill of the malaria fever, that she was now convalescent, but that change of air was necessary for her recovery, and that she had obtained leave to spend the month at home in Albano. She asked her father to come the next day to fetch her. These were pleasant tidings for Annina. She resolved to disclose everything to her sister, and during her long visit she doubted not but that she would contrive her happiness. Old Andrea departed the following morning, and the whole day was spent by the sweet girl in dreams of future bliss. In the evening Maria arrived, weak and wan, with all the marks of that dreadful illness about her, yet, as she assured her sister, feeling quite well. As they sat at their frugal supper, several villagers came in to inquire for Maria, but all their talk was of the French soldiers and the robbers, of whom a band of at least 20 was collected in Rocca strictly watched by the military. "We may be grateful to the French," said Andrea. "For this good deed the country will be rid of these ruffians." "True, friend," said another, "but it is horrible to think what these men suffer. They have, it appears, exhausted all the food they brought with them to the village and are literally starving. They have not an ounce of macaroni among them, and a poor fellow who was taken and executed yesterday was a mere anatomy. You could tell every bone in his skin." "There was a sad story the other day," said another, "of an old man from Nemi, whose son, they say, is among them at Rocca. He was found within the lines with some bacaya under his prastano and shot on the spot." "There is not a more desperate gang," observed the first speaker, "in the States and the Regno put together. They have sworn never to yield but upon good terms. To secure these, their plan is to waylay passengers and make prisoners, whom they keep as hostages for mild treatment from the government. But the French are merciless. They are better pleased that the bandits wreak their vengeance on these poor creatures than spare one of their lives." "They have captured 2 persons already," said another, "and there is old Betta Tosi, half frantic, for she is sure her son is taken. He has not been at home these 10 days. "I should rather guess," said an old man, "that he went there with good will. The young scapegrace kept company with Domenico Baldi of Nemi." "No worse company could he have kept in the whole country," said Andrea. "Domenico is the bad son of a bad race. Is he in the village with the rest?" "My own eyes assured me of that," replied the other. "When I was up the hill with eggs and fowls to the piquete there, I saw the branches of an ilex move. The poor fellow was weak, perhaps, and could not keep his hold. Presently he dropped to the ground. Every musket was leveled at him, but he started up and was away like a hare among the rocks. Once he turned, and then I saw Domenico as plainly, though thinner, poor lad, by much he was, as plainly as I now see. Santa Virgine, what is the matter with Nina?" She had fainted. The company broke up, and she was left to her sister's care. When the poor child came to herself, she was fully aware of her situation, and said nothing, except expressing a wish to retire to rest. Maria was in high spirits at the prospect of her long holiday at home, but the illness of her sister made her refrain from talking that night, and blessing her, as she said good night, she soon slept. Domenico starving, Domenico trying to escape and dying through hunger, was the vision of horror that wholly possessed poor Annina. At another time, the discovery that her lover was a robber might have inflicted pangs as keen as those which she now felt, but this at present made a faint impression, obscured by worse wretchedness. Maria was in a deep and tranquil sleep. Annina rose, dressed herself silently, and crept downstairs. She stored her market basket with what food there was in the house, and, unlatching the cottage door, issued forth, resolved to reach Rocca and to administer to her lover's dreadful wants. The night was dark, but this was favorable, for she knew every path and turn of the hills, every bush and knoll of ground between her home and the deserted village which occupies the summit of that hill. You may see the dark outline of some of its houses about 2 hours' walk from her cottage. The night was dark, but still. The Lebeccio brought the clouds below the mountain tops and veiled the horizon in mist. Not a leaf stirred. Her footsteps sounded loud in her ears, but resolution overcame fear. She had entered yon ilex grove. Her spirits rose with her success, when suddenly she was challenged by a sentinel. No time for escape. Fear chilled her blood. Her basket dropped from her arm. Its contents rolled out on the ground. The soldier fired his gun and brought several others round him. She was made prisoner. In the morning, when Maria awoke, she missed her sister from her side. "I have overslept myself," she thought, and Nina would not disturb me. But when she came downstairs and met her father, and Annina did not appear, they began to wonder. She was not in the podere. 2 hours passed, and then Andrea went to seek her. Entering the near village, he saw the contadini crowding together, and the stifled exclamation of "Ecco I padre" told him that some evil had betided. His first impression was that his daughter was drowned, but the truth that she had been taken by the French carrying provisions within the forbidden line was still more terrible. He returned in frantic desperation to his cottage, first to acquaint Maria with what had happened, and then to ascend the hill to save his child from her impending fate. Maria heard his tale with horror, but an hospital is a school in which to learn self-possession and presence of mind. "Do you remain, my father," she said. "I will go. My holy character will awe these men. My tears will move them. Trust me. I swear that I will save my sister." Andrea yielded to her superior courage and energy. The nuns of Santa Chiara, when out of their convent, do not usually wear their monastic habit, but dress simply in a black gown. Maria, however, had brought her nun's habiliments with her, and thinking thus to impress the soldiers with respect, she now put them on. She received her father's benediction, and, asking that of the Virgin and the saints, she departed on her expedition. Ascending the hill, she was soon stopped by the sentinels. She asked to see their commanding officer, and being conducted to him, she announced herself as the sister of the unfortunate girl who had been captured the night before. The officer, who had received her with carelessness, now changed countenance. His serious look frightened Maria, who clasped her hands, exclaiming, "You have not injured the child. She is safe." "She is safe now," he replied with hesitation, "but there is no hope of pardon." "Holy Virgin, have mercy on her. What will be done to her?" "I have received strict orders. In 2 hours she dies." "No, no," exclaimed Maria impetuously. "That cannot be. You cannot be so wicked as to murder a child like her." "She is old enough, madame," said the officer, "to know that she ought not to disobey orders. Mine are so strict that were she but 9 years old, she dies." These terrible words stung Maria to fresh resolution. She entreated for mercy. She knelt, she vowed that she would not depart without her sister. She appealed to heaven and the saints. The officer, though cold-hearted, was good-natured and courteous. He assured her with the utmost gentleness that her supplications were of no avail, that were the criminal his own daughter, he must enforce his orders. As a sole concession, he permitted her to see her sister. Despair inspired the nun with energy. She almost ran up the hill, outspeeding her guide. They crossed a folding of the hills to a little sheep-cot where sentinels paraded before the door. There was no glass to the windows, so the shutters were shut, and when Maria first went in from the bright daylight, she hardly saw the slight figure of her sister leaning against the wall, her dark hair fallen below her waist, her head sunk on her bosom, over which her arms were folded. She started wildly as the door opened, saw her sister, and sprang with a piercing shriek into her arms. They were left together, and Nina uttered 1,000 frantic exclamations, beseeching her sister to save her, and shuddering at the near approach of her fate. Maria had felt herself, since her mother's death, the natural protectress and support of her sister, and she never deemed herself so called on to fulfill this character as now that the trembling girl clasped her neck, her tears falling on her cheeks, and her choked voice entreating her to save her. The thought, "Oh, could I suffer instead of you," was in her heart, and she was about to express it, when it suggested another idea, on which she was resolved to act. First she soothed Annina by her promises, then glanced round the cot. They were quite alone. She went to the window, and through a crevice saw the soldiers conversing at some distance. "Yes, dearest sister," she cried, I can save you. Quick, we must change dresses. There is no time to be lost. You must escape in my habit." "And you remain to die?" They dare not murder the innocent, a nun. Fear not for me, I am safe. Annina easily yielded to her sister, but her fingers trembled. Every string she touched she entangled. Maria was perfectly self-possessed, pale but calm. She tied up her sister's long hair and adjusted her veil over it so as to conceal it. She unlaced her bodice and arranged the folds of her own habit on her with the greatest care. Then more hastily she assumed the dress of her sister, putting on, after a lapse of many years, her native contadina costume. Annina stood by, weeping and helpless, hardly hearing her sister's injunctions to return speedily to their father and under his guidance to seek sanctuary. The guard now opened the door. Annina clung to her sister in terror, while she, in soothing tones, entreated to calm herself. The soldier said they must delay no longer, for the priest had arrived to confess the prisoner. To Annina, the idea of confession associated with death was terrible. To Maria it brought hope. She whispered in a smothered voice, "The priest will protect me. Fear not. Hasten to our father." Annina almost mechanically obeyed, weeping with her handkerchief placed unaffectedly before her face. She passed the soldiers. They closed the door on the prisoner, who hastened to the window and saw her sister descend the hill with tottering steps, till she was lost behind some rising ground. The nun fell on her knees. Cold dew bathed her brow. Instinctively she feared. The French had shown small respect for the monastic character. They destroyed the convents and desecrated the churches. Would they be merciful to her and spare the innocent? Alas, was not Annina innocent also? Her sole crime had been disobeying an arbitrary command, and she had done the same. "Courage," cried Maria. "Perhaps I am fitter to die than my sister is. Jesu pardon me my sins, but I do not believe that I shall outlive this day." In the meantime, Annina descended the hill slowly and trembling. She feared discovery, she feared for her sister, and above all, at the present moment, she feared the reproaches and anger of her father. By dwelling on this last idea, it became exaggerated into excessive terror, and she determined, instead of returning to her home, to make a circuit among the hills, to find her way by herself to Albano, where she trusted to find protection from her pastor and confessor. She avoided the open paths, and following rather the direction she wished to pursue than any beaten road, she passed along nearer to Rocca Giovanni than she anticipated. She looked up at its ruined houses and bell-less steeple, straining her eyes to catch a glimpse of him, the author of all her ills. A low but distinct whistle reached her ear. Not far off, she started. She remembered that on that night when she last saw Domenico, a note like that had called him from her side. The sound was echoed and re-echoed from other quarters. She stood aghast, her bosom heaving, her hands clasped. First she saw a dark and ragged head of hair, shadowing two fiercely gleaming eyes rise from beneath a bush. She screamed, but before she could repeat her scream, 3 men leapt from behind a rock, secured her arms, threw a cloth over her face, and hurried her up the acclivity. Their talk, as she went along, informed her of the horror and danger of her situation. Pity, they said, that the Holy Father and some of his red stockings did not command the troops. With a nun in their hands, they might obtain any terms. Coarse jests passed as they dragged their victim toward their ruined village. The paving of the street told her when they arrived at Rocca Giovanni, and the change of atmosphere that they entered a house. They unbandaged her eyes. The scene was squalid and miserable, the walls ragged and black with smoke, the floor strewn with offals and dirt. A rude table and broken bench was all the furniture, and the leaves of Indian corn, heaped high in one corner, served, it seemed, for a bed, for a man lay on it, his head buried in his folded arms. Annina looked round on her savage hosts. Their countenances expressed every variety of brutal ferocity, now rendered more dreadful from gaunt famine and suffering. "Oh, there is none who will save me," she cried. The voice startled the man who was lying on the floor. He leapt up. It was Domenico. Domenico, so changed, with sunk cheeks and eyes, matted hair, and looks whose wildness and desperation differed little from the dark countenances around him. Could this be her lover? His recognition and surprise at her dress led to an explanation. When the robbers first heard that their prey was no prize, they were mortified and angry, but when she related the danger she had incurred by endeavoring to bring them food, they swore with horrid oaths that no harm should befall her, but that if she liked, she might make one of them in all honor and equality. The innocent girl shuddered. "Let me go," she cried. "Let me only escape and hide myself in a convent forever." Domenico looked at her in agony. "Yes, poor child," he said. "Go, save yourself. God grant no evil befall you. The ruin is too wide already." Then, turning eagerly to his comrades, he continued, "You hear her story. She was to have been shot for bringing food to us. Her sister has substituted herself in her place. We know the French. One victim is to them as good as another. Maria dies in their hands. Let us save her. Our time is up. We must fall like men, or starve like dogs. We have still ammunition, still some strength left. To arms! Let us rush on the poltroons, free their prisoner, and escape or die." There needed but an impulse like this to urge the outlaws to desperate resolves. They prepared their arms with looks of ferocious determination. Domenico, meanwhile, led Annina out of the house, to the verge of the hill, inquiring whether she intended to go. On her saying to Albano, he observed, "That were hardly safe. Be guided by me, I entreat you. Take these piastres. Hire the first conveyance you find. Hasten to Rome, to the convent of Santa Chiara. For pity's sake, do not linger in this neighborhood." "I will obey your injunctions, Domenico," she replied, "but I cannot take your money. It has cost you too dear. Fear not, I shall arrive safely at Rome without that ill-fated silver." Domenico's comrades now called loudly to him. He had no time to urge his request. He threw the despised dollars at her feet. "Nina, adieu forever," he said. "May you love again more happily." "Never," she replied. "God has saved me in distress. It were sacrilege to change it. I shall never quit Santa Chiara." Domenico had led her a part of the way down the rock. His comrades appeared at the top, calling to him. "Jesu save you," cried he. "Reach the convent. Maria shall join you there before night. Farewell." He hastily kissed her hand and sprang up the acclivity to join his impatient friends. The unfortunate Andrea had waited long for the return of his children. The leafless trees and bright, clear atmosphere permitted every object to be visible, but he saw no trace of them on the hillside. The shadows of the dial showed noon to be past when, with uncontrollable impatience, he began to climb the hill towards the spot where Annina had been taken. The path he pursued was in part the same that this unhappy girl had taken on her way to Rome. The father and daughter met. The old man saw the nun's dress and saw her unaccompanied. She covered her face with her hands in a transport of fear and shame. But when, mistaking her for Maria, he asked in a tone of anguish for his youngest darling, her arms fell. She dared not raise her eyes, which streamed with tears. "Unhappy girl," exclaimed Andrea, "where is your sister?" She pointed to the cottage prison, now discernible near the summit of a steep acclivity. "She is safe," she replied. "She saved me, but they dare not murder her." "Heaven bless her for this good deed," exclaimed the old man fervently. "But you hasten on your way, and I will go in search of her." Each proceeded on an opposite path. The old man wound up the hill, now in view, and now losing sight of the hut where his child was captive. He was aged, and the way was steep. Once, when the closing of the hill hid the point towards which he forever strained his eyes, a single shot was fired in that direction. His staff fell from his hands, his knees trembled and failed him. Several minutes of dead silence elapsed before he recovered himself sufficiently to proceed. Full of fears he went on, and at the next turn saw the cot again. A party of soldiers were on the open space before it, drawn up in a line as if expecting an attack. In a few moments from above them shots were fired, which they returned, and the whole was enveloped and veiled in smoke. Still Andrea climbed the hill, eager to discover what had become of his child. The firing continued quick and hot. Now and then, in the pauses of musketry and the answering echoes of the mountains, he heard a funeral chant. Presently, before he was aware, at a turning of the hill, he met a company of priests and contadini, carrying a large cross and a bier. The miserable father rushed forward with frantic impatience. The awestruck peasants set down their load. The face was uncovered, and the wretched man fell helpless on the corpse of his murdered child. The Countess Athanasia paused, overcome by the emotions inspired by the history she related. A long pause ensued. At length one of the party observed, "Maria, then, was the sacrifice to her goodness." "The French," said the Countess, "did not venerate her holy vocation. One peasant girl to them was the same as another. The immolation of any victim suited their purpose of awe-striking the peasantry. Scarcely, however, had the shot entered her heart and her blameless spirit been received by the saints in paradise, when Domenico and his followers rushed down the hill to avenge her and themselves. The contest was furious and bloody. 20 French soldiers fell, and not one of the banditti escaped, Domenico, the foremost of the assailants, being the first to fall. I asked, "And where are now Annina and her father?" "You may see them, if you will," said the Countess, "on your return to Rome. She is a nun of Santa Chiara. Constant acts of benevolence and piety have inspired her with calm and resignation. Her prayers are daily put up for Domenico's soul, and she hopes, through the intercession of the Virgin, to rejoin him in the other world. Andrea is very old. He has outlived the memory of his sufferings, but he derives comfort from the filial attentions of his surviving daughter. But when I look at his cottage on this lake and remember the happy, laughing face of Annina among the vines, I shudder at the recollection of the passion that has made her cheeks pale, her thoughts forever conversant with death, her only wish to find repose in the grave." End of section 2.
Section 3 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Broomhill. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Ferdinando Eboli. During this quiet time of peace, we are fast forgetting the exciting and astonishing events of the Napoleonic Wars, and the very names of Europe's conquerors are becoming antiquated to the ears of our children. Those were more romantic days than these, for the revulsions occasioned by revolution or invasion were full of romance, and travelers in those countries in which these scenes had place hear strange and wonderful stories whose truth so much resembles fiction that, while interested in the narration, we never give implicit credence to the narrator. Of this kind is a tale I heard at Naples. The fortunes of war, perhaps, do not influence its actors, yet it appears improbable that any circumstances so out of the usual routine could have had place under the garish daylight that peace sheds upon the world. When Murat, then called Guicino, king of Naples, raised his Italian regiments, several young nobles who had before been scarcely more than vine dressers on the soil were inspired with a love of arms and presented themselves as candidates for military honors. Among these was the young Count Eboli. The father of this youthful noble had followed Ferdinand to Sicily. but his estates lay principally near Salerno, and he was naturally desirous of preserving them. While the hopes that the French government held out of glory and prosperity to this country made him often regret that he had followed his legitimate but imbecile king to exile. When he died, therefore, he recommended his son to return to Naples, to present himself to his old and tired friend, the Marchesa Spina, who held a high office in Murat's government, and through his means to reconcile himself to the new king. All this was easily achieved. The young and gallant count was permitted to possess his patrimony, and, as a further pledge of good fortune, he was betrothed to the only child of the Marchesa Spina. The nuptials were deferred till the end of the ensuing campaign. Meanwhile, the army was put in motion, and Count Eboli only obtained such short leave of absence as permitted him to visit for a few hours the villa of his future father-in-law, there to take leave of him and his affianced bride. The villa was situated in one of the Apennines to the north of Salerno, and looked down over the plain of Calabria, in which Paestum is situated, onto the blue Mediterranean. A precipice on one side, a brawling mountain torrent, and a thick grove of ilex added beauty to the sublimity of its site. Count Eboli ascended the mountain path in all the joy of youth and hope. His stay was brief. An exhortation and a blessing from the Marchesa, a tender farewell, graced by gentle tears from the fair Adelinta, were the recollections he was to bear with him, to inspire him with courage and hope in danger and absence. The sun had just sunk behind the distant isle of Istria, when, kissing his lady's hand, he said a last adieu, and with slower steps and more melancholy mien, rode down the mountain on his road to Naples. That same night, Adelinda retired early to her apartment, dismissing her attendants, and then, restless from mingled fear and hope, she threw open the glass door that led to a balcony looking over the edge of the hill upon the torrent, whose loud rushing often lulled her to sleep, but whose waters were concealed from sight by the ilex trees, which lifted their topmost branches above the guarding parapet of the balcony. Leaning her cheek upon her hand, she thought of the dangers her lover would encounter, of her loneliness the while, of his letters, and of his return. A rustling sound now caught her ear. Was it the breeze among the ilex trees? Her own veil was unwaved by every wind. Her tresses, even heavy in their own rich beauty only, were not lifted from her cheek. Again those sounds. Her blood retreated to her heart, and her limbs trembled. What could it mean? Suddenly, the upper branches of the nearest tree were disturbed. They opened, and the faint starlight showed a man's figure among them. He prepared to spring from his hold onto the wall. It was a feat of peril. First, the soft voice of her lover bade her fear not, and on the next instant he was at her side, calming her terrors and recalling her spirits that almost left her gentle frame from mingled surprise, dread, and joy. He encircled her waist with his arms, and pouring forth 1,000 passionate expressions of love, she leant on his shoulder and wept from agitation, while he covered her hands with kisses and gazed on her with ardent adoration. Then, in calmer mood, they sat together. Triumph and joy lighted up his eyes, and a modest blush glowed on her cheek, for never before had she sat alone with him, nor heard unrestrained his impassioned assurances of affection. It was indeed love's own hour. The stars trembled on the roof of his eternal temple. The dashing of the torrent, the mild summer atmosphere, and the mysterious aspect of the darkened scenery were all in unison to inspire security and voluptuous hope. They talked of how their hearts, through the medium of divine nature, might hold commune during absence, of the joys of reunion, and of their prospect of perfect happiness. The moment at last arrived when he must depart. "One tress of this silken hair," said he, raising one of the many curls that clustered on her neck. "I will place it on my heart, a shield to protect me against the swords and balls of the enemy. He drew his keen-edged dagger from its sheath. "Ill weapon for so gentle a deed," he said, severing the lock, and at the same moment many drops of blood fell fast on the fair arm of the lady. He answered her fearful inquiries by showing a gash he had awkwardly inflicted on his left hand. First, he insisted on securing his prize, and then he permitted her to bind his wound, which she did, half laughing, half in sorrow, winding round his hand a ribbon loosened from her own arm. "Now, farewell," he cried. "I must ride 20 miles ere dawn, and the descending bear shows that midnight is past." His descent was difficult, but he achieved it happily, and the stave of a song, whose soft sounds rose like the smoke of incense from an altar, from the dell below to her impatient ear, assured her of his safety. As is always the case when an account is gathered from eyewitnesses, I never could ascertain the exact date of these events. They occurred, however, while Murat was King of Naples, and when he raised his Italian regiments, Count Eboli, as aforesaid, became a junior officer in them and served with much distinction, though I cannot name either the country or the battle in which he acted so conspicuous a part that he was on the spot promoted to a troop. Not long after this event, and while he was stationed in the north of Italy, Guacchino, sending for him to headquarters late one evening, entrusted him with a confidential mission across a country occupied by the enemy's troops to a town possessed by the French. It was necessary to undertake the expedition during the night, and he was expected to return on that succeeding the following day. The king himself gave him his dispatches and the word, and the noble youth, with modest firmness, protested that he would succeed or die in the fulfillment of his trust. It was already night, and the crescent moon was low in the west, when Count Ferdinando Eboli, mounting his favorite horse, at a quick gallop, cleared the streets of the town, and then, following the directions given him, crossed the country among the fields planted with vines, carefully avoiding the main road. It was a beauteous and still night. Calm and sleep occupied the earth. War, the bloodhound, slumbered. The spirit of love alone had life at that silent hour. Exulting in the hope of glory, our young hero commenced his journey, and visions of aggrandizement and love formed his reveries. A distant sound roused him. He checked his horse and listened. Voices approached. When recognizing the speech of a German, he turned from the path he was following to a still straighter way. But again, the tone of an enemy was heard, and the trampling of horses. Eboli did not hesitate. He dismounted, tied his steed to a tree, and skirting along the enclosure of the field, trusted to escape thus unobserved. He succeeded, after an hour's painful progress, and arrived on the borders of a stream, which, as the boundary between two states, was the mark of his having finally escaped danger. Descending the steep bank of the river, which, with his horse, he might perhaps have forded, he now prepared to swim. He held his dispatch in one hand, threw away his cloak, and was about to plunge into the water, when from under the dark shade of the argine, which had concealed him, he was suddenly arrested by unseen hands, cast on the ground, bound, gagged, and blinded, and then placed in a little boat, which was sculled with infinite rapidity down the stream. There seemed so much of premeditation in the act that it baffled conjecture, yet he must believe himself a prisoner of the Austrian. While, however, he still vainly reflected, the boat was moored, he was lifted out, and the change of atmosphere made him aware that they entered some house. With extreme care and celerity, yet in the utmost silence, he was stripped of his clothes, and 2 rings were drawn from his fingers. Other habiliments were thrown over him, and then no departing footstep was audible. But soon he heard the splash of a single oar, and he felt himself alone. He lay perfectly unable to move, the only relief his captor or captors had afforded him being the exchange of the gag for a tightly bound handkerchief. For hours he thus remained, with a tortured mind, bursting with rage and impatience and disappointment, now writhing as well as he could in his endeavors to free himself, now still in despair. His dispatches were taken away, and the period was swiftly passing when he could by his presence have remedied in some degree this evil. The morning dawned, and though the full grace of the sun could not visit his eyes, he felt it play upon his limbs. As the day advanced, hunger preyed on him, and though amidst the visitation of mightier, he at first disdained this minor evil, towards evening it became, in spite of himself, the predominant sensation. Night approached, and the fear that he should remain, and even starve, in this unvisited solitude had more than once thrilled through his frame, when feminine voices and a child's gay laugh met his ear. He heard persons enter the apartment, and he was asked in his native language, while the ligature was taken from his mouth, the cause of his present situation. He attributed it to banditti. His bonds were quickly cut, and his banded eyes restored to sight. It was long before he recovered himself. Water brought from the stream, however, was some refreshment, and by degrees he resumed the use of his senses, and saw that he was in a dilapidated shepherd's cot, with no one near him save the peasant girl and a child who had liberated him. They rubbed his ankles and wrists, and the little fellow offered him some bread and eggs, after which refreshment and an hour's repose, Ferdinando felt himself sufficiently restored to revolve his adventure in his mind, and to determine on the conduct he was to pursue. He looked at the dress which had been given him in exchange for that which he had worn. It was of the plainest and meanest description. Still, no time was to be lost, and he felt assured that the only step he could take was to return with all speed to the headquarters of the Neapolitan army, and inform the king of his disasters and his loss. It were long to follow his backward steps, and to tell all of indignation and disappointment that swelled his heart. He walked painfully but resolutely all night, and by 3 a.m. entered the town where Guacchino then was. He was challenged by the sentinels. He gave the word confided to him by Murat, and was instantly made prisoner by the soldiers. He declared to them his name and rank, and the necessity he was under of immediately seeing the king. He was taken to the guardhouse, and the officer on duty there listened with contempt to his representations, telling him that Count Ferdinando Eboli had returned 3 hours before, ordering him to be confined for further examination as a spy. Eboli loudly insisted that some impostor had taken his name, and while he related the story of his capture, another officer came in who recognized his person. Other individuals acquainted with him joined the party, and as the impostor had been seen by none but the officer of the night, his tale gained ground. A young Frenchman of superior rank, who had orders to attend the king early in the morning, carried a report of what was going forward to Murat himself. The tale was so strange that the king sent for the young count, and then, in spite of having seen and believed in his counterfeit a few hours before, and having received from him an account of his mission, which had been faithfully executed, the appearance of the youth staggered him, and he commanded the presence of him who, as Count Eboli, had appeared before him a few hours previously. As Ferdinand stood beside the king, his eyes glanced at a large, splendid mirror. His matted hair, his bloodshot eyes, his haggard looks, and torn and mean dress derogated from the nobility of his appearance, and still less did he appear like the magnificent Count Eboli, when, to his utter confusion and astonishment, this counterfeit stood beside him. He was perfect in all the outward signs that denoted high birth, and so like him who he represented, that it would have been impossible to discern one from the other apart. The same chestnut hair clustered on his brow, the sweet and animated hazel eyes were the same. The one voice was the echo of the other. The composure and dignity of the pretender gained the suffrages of those around. When he was told of the strange appearance of another Count Eboli, he laughed in a frank, good-humored manner, and turning to Ferdinand, said, "You honor me much in selecting me for your personation, but there are 2 or 3 things I like about myself so well that when you must excuse my unwillingness to exchange myself for you." Ferdinand would have answered, but the false count, with greater haughtiness, turning to the king, said, Will your majesty decide between us? I cannot bandy words with a fellow of this sort. Irritated by scorn, Ferdinand demanded leave to challenge the pretender, who said that if the king and his brother officers did not think that he should degrade himself and disgrace the army by going out with a common vagabond, he was willing to chastise him, even at the peril of his own life. But the king, after a few more questions, feeling assured that the unhappy noble was an impostor, in severe and menacing terms reprehended him for his insolence, telling him that he owed it to his mercy alone that he was not executed as a spy, ordering him instantly to be conducted without the walls of the town with threats of weighty punishment if he ever dared to subject his impostures to further trial. It requires a strong imagination and the experience of much misery fully to enter into Ferdinand's feelings. From high rank, glory, hope, and love, he was hurtled to utter beggary and disgrace. The insulting words of his triumphant rival and the degrading menaces of his so lately gracious sovereign rang in his ears. Every nerve in his frame writhed with agony. But, fortunately for the endurance of human life, the worst misery in early youth is often but a painful dream, which we cast off when slumber quits our eyes. After a struggle with intolerable anguish, hope and courage revived in his heart. His resolution was quickly made. He would return to Naples, relate his story to the Marchesa Despina, and through his influence obtain at least an impartial hearing from the king. It was not, however, in his peculiar situation, an easy task to put his determination into effect. He was penniless, his dress bespoke poverty, and he had neither friend nor kinsman near, but such as would behold in him the most impudent of swindlers. Still, his courage did not fail him. The kind Italian soil, in the autumnal season now advanced, furnished him with chestnuts, arbutus berries, and grapes. He took the most direct road over the hills, avoiding towns, and indeed every habitation, traveling principally in the night, when, except in cities, the officers of government had retired from their stations. How he succeeded in getting from one end of Italy to the other, it is difficult to say, but certain it is that after the interval of a few weeks, he presented himself at the Villa Spina. With considerable difficulty, he obtained admission to the presence of the Marchesa, who received him standing with an inquiring look, not at all recognizing the noble youth. Ferdinand requested a private interview, for there were several visitors present. His voice startled the Marchesa, who complied, taking him into another apartment. Here Ferdinand disclosed himself and, with rapid and agitated utterance, was relating the history of his misfortunes when the tramp of horses was heard, the great bell rang, and a domestic announced, "Count Ferdinando Eboli." "It is himself," cried the youth, turning pale. The words were strange, and they appeared still more so when the person announced entered, the perfect semblance of the young noble, whose name he assumed, as he had appeared when last at his departure. He trod the pavement of the hall. He inclined his head gracefully to the baron, turning with a glance of some surprise, but more disdain, towards Ferdinand, exclaiming, "Thou here!" Ferdinand drew himself up to his full height. In spite of fatigue, ill fare, and coarse garments, his manner was full of dignity. The Marchesa looked at him fixedly and started as he marked his proud mien, and saw in his expressive features the very face of Eboli. But again he was perplexed when he turned and discerned, as in a mirror, the same countenance reflected by the newcomer, who underwent this scrutiny somewhat impatiently. In brief and scornful words, he told the Marchesa that this was a second attempt in the intruder to impose himself as Count Eboli, that the trick had failed before, and would again, adding, laughing, that it was hard to be brought to prove himself to be himself against the assertion of a Bricconi, whose likeness to him and matchless impudence were his whole stock in trade. "Why, my good fellow," continued he, sneeringly, "you put me out of conceit with myself, to think that one, apparently so like me, should get on no better in the world." The blood mounted into Ferdinand's cheeks on his enemy's bitter taunts. With difficulty, he restrained himself from closing with his foe, while the words, "Traitorous impostor," burst from his lips. The Baron commanded the fierce youth to be silent, and moved by a look that he remembered to be Ferdinand's, he said gently, "By your respect for me, I adjure you to be patient. Fear not but that I will deal impartially." Then, turning to the pretended Eboli, he added that he would not doubt but that he was the true count, and asked excuse for his previous indecision. At first the latter appeared angry, but at length he burst into laugh, and then, apologizing for his ill-breeding, continued laughing heartily at the perplexity of the Marchesa. It is certain his gaiety gained more credit with his auditor than the indignant glances of poor Ferdinand. The false count then said that after the king's menaces, he had entertained no expectation that the farce was to be played over again. He had obtained leave of absence, of which he profited to visit his future father-in-law, after having spent a few days in his own palazzo at Naples. Until now, Ferdinand had listened silently, with a feeling of curiosity, anxious to learn all he could of the actions and motives of his rival. But at these last words, he could no longer contain himself. "What?" cried he. "Hast thou usurped my place in my own father's house, and dared assume my power in my ancestral halls?" A gush of tears overpowered the youth. He hid his face in his hands. Fierceness and pride lit up the countenance of the pretender. "By the eternal God and the sacred cross I swear," he exclaimed. "That palace is my father's palace, those halls the halls of my ancestors." Ferdinand looked up with surprise. "And the earth opens not," he said, "to swallow the perjured man." He then, at the call of the Marchesa, related his adventures, while scorn mantled on the features of his rival. The Marchesa, looking at both, could not free himself from doubt. He turned from one to the other. In spite of the wild and disordered appearance of poor Ferdinand, there was something in him that forbade his friend to condemn him as the impostor. But then it was utterly impossible to pronounce such a gallant and noble-looking youth, who could only be acknowledged as the real count by the disbelief of the other's tale. The Marchesa, calling an attendant, sent for his fair daughter. "This decision," said he, "shall be made over the subtle judgment of a woman and the keen penetration of one who loves." Both the youths now smiled. The same smile, the same expression, that of anticipated triumph. The Baron was more perplexed than ever. Adelinda had heard of the arrival of Count Eboli, and entered, resplendent in youth and happiness. She turned quickly towards him who resembled most the person she expected to see, when a well-known voice pronounced her name, and she gazed aghast on the double appearance of the lover. Her father, taking her hand, briefly explained the mystery, and bade her assure herself which was her affianced husband. "Signorina," said Ferdinand, "disdain me not because I appear before you thus in disgrace and misery. Your love, your goodness will restore me to prosperity and happiness." "I know not by what means," said the wondering girl, "but surely you are Count Eboli." "Adelinda," said the rival youth, "waste not your words on a villain. Lovely and deceived one, I trust, trembling I say it, that I can with one word assure you that I am Eboli." "Adelinda," said Ferdinand, "I placed the nuptial ring on your finger. Before God your vows were given to me." The false count approached the lady, and bending one knee, took from his heart a locket, enclosing hair tied with a green ribbon, which she recognized to have worn, and pointed to a slight scar on his left hand. Adelinda blushed deeply, and turning to her father, said, motioning towards the kneeling youth, "He is Ferdinand." All protestations now from the unhappy Eboli were vain. The Marchesa would have cast him into a dungeon, but at the earnest request of his rival, he was not detained, but thrust ignominiously from the villa. The rage of a wild beast newly chained was less than the tempest of indignation that now filled the heart of Ferdinand. Physical suffering from the fatigue and fasting was added to his internal anguish. For some hours, madness, if that were madness which never forgets its ill, possessed him. In a tumult of feelings, there was one predominant idea. It was to take possession of his father's house, and to try, by ameliorating the fortuitous circumstances of his lot, to gain the upper hand of his adversary. He extended his remaining strength in reaching Naples, entered his family palace, and was received and acknowledged by his astonished domestics. One of his first acts was to take from a cabinet a miniature of his father encircled with jewels, and to invoke the aid of the paternal spirit. Refreshment and a bath restored him to some of his usual strength, and he looked forward with almost childish delight to one night to be spent in peace under the roof of his father's house. This was not permitted. Ere midnight the great bell sounded. His rival entered as master with the Marchesa Spina. The result may be defined. The Marchesa appeared more indignant than the false Eboli. He insisted that the unfortunate youth should be imprisoned. The portrait, whose setting was costly, found on him, proved him guilty of robbery. He was given into the hands of the police and thrown into a dungeon. I will not dwell on the subsequent scenes. He was tried by the tribunal, condemned as guilty, and sentenced to the galleys for life. On the eve of the day when he was to be removed from the Neapolitan prison to work on the roads in Calabria, his rival visited him in the dungeon. For some moments both looked at the other in silence. The impostor gazed on the prisoner with mingled pride and compassion. There was evidently a struggle in his heart. The answering glance of Ferdinand was calm, free, and dignified. He was not resigned to his hard fate, but he disdained to make any exhibition of despair to his cruel and successful foe. A spasm of pain seemed to wrench the bosom of the false one, and he turned aside, striving to recover the hardness of heart which had hitherto supported him in the prosecution of his guilty enterprise. Ferdinand spoke first. What would the triumphant criminal with his innocent victim? His visitant replied haughtily, Do not address such epithets to me, or I leave you to your fate. I am that which I say I am. To me this boast? Cried Ferdinand scornfully. But perhaps these walls have ears. Heaven, at least, is not deaf, said the deceiver, favoring heaven, which knows and admits my claim. But a truce to this idle discussion. Compassion, a distaste to see one so very like myself in such ill condition, a foolish whim, perhaps, on which you may congratulate yourself, has led me hither. The bolts of your dungeon are drawn. Here is a purse of gold. Fulfill one easy condition, and you are free. And that condition? Sign this paper. He gave to Ferdinand a writing containing a confession of his imputed crimes. The hand of the guilty youth trembled as he gave it. There was confusion in his mien and a restless, uneasy rolling of his eye. Ferdinand wished in one mighty word, potent as lightning, loud as thunder, to convey his burning disdain of this proposal. But expression is weak, and calm is more full of power than storm. Without a word, he tore the paper in two pieces and threw them at the feet of his enemy. With a sudden change of manner, his visitant conjured him, in voluble and impetuous terms, to comply. Ferdinand answered only by requesting to be left alone. Now and then, a half-word broke uncontrollably from his lips, but he curbed himself. Yet he could not hide his agitation when, as an argument to make him yield, the false count assured him that he was already married to Adelinda. Bitter agony thrilled poor Ferdinand's frame, but he preserved a calm mien and an unaltered resolution. Having exhausted every menace and every persuasion, his rival left him, the purpose for which he came unaccomplished. On the morrow, with many others, the refuse of mankind, Count Ferdinando Eboli was led in chains to the unwholesome plains of Calabria to work there at the roads. I must hurry over some of the subsequent events, for a detailed account of them would fill volumes. The assertion of the usurper of Ferdinand's right that he was already married to Adelinda was, like all else he said, false. The day was, however, fixed for their union, when the illness and the subsequent death of the Marchesa Spina delayed its celebration. Adelinda retired during the first months of mourning to a castle belonging to her father, not far from Arpino, a town of the kingdom of Naples, in the midst of the Apennines, about 50 miles from the capital. Before she went, the deceiver tried to persuade her to consent to a private marriage. He was probably afraid that in the long interval that was about to ensue before he could secure her, she would discover his imposture. Besides, a rumor had gone abroad that one of the fellow prisoners of Ferdinand, a noted bandit, had escaped, and that the young count was his companion in flight. Adelinda, however, refused to comply with her lover's entreaties and retired to her seclusion with an old aunt who was blind and deaf, but an excellent duenna. The false Eboli seldom visited his mistress, but he was a master in his art, and subsequent events showed that he must have spent all his time disguised in the vicinity of the castle. He contrived, by various means, unsuspected at the moment, to have all Adelinda's servants changed for creatures of his own, so that, without her being aware of the restraint, she was in fact a prisoner of her own house. It is impossible to say what first awakened her suspicions concerning the deception put upon her. She was an Italian, with all the habitual quiescence and lassitude of her countrywoman in the ordinary routine of life, and with all their energy and passion when roused. The moment the doubt darted into her mind, she resolved to be assured. A few questions relative to scenes that had passed between poor Ferdinand and herself sufficed for this. They were asked so suddenly and pointedly that the pretender was thrown off guard. He looked confused and stammered in his replies. Their eyes met. He felt that he was detected, and she saw that he perceived her now confirmed suspicions. A look such as peculiar to an impostor, a glance that deformed his beauty and filled his usually noble countenance with the hideous lines of cunning and cruel triumph, completed her faith in her own discernment. How, she thought, could I have mistaken this man for my own gentle Eboli? Again their eyes met. The peculiar expression of his terrified her, and she hastily quitted the apartment. Her resolution was quickly formed. It was of no use to attempt to explain her situation to her old aunt. She determined to depart immediately for Naples, throw herself at the feet of Guacchino, and to relate and obtain credit for her strange history. But the time was already lost when she could have executed this design. The contrivances of the deceiver were complete. She found herself a prisoner. Excess of fear gave her boldness, if not courage. She sought her jailer. A few minutes before she had been a young and thoughtless girl, docile as a child and as unsuspecting. Now she felt as if she had suddenly grown old in wisdom, and that the experience of years had been gained in that of a few seconds. During their interview, she was wary and firm, while the instinctive power of innocence over guilt gave majesty to her demeanor. The contriver of her ills, for a moment, cowered beneath her eye. At first, he would by no means allow that he was not the person he pretended to be, but the energy and eloquence of truth bore down his artifice, so that, at length driven into a corner, he turned, a stag at bay. Then it was her turn to quail, for the superior energy of a man gave him the mastery. He declared the truth. He was the elder brother of Ferdinand, a natural son of the old Count Eboli. His mother, who had been wronged, never forgave her injurer, and bred her son in deadly hate for his parent, and a belief that the advantages enjoyed by his more fortunate brother were rightfully his own. His education was rude, but he had an Italian's subtle talents, swiftness of perception, and guileful arts. "It would blanch your cheek," he said to his trembling auditress, "could I describe all that I have suffered to achieve my purpose. I would trust to none. I executed all myself. It was a glorious triumph, but due to my perseverance and my fortitude, when I and my usurping brother stood, I, the noble, he and the degraded outcast, before our sovereign." Having rapidly detailed his history, he now sought to win the favorable ear of Adelinda, who stood with averted and angry looks. He tried by the varied shows of passion and tenderness to move her heart. Was he not in truth the object of her love? Was it not he who scaled her balcony at Villa Spina? He recalled scenes of mutual overflow of feeling to her mind, thus urging arguments the most potent with a delicate woman. Pure blushes tinged her cheek. but horror of the deceiver predominated over every other sentiment. He swore that as soon as they should be united, he would free Ferdinand and bestow competency, nay, if so she willed it, half his possessions to him. She coldly replied that she would rather share the change of innocent and misery than link herself with imposture and crime. She demanded her liberty, but the untamed and even ferocious nature that had borne the deceiver through his career of crime now broke forth, and he invoked fearful imprecations on his head if she ever quitted the castle except as his wife. His look of conscious power and unbridled wickedness terrified her. Her flashing eyes spoke abhorrence. It would have been far easier for her to have died than have yielded the smallest point to a man who had made her feel for one moment his irresistible power, arising from her being an unprotected woman, wholly in his hands. She left him feeling as if she had just escaped from the impending sword of an assassin. 1 hour's deliberation suggested to her a method of escape from her terrible situation. In a wardrobe at the castle lay, in their pristine gloss, the habiliments of a page of her mother, who had died suddenly, leaving these unworn relics of his station. Dressing herself in these, she tied up her dark, shining hair, and even with a somewhat bitter feeling, girded on the slate sword that appertained to the costume. Then, through a private passage leading from her own apartment to the chapel of the castle, she glided with noiseless steps, long after the Ave Maria, sounded at 4 o'clock, had on a November night given token that half an hour had passed since the setting of the sun. She possessed a key of the chapel door. It opened at her touch. She closed it behind her, and she was free. The pathless hills were around her, the starry heavens above, and a cold, wintry breeze murmured around the castle walls. But fear of her enemy conquered every other fear, and she tripped lightly on in a kind of ecstasy for many a long hour over the stony mountain path. She, who had never before walked more than a mile or two from home in any time in her life, till her feet were blistered, her slight shoes cut through, her way utterly lost. At morning's dawn, she found herself in the midst of the wild ilex-covered Apennines, and neither habitation nor human being apparent. She was hungry and weary. She had brought gold and jewels with her, but here were no means of exchanging these for food. She remembered stories of banditti, but none could be so ruffian-like and cruel as him from whom she fled. This thought, a little rest, and a draught of water from a pure mountain spring restored her to some portion of courage, and she continued her journey. Noonday approached, and in the south of Italy, the noonday sun, when unclouded, even in November, is oppressively warm, especially to an Italian woman who never exposes herself to its beams. Faintness came over her. There appeared recesses in the mountainsides along which she was traveling, grown over with bay and arbutus. She entered one of these, there to repose. It was deep and led to another that opened into a spacious cavern lighted from above. There were cates, grapes, and a flagon of wine on a rough-hewn table. She looked fearfully around, but no inhabitant appeared. She placed herself at the table, and, half in dread, ate of the food presented to her, and then sat, her elbow on the table, her head resting on her little snow-white hand, her dark hair shading her brow and clustering round her throat. An appearance of languor and fatigue was diffused through her attitude, while her soft black eyes filled at intervals with large tears. Pitying herself, she recurred to the cruel circumstances of her lot. Her fanciful but elegant dress, her feminine form, her beauty and her grace, as she sat pensive and alone in the rough, unhewn cavern, formed a picture a poet would describe with delight, an artist loved to paint. She seemed a being of another world, a seraph, all light and beauty, a Ganymede escaped from this thrall above to his natal Ida. It was long before I recognized, looking down on her from the opening hill, my lost Adelenda. Thus spoke the young Count Eboli when he related this story, for its end was as romantic as its commencement. When Ferdinando had arrived, a galley slave in Calabria, he found himself coupled with a bandit, a brave fellow who abhorred his chains from love of freedom as much as his fellow prisoner did, from all the combination of disgrace and misery they brought upon him. Together they devised a plan of escape and succeeded in effecting it. On their road, Ferdinand related his story to the outlaw, who encouraged him to hope for a favorable turn of fate, and meanwhile invited and persuaded the desperate man to share his fortunes as a robber among the wild hills of Calabria. The cavern where Adelinda had taken refuge was one of their fastnesses, whither they betook themselves at periods of imminent danger for safety only, as no booty could be collected in that unpeopled solitude. And there, one afternoon, returning from the chase, they found the wandering, fearful, solitary, fugitive girl, and never was lighthouse more welcome to tempest-tossed sailor than was her own Ferdinand to his lady love. Fortune, now tired of persecuting the young noble, favored him still further. The story of the lovers interested the bandit chief, and promise of reward secured him. Ferdinand persuaded Adelinda to remain one night in the cave, and on the following morning they prepared to proceed to Naples. But at the moment of their departure, they were surprised by an unexpected visitant. The robbers brought in a prisoner. It was the impostor. Missing on the morrow her who was the pledge of his safety and success, but assured that she could not have wandered far, he dispatched emissaries in all directions to seek her, and himself, joining in the pursuit, followed the road she had taken and was captured by these lawless men, who expected rich ransom from one whose appearance denoted rank and wealth. When they discovered who their prisoner was, they generously delivered him up into his brother's hands. Ferdinand and Adelinda proceeded to Naples. On their arrival, she presented herself to Queen Caroline, and through her, Murat heard with astonishment the device that had been practiced on him. The young count was restored to his honors and possessions, and within a few months afterwards was united to his betrothed bride. The compassionate nature of the count and countess led them to interest themselves warmly in the fate of Ludovico, whose subsequent career was more honorable but less fortunate. At the intercession of his relative, Guacchino permitted him to enter the army, where he distinguished himself and obtained promotion. The brothers were at Moscow together and mutually assisted each other during the horrors of the retreat. At one time, overcome by drowsiness, the mortal symptom resulting from excessive cold, Ferdinand lingered behind his comrades. But Ludovico, refusing to leave him, dragged him on in spite of himself, till, entering a village, food and fire restored him, and his life was saved. On another evening, when wind and sleet added to the horror of their situation, Ludovico, after many ineffective struggles, slid from his horse lifeless. Ferdinand was at his side, and dismounting, endeavored by every means in his power to bring back pulsation to his stagnant blood. His comrades went forward, and the young count was left alone with his dying brother in the white boundless waste. Once Ludovico opened his eyes and recognized him, he pressed his hand, and his lips moved to utter a blessing as he died. At that moment, the welcome sounds of the enemy's approach roused Ferdinand from the despair into which his dreadful situation plunged him. He was taken prisoner, and his life was thus saved. When Napoleon went to Elba, he, with many others of his countrymen, was liberated and returned to Naples. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allie Rose. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Section 4. The Evil Eye. Quote, "The wild Albanian kirtled to his knee, with shawl-girt head and ornamented gun, and gold-embroidered garments fair to see, the crimson-scarfed man of Macedon." End quote. Lord Byron. The Moreot Catosthiaciani travelled wearily, and in fear of its robber inhabitants, through the Palashak of Yaninya. Yet he had no cause for dread. Did he arrive, tired and hungry, in a solitary village? Did he find himself in the uninhabited wilds, suddenly surrounded by a band of clefts? Or in the larger towns did he shrink, at finding himself, the soul of his race, among the savage mountaineers and despotic Turk? As soon as he announced himself the probratimo of Dmitri of the Evil Eye, every hand was held out, every voice spoke welcome. The Albanian, Dmitri, was a native of the village of Corvo, among the savage mountains of the district between Yaninya and Turpelen. The deep, broad stream of the Argyro Castro flows, bastioned to the west by abrupt wood-covered precipices, shadowed to the east by elevated mountains. The highest among these is Mount Trebuchet, and, in a romantic folding of that hill, distinct with minarets, crowned by a dome rising from out a group of primordial cypresses, is the picturesque village of Corvo. Sheep and goats form the apparent treasure of its inhabitants. Their guns and yataghans, their warlike habits, and with them the noble profession of robbery, are sources of still greater wealth. Among a race renowned for a dauntless courage and sanguinary enterprise, Dmitri was distinguished. It was said that in his youth this cleft was remarkable for a gentler disposition and more refined taste than is usual with his countrymen. He had been a wanderer, and had learned European arts, of which he was not a little proud. He could read and write Greek, and a book was often stowed beside his pistols in his girdle. He had spent several years in Scio, the most civilized of the Greek islands, and had married a Sciote girl. The Albanians are characterized as despisers of women, but Dmitri, in becoming the husband of Elena, enlisted under a more chivalrous rule, and became the proselyte of a better creed. Often he returned to his native hills, and fought under the banner of the renowned Allie, and then came back to his island home. The love of the tamed barbarian was concentrated, burning, and something beyond this. It was a portion of his living, beating heart, the nobler part of himself, the diviner mould in which his rugged nature had been recast. On his return home from one of his Albanian expeditions, he found his home ravaged by the Mainotes. Helena, they pointed to her tomb, nor dare tell him how she died. His only child, his lovely infant daughter, was stolen. His treasure house of love and happiness was rifled, its gold excelling wealth changed to blank desolation. Dmitri spent 3 years in endeavours to recover his lost offspring. He was exposed to 1,000 dangers, underwent incredible hardships. He dared the wild beast in his lair, the Mainote in his port of refuge. He attacked and was attacked by them. He wore the badge of his daring in a deep gash across his eyebrow and cheek. On this occasion he had died, but that Catosthius, seeing a scuffle on the shore and a man left for dead, disembarked from a Moreot Sarcovella, carried him away, tended and cured him. They exchanged vows of friendship, and for some time the Albanian shared his brother's toils, but they were too pacific to suit his taste, and he returned to Corvo. Who in the mutilated savage could recognize the handsomest among the Arnauts? His habits kept pace with his change of physiognomy. He grew ferocious and hard-hearted. He only smiled when engaged in dangerous enterprise. He had arrived at that worst state of ruffian feeling, the taking delight in blood. He grew old in these occupations. His mind became reckless, his countenance more dark. Men trembled before his glance. Women and children exclaimed in terror, "The evil eye!" The opinion became prevalent. He shared it himself. He gloried in the dread privilege, and when his victim shivered and withered beneath the mortal influence, The fiendish laugh with which he hailed this demonstration of his power struck with worse dismay the failing heart of the fascinated person. But Dmitri could command the arrows of his sight, and his comrades respected him more for his supernatural attribute, since they did not fear the exercise of it on themselves. Dmitri had just returned from an expedition beyond Prevessa. He and his comrades were laden with spoil. They killed and roasted a goat whole for their repast. They drank dry several wineskins. Then, round the fire in the court, they abandoned themselves to the delights of the kerchief dance, roaring out the chorus as they dropped upon and then rebounded from their knees, and whirled round and round with an activity all their own. The heart of Dmitri was heavy. He refused to dance, and sat apart, at first joining in the song with his voice and lute, till the air changed to one that reminded him of better days. His voice died away, his instrument dropped from his hands, and his head sank upon his breast. At the sound of stranger footsteps, he started up. In the form before him he surely recognized a friend. He was not mistaken. With a joyful exclamation he welcomed Catosthius Ziani, clapping his hand and kissing him on the cheek. The traveller was weary, so they retired to Dmitri's own home, a neatly plastered, whitewashed cottage, whose earthen floor was perfectly dry and clean, and the walls hung with arms, some richly ornamented, and other trophies of his kleptic triumphs. A fire was kindled by his aged female attendant. The friends reposed on mats of white rushes, while she prepared the pilaf and seethed flesh of kid. She placed a bright tin tray on a block of wood before them and heaped upon it cakes of Indian corn, goat's milk cheese, eggs and olives, a jar of water from their purest spring, and a skin of wine, served to refresh and cheer the thirsty traveller. After supper the guest spoke of the object of his visit. "I come to my probratimo," he said, "to claim the performance of his vow. When I rescued you from the savage cacovaunis of Bellaris, you pledged to me your gratitude and faith. Do you disclaim the debt?" Dmitri's brow darkened. "My brother," he cried, "need not remind me of what I owe. Command my life. In what can the mountain cleft aid the son of the wealthy Ziani?" "The son of Ziani is a beggar," rejoined Catosthius, "and must perish if his brother deny his assistance." The Moreot then told his tale. He had been brought up as the only son of a rich merchant of Corinth. He had often sailed as a caravoccheri of his father's vessels to Stamboul, and even to Calabria. Some years before he had been boarded and taken by a Barbary corsair. His life since had been adventurous, he said. In truth, it had been a guilty one. He had become a renegade, and won regard from his new allies, not by his superior courage, for he was cowardly, but by the frauds that make men wealthy. In the midst of his career some superstition had influenced him, and he had returned to his ancient religion. He escaped from Africa, wandered through Syria, crossed to Europe, found occupation in Constantinople, and thus years passed. At last, as he was on the point of marriage with a Phaneriote beauty, he fell again into poverty, and he returned to Corinth to see if his father's fortunes had prospered during his long wanderings. He found that while these had improved to a wonder, they were lost to him forever. His father, during his protracted absence, acknowledged another son as his, and, dying a year before, had left all to him. Catosthius found this unknown kinsman, with his wife and child, in possession of his expected inheritance. Cyril divided with him, it is true, their parents' property, but Catosthius grasped at all, and resolved to obtain it. He brooded over 1,000 schemes of murder and revenge, yet the blood of a brother was sacred to him, and Cyril, beloved and respected in Corinth, could only be attacked with considerable risk. Then his child was a fresh obstacle. As the best plan that presented itself, he hastily embarked for Bertrinto, and came to claim the advice and assistance of the Arne Ut, whose life he had saved, whose proberatimo he was. Not thus barely did he tell his tale, but glossed it over, so that had Dmitri needed the incitement of justice, which was not at all a desideratum with him, he would have been satisfied that Cyril was a base interloper, and that the whole transaction was one of imposture and villainy. All night these men discussed a variety of projects, whose aim was that the deceased Ziani's wealth should pass undivided into his elder son's hands. At morning's dawn Catustheus departed, and 2 days afterwards Dmitri quitted his mountain home. His first care had been to purchase a horse, long coveted by him on account of its beauty and fleetness. He provided cartridges and replenished his powder horn. His accoutrements were rich, his dress gay, his arms glittered in the sun. His long hair fell straight from under the shawl twisted round his cap. Even to his waist a shaggy white capote hung from his shoulder, his face wrinkled and puckered by exposure to the seasons. His brow furrowed with care, his mustachios long and jet black. His scarred face, his wild, savage eyes, his whole appearance not deficient in barbaric grace, but stamped chiefly with ferocity and banded pride. Inspired, and we should not wonder, the superstitious Greek with the belief that a supernatural spirit of evil dwelt in his aspect, blasting and destroying. Now prepared for his journey, he departed from Corvaux, crossing the woods of Arcanania on his way to Morea. "Wherefore does Zella tremble and press her boy to her bosom, as if fearful of evil?" Thus asked Cyril Ziani, returning from the city of Corinth to his own rural abode. It was a home of beauty. The abruptly broken hills covered with olives, or brighter plantations of orange trees, overlooked the blue waves of the Gulf of Aegina. A myrtle underwood spread sweet scent around, and dipped its dark shining leaves into the sea itself. The low-roofed house was shaded by 2 enormous fig trees, while vineyards and cornland stretched along the gentle upland to the north. When Zella saw her husband, she smiled, though her cheek was still pale and her lip quivering. "Now you are near to guard us," she said. "I dismiss fear, but danger threatens our Constans, and I shudder to remember that an evil eye has been upon him." Cyril caught up his child. "By my head," he cried, "thou speakest of an ill thing. The Franks call this superstition, but let us beware. His cheek is still rosy, his tresses flowing gold. Speak, Constans! Hail thy father, my brave fellow!" It was but a short-lived fear. No ill ensued, and they soon forgot an incident which had causelessly made their hearts to quail. A week afterwards Cyril returned, as he wont, from shipping a cargo of currants, to his retreat on the coast. It was a beautiful summer evening. The creaking water-wheel which produced the irrigation of the land chimed in with the last song of the noisy cicala. The rippling waves spent themselves almost silently among the shingles. This was his home, but where its lovely flower? Zella did not come forth to welcome him. A domestic pointed to a chapel on a neighbouring acclivity, and there he found her. His child, nearly 3 years of age, was in his nurse's arms. His wife was praying fervently, while the tears streamed down her cheeks. Cyril demanded anxiously the meaning of this scene, but the nurse sobbed. Zella continued to pray and weep, and the boy, from sympathy, began to cry. This was too much for man to endure. Cyril left the chapel. He leant against a walnut tree. His first exclamation was a customary Greek one. "Welcome this misfortune, so that it come single." But what was the ill that had occurred? Apparent was it yet, but the spirit of evil is most fatal when unseen. He was happy. A lovely wife, a blooming child, a peaceful home, competence, and the prospect of wealth. These blessings were his, yet how often does fortune use such as her decoys? He was a slave in an enslaved land, a mortal subject to the high destinies, and 10,000 were the envenomed darts which might be hurled at his devoted head. Now, timid and trembling, Zella came from the chapel. Her explanation did not calm his fears. Again the evil eye had been on his child, and deep malignity surely lurked under this second visitation. The same man, Anan Ut, with glittering arms, gay attire, mounted on a black steed, came from the neighbouring ilex grove, and, riding furiously up to the door, suddenly checked and reined in his horse at the very threshold. The child ran towards him. The An Ut bent his sinister eyes upon him. "Lovely art thou, bright infant," he cried. "Thy blue eyes are beaming, thy golden tresses fair to see, but thou art a vision fleeting as beautiful. Look at me." The innocent looked up, uttered a shriek, and fell gasping on the ground. The women rushed forward to seize him. The Albanian put spurs to his horse, and, galloping swiftly across the little plain, up the wooded hillside, he was soon lost to sight. Zella and the nurse bore the child to the chapel. They sprinkled him with holy water, and, as he revived, besought the Panagia with earnest prayers to save him from the menaced ill. Several months elapsed. Little Constance grew in intelligence and beauty. No blight had visited the flower of love, and its parents dismissed fear. Sometimes Cyril indulged in a joke at the expense of the evil eye, but Zella thought it unlucky to laugh, and crossed herself whenever the event was alluded to. At this time, Catusthius visited their abode. "He was on his way," he said, "to Stamboul, and he came to know whether he could serve his brother in any of his transactions in the capital." Cyril and Zella received him with cordial affection. They rejoiced to perceive that fraternal love was beginning to warm his heart. He seemed full of ambition and hope. The brothers discussed his prospects, the politics of Europe, and the intrigues of the Fanar. The petty affairs of Corinth even were made subjects of discourse, and the probability that in a short time, young as he was, Cyril would be named Khoja Bashi of the province. On the morrow, Catusthius prepared to depart. "One favour does the voluntary exile ask. Will my brother and sister accompany me some hours on my way to Napoli, whence I embark?" Zella was unwilling to quit her home, even for a short interval, but she suffered herself to be persuaded, and they proceeded together for several miles, towards the capital of the Morea. At noontide they made a repast under the shadow of a grove of oaks, and then separated. Returning homeward, the wedded pair congratulated themselves on their tranquil life and peaceful happiness, contrasted with the wanderer's lonely and homeless pleasures. These feelings increased in intensity as they drew near their dwelling, and anticipated the lisped welcome of their idolized child. From an eminence they looked upon the fertile vale which was their home. It was situated on the southern side of the isthmus, and looked upon the Gulf of Aegina. All was verdant, tranquil, and beautiful. They descended into the plain. There a singular appearance attracted their attention. A plough with its yoke of oxen had been deserted midway in the furrow. The animals had dragged it to the side of the field, and endeavoured to repose as well as their conjunction permitted. The sun already touched its western bourne, and the summits of the trees were gilded by its parting beams. All was silent. Even the eternal water-wheel was still. No menials appeared at their usual rustic labours. From the house the voice of wailing was all too plainly heard. "My child!" Zella exclaimed. Cyril began to reassure her, but another lament arose, and he hurried on. She dismounted, and would have followed him, but sank on the roadside. Her husband returned. "Courage, my beloved!" he cried. "I will not repose night nor day until Constance is restored to us. Trust to me. Farewell." With these words he rode swiftly on. Her worst fears were thus confirmed. Her maternal heart, lately so joyous, became the abode of despair, while the nurse's narration of the sad occurrence tended but to add worse fear to fear. Thus it was, the same stranger of the evil eye had appeared, not as before, bearing down on them with eagle speed, but as if from a long journey, his horse lame and with drooping head, the Arnaut himself covered with dust, apparently scarcely able to keep his seat. "By the life of your child," he said, "give a cup of water to one who faints with thirst." The nurse, with Constance in her arms, got a bowl of the desired liquid, and presented it. Ere the parched lips of the stranger touched the wave, the vessel fell from his hands. The woman started back, while he, at the same moment darting forward, tore with strong arm the child from her embrace. Already both were gone. With arrowy speed they traversed the plain, while her shrieks and cries for assistance called together all the domestics. They followed on the track of the ravisher, and none had yet returned. Now, as night closed in, one by one they came back. They had nothing to relate. They had scoured the woods, crossed the hills. They could not even discover the route which the Albanian had taken. On the following day Cyril returned, jaded, haggard, miserable. He had obtained no tidings of his son. On the morrow he again departed on his quest, nor came back for several days. Zella passed her time wearily, now sitting in hopeless despondency, now climbing the near hill to see whether she could perceive the approach of her husband. She was not allowed to remain long, thus tranquil. The trembling domestics left in guard warned her that the savage forms of several Arnauts had been seen prowling about. She herself saw a tall figure clad in a shaggy white capote steal round the promontory, and, on seeing her, shrink back. Once at night, the snorting and trampling of a horse roused her, not from slumber, but from her sense of security. Wretched as the bereft mother was, she personally felt almost reckless of danger. But she was not her own. She belonged to one beyond expression dear, and duty as well as affection for him enjoined self-preservation. Cyril again returned. He was gloomier, sadder than before, but there was more resolution on his brow, more energy in his motions. He had obtained a clue, yet it might only lead him to the depths of despair. He discovered that Catusthius had not embarked at Napoli. He had joined a band of Arnauts lurking about Vasilico, and had proceeded to Patras with the Protocleft. Thence they put off together in a monoxylon for the southern shores of the Gulf of Lepanto. Nor were they alone. They bore a child with them, wrapped in a heavy torpid sleep. Poor Cyril's blood ran cold when he thought of the spells and witchcraft which had probably been put in practice on his boy. He would have followed close upon the robbers, but for the report that reached him that the remainder of the Albanians had proceeded southward towards Corinth. He could not enter upon a long wandering search among the pathless wilds of Epirus, leaving Zella exposed to the attacks of these bandits. He returned to consult with her, to devise some plan of action which would at once ensure her safety and promise success to his endeavours. After some hesitation and discussion, it was decided that he should first conduct her to her native home, consult with her father as to his present enterprise, and be guided by his warlike expertise before he rushed into the very focus of danger. The seizure of his child might only be a lure, and it were not well for him, sole protector of that child and its mother, to rush unadvisedly into the toils. Zella, strange to say, for her blue eyes and brilliant complexion belied her birth, was the daughter of a Mainote, yet dreaded and abhorred by the rest of the world, as are the inhabitants of Cape Teneris. They are celebrated for their domestic virtues and the strength of their private attachments. Zella loved her father, and the memory of her rugged rocky home, from which she had been torn in an adverse hour, near neighbours of the Mainotes, dwelling in the ruder and wildest parts of Maina, are the Cacavaunes, a dark, suspicious race of squat and stunted form, strongly contrasted with the tranquil cast of countenance characteristic of the Mainotes. The two tribes are embroiled in perpetual quarrels. The narrow sea-girt abode which they share affords at once a secure place of refuge from the foreign enemy and all the facilities of internal mountain warfare. Cyril had once, during a coasting voyage, been driven by stress of weather into the little bay on whose shores is placed the small town of CadenB. The crew at first dreaded to be captured by the pirates, but they were reassured on finding them fully occupied by their domestic dissensions. A band of Cacovalnis were besieging the castellated rock overlooking CadenB, blockading the fortress in which the Minot Capitano and his family had taken refuge. 2 days passed thus, while furious contrary winds detained Cyril in the bay. On the third evening the western gale subsided, and a land breeze promised to emancipate them from their perilous condition, when in the night, as they were about to put off in a boat from the shore, they were hailed by a party of Minots, and one, an old man of commanding figure, demanded a parley. He was the Capitano of CadenB, the chief of the fortress now attacked by his implacable enemies. He saw no escape. He must fall, and his chief desire was to save his treasure and his family from the hands of his enemies. Cyril consented to receive them on board. The latter consisted of an old mother, a paramana, and a young beautiful girl, his daughter. Cyril conducted them in safety to Napoli. Soon after, the Capitano's mother and paramana returned to their native town, while, with her father's consent, fair Zella became the wife of her preserver. The fortunes of the Minot had prospered since then, and he stood first in rank, the chief of a large tribe, the Capitano of CadenB. Thither then the hapless parents repaired. They embarked on board a small sarcovella, which dropped down the Gulf of Aegina, weathered the islands of Scylo and Cerigo, and the extreme points of Tenerus. Favoured by prosperous gales, they made their desired port, and arrived at the hospitable mansion of old Camaraz. He heard their tales with indignation, swore by his beard to dip his poniard in the best blood of Catustheus, and insisted upon accompanying his son-in-law on his expedition to Albania. No time was lost. The grey-haired mariner, still full of energy, hastened every preparation. Cyril and Zella parted. 1,000 fears, 1,000 hours of misery rose between the pair. Late sharers in perfect happiness, the boisterous sea and distant lands were the smallest of the obstacles that divided them. They would not fear the worst, yet hope, a sickly plant, faded in their hearts as they tore themselves asunder after a last embrace. Zella returned from the fertile district of Corinth to her barren native rocks. She felt all joy expire as she viewed from the rugged shore the lessening sails of the sarcovella. Days and weeks passed, and still she remained in solitary and sad expectation. She never joined in the dance, nor made one in the assemblies of her countrywomen, who met together at evening tide to sing, tell stories, and while away the time in dance and gaiety. She secluded herself in the most lonely part of her father's house, and gazed unceasingly from the lattice upon the sea beneath, or wandered on the rocky beach, and when tempest darkened the sky, and each precipitous promontory grew purple under the shadows of the white-winged clouds, when the roar of the surges was on the shore, and the white crests of the waves, seen afar upon the ocean plain, showed like flocks of newborn sheep scattered along wide-extended downs, she felt neither gale nor inclement cold, nor returned home till recalled by her attendants. In obedience to them she sought the shelter of her abode, not to remain long, for the wild winds spoke to her, and the stormy ocean reproached her tranquillity. Unable to control the impulse, she would rush from her habitation on the cliff, nor remember till she reached the shore that her papooses were left midway on the mountain path, and that her forgotten veil and disordered dress were unmeet for such a scene. Often the unnumbered hours sped on, while this orphaned child of happiness leant on a cold dark rock. The low-browed crags beetled over her, the surges broke at her feet. Her fair limbs were stained by spray, her tresses dishevelled by gale. Hopelessly she wept until a sail appeared on the horizon, and then she dried her fast-flowing tears, fixing her large eyes upon the nearing hull or fading topsail. Meanwhile, the storm tossed the clouds into 1,000 gigantic shapes, and the tumultuous sea grew blacker and more wild. Her natural gloom was heightened by superstitious horror. The Morai, the old fates of her native Grecian soil, howled in the breezes. Apparitions which told of her child pining under the influence of the evil eye, and of her husband, the prey of some Thracian witchcraft, such as is still practised in the dread neighbourhood of Larissa, haunted her broken slumbers, and stalked like dire shadows across her waking thoughts. Her bloom was gone, her eyes lost their lustre, her limbs their round full beauty. Her strength failed her as she tottered to the accustomed spot to watch, vainly, yet for ever to watch. What is there so fearful as the expectation of evil tidings delayed? Sometimes, in the midst of tears, or worse, amidst the convulsive gaspings of despair, we reproach ourselves for influencing the eternal fates by our gloomy anticipations. Then, if a smile wreathe the mourner's quivering lip, it is arrested by a throb of agony. Alas, are not the dark tresses of the young painted grey, the full cheek of beauty delved with sad lines by the spirit of such hours? Misery is a more welcome visitant when she comes in her darkest guise, and wraps us in perpetual black, for then the heart no longer sickens with disappointed hope. Cyril and old Camaraz had found great difficulty in doubling the many capes of the Morea, as they made a coasting expedition from Cardamila to the Gulf of Arta, north of Cephalonia and St. Mauro. During their voyage, they had time to arrange their plans. As a number of Moriots travelling together might attract too much attention, they resolved to land their comrades at different points, and travel separately into the interior of Albania. Yanina was their first place of rendezvous. Cyril and his father-in-law disembarked in one of the most secluded of the many creeks, which diversify the winding and precipitous shores of the Gulf. 6 others chosen from the crew would, by other routes, join them at the capital. They did not fear for themselves. Alone but well armed, and secure in the courage of despair, they penetrated the fastness of Epirus. No success cheered them. They arrived at Yanina without having made the slightest discovery. They were joined by their comrades, whom they directed to remain 3 days in the town, and then separately proceed to Turpelen, whither they immediately directed their steps. At the first village on their way thither, at monastic Zitza, they obtained some information, not to direct, but to encourage their endeavours. They sought refreshment and hospitality in the monastery, which is situated on a green eminence, crowned by a grove of oak trees, immediately behind the village. Perhaps there is not in the world a more beautiful or more romantic spot, sheltered itself by clustering trees, looking out on one widespread landscape of hill and dale. Enriched vineyards, dotted with frequent flocks, while the calamas in the depth of the vale give life to the scene, and the far blue mountains of Zumarcus, Sugori, Suli, and Acrosaraunia to the east, west, north, and south close in the various prospects. Cyril half envied the Kaloyas their inert tranquillity. They received the travellers gladly, and were cordial, though simple in their manners. When questioned concerning the object of their journey, they warmly sympathised with the father's anxiety, and eagerly told all they knew. 2 weeks before, an Arnaout, well known to them as Dimitri of the Evil Eye, a famous cleft of Corvaux, and a Moriot, arrived, bringing with them a child, a bold, spirited, beautiful boy, who, with firmness beyond his years, claimed the protection of the Caloyers, and accused his companions of having carried him off by force from his parents. "By my head," cried the Albanian, "a brave Palikar! He keeps his word, brother. He swore by the Panagia, in spite of our threats of throwing him down a precipice, food for the vulture to accuse us to the first good men he saw. He neither pines under the evil eye nor quails beneath our menaces." Catosthius frowned at these praises, and it became evident during their stay at the monastery that the Albanian and the Moreot quarrelled as to the disposal of the child. The rugged mountaineer threw off all his sternness as he gazed upon the boy. When little Constance slept, he hung over him, fanning him with woman's care the flies and gnats. When he spoke, he answered with expressions of fondness, winning him with gifts, teaching him, all child as he was, a mimicry of warlike exercises. When the boy knelt and besought the Panagia to restore him to his parents, his voice quivering and tears running down his cheeks, the eyes of Dmitri overflowed. He cast his cloak over his face. His heart whispered to him, "Thus perhaps my child prayed. Heaven was deaf. Alas! Where is she now?" Encouraged by the signs of compassion which children are quick to perceive, Constance twined his arms round his neck, telling him that he loved him, and that he would fight for him when a man if he would take him back to Corinth. At such words Dmitri would rush forth, seek Catosthius, remonstrate with him, till the unrelenting man checked him by reminding him of his vow. Still he swore that no hair of the child's head should be injured, while the uncle, unvisited by compunction, meditated his destruction. The quarrels which thence arose were frequent and violent, till Catosthius, weary of opposition, had recourse to craft to obtain his purpose. One night he secretly left the monastery, bearing the child with him. When Dmitri heard of the evasion, it was a fearful thing to the good Caloyers only to look upon him. They instinctively clutched hold of every bit of iron on which they could lay their hands, so to avert the evil eye which glared with native and untamed fierceness. In their panic, a whole score of them had rushed to the iron-plated door which led out of their abode. With the strength of a lion, Dmitri tore them away, threw back the portal, and, with the swiftness of a torrent fed by the thawing snows in spring, he dashed down the steep hill. The flight of an eagle not more rapid, the course of a wild beast not more resolved. Such was the clue afforded to Cyril. It were too long to follow him in his subsequent search. He, with old Camaraz, wandered through the vale of Aigalo Castro and climbed Mount Trebusi to Corvo. Dmitri had returned. He had gathered together a score of faithful comrades, and sallied forth again. Various were the reports of his destination, and the enterprise which he meditated. One of these led our adventurers to Turpelen, and hence back towards Yanina, and now chance again favoured them. They rested one night in the habitation of a priest, at the little village of Mosme, about 3 leagues to the north of Zitza, and here they found an Arn Oot, who had been disabled by a fall from his horse. This man was to have made one of Dmitri's band. They learned from him that the Arn Oot had tracked Catosthius, following him close, and forced him to take refuge in the monastery of the prophet Elias, which stands on an elevated peak of the mountains of Sagori, 8 leagues from Yanina. Dmitri had followed him and demanded the child. The Caloyers refused to give it up, and the cleft, roused to mad indignation, was now besieging and battering the monastery, to obtain by force this object of his newly awakened affections. At Yanina, Camaraz and Cyril collected their comrades, and departed to join their unconscious ally. He, more impetuous than a mountain stream or ocean's fiercest waves, struck terror into the hearts of the recluses by his ceaseless and dauntless attacks. To encourage them to further resistance, Catosthius, leaving the child behind in the monastery, departed for the nearest town of Sagori, to entreat its Belukbashi to come to their aid. The Sagorians are a mild, amiable, social people. They are gay, frank, clever. Their bravery is universally acknowledged, even by the more uncivilized mountaineers of Zumurchus. Yet robbery, murder, and other acts of violence are unknown among them. These good people were not a little indignant when they heard that a band of Arnauts was besieging and battering the sacred retreat of their favourite colloirs. They assembled in a gallant troop, and, taking Catosthius with them, hastened to drive the insolent clefts back to their ruder fastness. They came too late. At midnight, while the monks prayed fervently to be delivered from their enemies, Dimitri and his followers tore down their iron-plated door and entered the holy precincts. The proto-cleft strode up to the gates of the sanctuary and, placing his hand upon it, swore that he came to save, not to destroy. Constans saw him. With a cry of delight he disengaged himself from the colloyer who held him, and rushed into his arms. This was sufficient triumph. With assurance of sincere regret for having disturbed them, the cleft quitted the chapel, with his followers taking his prize with him. Catosthius returned some hours after, and so well did the traitor plead his cause with the kind Segorians, bewailing the fate of his little nephew among those evil men, that they offered to follow, and, superior as their numbers were, to rescue the boy from their destructive hands. Catosthius, delighted with the proposition, urged their immediate departure. At dawn, they began to climb the mountain summits, already trodden by the Zumurchians. Delighted with repossessing his little favourite, Dimitri placed him before him on his horse, and, followed by his comrades, made his way over the mountains, clothed with old Dodona's oaks, or, in higher summits, by dark gigantic pines. They proceeded for some hours, and, at length, dismounted to repose. The spot they chose was the depth of a dark ravine, whose gloom was increased by the broad shadows of dark elixirs, and entangled underwood, and a sprinkling of craggy, isolated rocks made it difficult for the horses to keep their footing. They dismounted, and sat by the little stream. Their simple fare was spread, and Dimitri enticed the boy to eat by 1,000 caresses. Suddenly, one of his men, set as a guard, brought intelligence that a troop of Segorians, with Catosthius as their guide, was advancing from the monastery of St. Elias, while another man gave the alarm of the approach of 6 or 8 well-armed Moriots, who were advancing on the road from Yanina. In a moment every sign of encampment had disappeared. The Arnauts began to climb the hills, getting under cover of the rocks and behind the large trunks of the forest trees, keeping concealed till their invaders should be in the very midst of them. Soon the Moriots appeared, turning round the defile in a path that only allowed them to proceed 2 by 2. They were unaware of the danger, and walked carelessly, until a shot that whizzed over the head of one, striking the bough of a tree, recalled them from their security. The Greeks, accustomed to the same mode of warfare, betook themselves also to the safeguards of the rocks, firing from behind them, striving with their adversaries which should get to the most elevated station, jumping from crag to crag, and dropping down and firing as quickly as they could load. One old man alone remained on the pathway. A mariner, Cameraz, had often encountered the enemy on the deck of his cake, and would still have rushed foremost at a boarding, but this warfare required too much activity. Cyril called on him to shelter himself beneath a low, broad stone. The Mainote waved his hand. "Fear not for me," he cried. "I know how to die." The brave love the brave. Dimitri saw the old man stand, unflinching, a mark for all the balls, and he started from behind his rocky screen, calling on his men to cease. Then, addressing his enemy, he cried, "Who art thou? Wherefore art thou here? If ye come in peace, proceed on your way. Answer, and fear not." The old man drew himself up, saying, "I am a Mainote, and cannot fear. All Hellas tremble before the pirates of Cape Matapan, and I am one of these. I do not come in peace. Behold, you have in your arms the cause of our dissension. I am the grandsire of that child. Give him to me. Dimitri, had he held a snake which he felt awakening in his bosom, could not so suddenly have changed his cheer. The offspring of a Mainote! He relaxed his grasp. Constans would have fallen had he not clung to his neck. Meanwhile, each party had descended from their rocky station, and were grouped together in the pathway below. Dimitri tore the child from his neck. He felt as if he could, with savage delight, dash him down the precipice, when, as he paused and trembled from excess of passion, Catosthius and the foremost Segorians came down upon them. "Stand!" cried the infuriated Arnaut. "Behold Catosthius! Behold, friend, whom I, driven by the resistless fates, and wickedly forswore, I now perform thy wish. The Mainote child dies. The son of the accursed race shall be the victim of my just revenge." Cyril, in a transport of fear, rushed up the rock. He levelled his musket, but he feared to sacrifice his child. The old Mainote, less timid and more desperate, took a steady aim. Dimitri saw the act, and hurled the dagger, already raised against the child, at him. It entered his side, while Constans, feeling his late protector's grasp relax, sprang from it into his father's arms. Camaraz had fallen, yet his wound was slight. He saw the Arnauts and Segorians close around him. He saw his own followers made prisoners. Dimitri and Catosthius had both thrown themselves upon Cyril, struggling to repossess themselves of the screaming boy. The Mainote raised himself. He was feeble of limb, but his heart was strong. He threw himself before the father and child. He caught the upraised arm of Dimitri. "On me!" he cried. "Fall thy vengeance, I of the evil race! For the child, he is innocent of such parentage. Maynard cannot boast him for a son." "Man of lies!" commenced the infuriated Arnaut. "This falsehood shall not stead thee." "Nay, but the souls of those you have loved listen," continued Camaraz, "and if I make not my good words, may I and my children die. The boy's father is a Corinthian, his mother a Sciote girl." "Scio!" The very word made the blood recede to Dimitri's heart. "Villain!" he cried, dashing aside Catosthius's arm, which was raised against poor Constans. "I guard this child, dare not to injure him. Speak, old man, and fear not, so that thou speakest the truth." 15 years ago," said Camaraz, "I hovered with my cake, in search of prey, and on the coast of Scio a cottage stood on the borders of a chestnut wood. It was the habitation of the widow of a wealthy islander. She dwelt in it with her only daughter, married to an Albanian, then absent. The good woman was reported to have concealed treasure in her house. The girl herself would be rich spoil. It was an adventure worth the risk. We ran our vessel up a shady creek, and, on the going down of the moon, landed, stealing under the covert of night towards the lonely abode of these women." Dimitri grasped at his dagger's hilt. It was no longer there. He half drew a pistol from his girdle. Little Constans, again confiding in his former friend, stretched out his hands and clung to his arm. The cleft looked upon him, half yielded to his desire to embrace him, half feared to be deceived. So he turned away, throwing his capote over his face, veiling his anguish, controlling his emotions, till all should be told. Camaraz continued. "It became a worse tragedy than I contemplated. The girl had a child. She feared for its life, and struggled with the men like a tigress defending her young. I was in another room seeking for the hidden store, when a piercing shriek rent the air. I never knew what compassion was before. This cry went to my heart, but it was too late. The poor girl had sunk to the ground, the life tide oozing from her bosom. I know not why, but I turned woman in my regret for the slain beauty. I meant to have carried her and her child on board, to see if aught could be done to save her, but she died ere we left the shore. I thought she would like her island grave best, and truly feared she might turn vampire to haunt me did I carry her away. So we left her corpse for the priests to bury, and carried off the child, then about 2 years old. She could say few words except her own name. That was Zella. She is the mother of this boy. A succession of arrivals in the Bay of Cardamila had kept poor Zella watching for many nights. Her attendant had, in despair of ever seeing her asleep again, drugged with opium the few cakes she persuaded her to eat. But the poor woman did not calculate on the power of mind over body, of love over every enemy, physical or moral, arrayed against it. Zella lay on her couch, her spirit somewhat subdued, but her heart alive, her eyes unclosed. In the night, led by some unexplained impulse, she crawled to her lattice and saw a little sarcavella enter the bay. It ran in swiftly, under favour of the wind, and was lost to her sight under a jutting crag. Lightly she trod the marble floor of her chamber. She drew a large shawl close around her. She descended the rocky pathway and reached with swift steps the beach. Still the vessel was invisible, and she was half inclined to think that it was the offspring of her excited imagination. Yet she lingered. She felt a sickness at her very heart whenever she attempted to move, and her eyelids weighed down in spite of herself. The desire to sleep became irresistible. She lay down on the shingles, reposed her head on the cold, hard pillow, folded her shawl still closer, and gave herself up to forgetfulness. So profoundly did she slumber under the influence of the opiate, that for many hours she was insensible of any change in her situation. By degrees only she awoke. By degrees only she became aware of the objects around her. The breeze felt fresh and free. So was it ever on the wave-beaten coast. The waters rippled near. Their dash had been in her ears as she yielded to repose. But this was not her stony couch. That canopy not the dark overhanging cliff. Suddenly she lifted her head. She was on the deck of a small vessel which was skimming swiftly over the ocean waves. A cloak of sables pillowed her head. The shores of Cape Matapan were to her left, and they steered right towards the noonday sun. Wonder rather than fear possessed her. With a quick hand she drew aside the sail that veiled her from the crew. The dreaded Albanian was sitting close at her side, her Constance cradled in his arms. She uttered a cry. Cyril turned around, and in a moment she was folded in his embrace. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Davis. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The Dream. Chi dice mal d'amor, dice una falsità. Italian Song. The time of the occurrence of the little legend about to be narrated was that of the commencement of the reign of Henry IV of France, whose accession and conversion, while they brought peace to the kingdom, whose throne he ascended, were inadequate to heal the deep wounds mutually inflicted by the inimical parties. Private feuds and the memory of mortal injuries existed between those now apparently united, and often did the hands that had clasped each other in seeming friendly greeting, involuntarily, as the grasp was released, clasp the dagger's hilt as fitter spokesman to their passions than the words of courtesy that had just fallen from their lips. Many of the fiercer Catholics retreated to their distant provinces, and while they concealed in solitude their rankling discontent, not less keenly did they long for the day when they might show it openly. In a large and fortified chateau built on a rugged steep overlooking the Loire, not far from the town of Nantes, dwelt the last of her race and the heiress of their fortunes, the young and beautiful Countess de Villeneuve. She had spent the preceding year in complete solitude in her secluded abode, and the mourning she wore for a father and 2 brothers, the victims of the civil wars, was a graceful and good reason why she did not appear at court and mingle with its festivities. But the orphan countess inherited a high name and broad lands, and it was soon signified to her that the king, her guardian, desired that she should bestow them, together with her hand, upon some noble whose birth and accomplishments should entitle him to the gift. Constance, in reply, expressed her intention of taking vows and retiring to a convent. The king earnestly and resolutely forbade this act, believing such an idea to be the result of sensibility overwrought by sorrow, and relying on the hope that, after a time, the genial spirit of youth would break through this cloud. A year passed, and still the countess persisted, and at last Henry, unwilling to exercise compulsion, desirous too of judging for himself of the motives that led one so beautiful, young, and gifted with fortune's favors to desire to bury herself in a cloister, announced his intention, now that the period of her mourning was expired, of visiting her chateau. And if he brought not with him, the monarch said, inducement sufficient to change her design, he would yield his consent to its fulfillment. Many a sad hour had Constance passed, many a day of tears, and many a night of restless misery. She had closed her gates against every visitant, and, like the Lady Olivia in Twelfth Night, vowed herself to loneliness and weeping. Mistress of herself, she easily silenced the entreaties and remonstrances of underlings, and nursed her grief as it had been the thing she loved. Yet it was too keen, too bitter, too burning, to be a favored guest. In fact, Constance, young, ardent, and vivacious, battled with it, struggled, and longed to cast it off. But all that was joyful in itself, or fair in outward show, only served to renew it, and she could best support the burden of her sorrow with patience when, yielding to it, it oppressed but did not torture her. Constance had left the castle to wander in the neighboring grounds. Lofty and extensive as were the apartments of her abode, she felt pent up within their walls, beneath their fretted roofs. The spreading uplands and the antique wood, associated to her with every dear recollection of her past life, enticed her to spend hours and days beneath their leafy coverts. The motion and change, eternally working, as the wind stirred among the boughs, or the journeying sun rained its beams through them, soothed and called her out of that dull sorrow which clutched her heart with so unrelenting a pang beneath her castle roof. There was one spot on the verge of the well-wooded park, one nook of ground whence she could discern the country extended beyond, yet which was, in itself, thick-set with tall umbrageous trees, a spot which she had forsworn, yet whither unconsciously her steps for ever tended, and where now again, for the 20th time that day, she had unaware found herself. She sat upon a grassy mound, and looked wistfully on the flowers she had herself planted to adorn the verdurous recess. To her the temple of memory and love. She held the letter from the king, which was the parent to her of so much despair. Dejection sat upon her features, and her gentle heart asked fate why, so young, unprotected, and forsaken, she should have to struggle with this new form of wretchedness. But I ask, she thought, to live in my father's halls, in the spot familiar to my infancy, to water with my frequent tears the graves of those I loved. And here in these woods, where such a mad dream of happiness was mine, to celebrate forever the obsequies of hope. A rustling among the boughs now met her ear. Her heart beat quick. All again was still. Foolish girl, she half muttered, dupe of thine own passionate fancy. Because here we met, because seated here I have expected, and sounds like these have announced, his dear approach. So now every coney as it stirs, and every bird as it awakens silence, speaks of him. O Gaspar, mine once, never again will this beloved spot be made glad by thee. Never more. Again the bushes were stirred, and footsteps were heard in the brake. She rose. Her heart beat high. It must be that silly Manon, with her impertinent entreaties for her to return. But the steps were firmer and slower than would be those of her waiting woman. And now, emerging from the shade, she too plainly discerned the intruder. Her first impulse was to fly, but once again to see him, to hear his voice. Once again, before she placed eternal vows between them, to stand together and find the wide chasm filled which absence had made, could not injure the dead, and would soften the fatal sorrow that made her cheek so pale. And now he was before her, the same beloved one with whom she had exchanged vows of constancy. He, like her, seemed sad, nor could she resist the imploring glance that entreated her for one moment to remain. I come, lady, said the young knight, without a hope to bend your inflexible will. I come but once again to see you, and to bid you farewell before I depart for the Holy Land. I come to beseech you not to immure yourself in the dark cloister to avoid one as hateful as myself. One you will never see more. Whether I die or live, France and I are parted forever. That were fearful, were it true, said Constance, but King Henry will never so lose his favourite cavalier. The throne you helped to build, you still will guard. Nay, as I ever had power over thought of thine, go not to Palestine. One word of yours could detain me, one smile, Constance, and the youthful lover knelt before her, but her harsher purpose was recalled by the image once so dear and familiar, now so strange and so forbidden. Linger no longer here, she cried. No smile, no word of mine will ever again be yours. Why are you here? Here, where the spirits of the dead wander and, claiming these shades as their own, curse the false girl who permits their murderer to disturb their sacred repose. When love was young and you were kind, replied the knight, you taught me to thread the intricacies of these woods. You welcomed me to this dear spot, where once you vowed to be my own, even beneath these ancient trees. A wicked sin it was, said Constance, to unbar my father's doors to the son of his enemy, and dearly is it punished. The young knight gained courage as she spoke, yet he dared not move lest she, who, every instant, appeared ready to take flight, should be startled from her momentary tranquillity. But he slowly replied, Those were happy days, Constance, full of terror and deep joy, when evening brought me to your feet, and while hate and vengeance were as its atmosphere to yonder frowning castle, this leafy, starlit bower was the shrine of love. Happy? Miserable days, echoed Constance, when I imagined good could arise from failing in my duty, and that disobedience would be rewarded of God. Speak not of love, Gaspar. A sea of blood divides us forever. Approach me not. The dead and the beloved stand even now between us. Their pale shadows warn me of my fault, and menace me for listening to their murderer. That I am not, exclaimed the youth. Behold, Constance, we are each the last of our race. Death has dealt cruelly with us, and we are alone. It was not so when we first loved, when parent, kinsman, brother, nay, my own mother breathed curses on the house of Villeneuve, and in spite of all I blessed it. I saw thee, my lovely one, and blessed it. The God of peace planted love in our hearts, and with mystery and secrecy we met during many a summer night in the moonlit dells. And when daylight was abroad, in this sweet recess we fled to avoid its scrutiny, and here, even here, where now I kneel in supplication, we both knelt and made our vows. Shall they be broken? Constance wept as her lover recalled the images of happy hours. Never, she exclaimed, oh, never. Thou knowest, or wilt soon know, Gaspar, the faith and resolves of one who dare not be yours. Was it for us to talk of love and happiness when war and hate and blood were raging around? The fleeting flowers our young hands strewed were trampled by the deadly encounter of mortal foes. By your father's hand mine died, and little boots it to know whether, as my brother swore and you deny, your hand did or did not deal the blow that destroyed him. You fought among those by whom he died. Say no more, no other word. It is impiety towards the unreposing dead to hear you. Go, Gaspar, forget me. Under the chivalrous and gallant Henry, your career may be glorious, and some fair girl will listen, as once I did, to your vows and be made happy by them. Farewell. May the Virgin bless you. In my cell and cloister home, I will not forget the best Christian lesson, to pray for our enemies. Gaspar, farewell. She glided hastily from the bower. With swift steps she threaded the glade and sought the castle. Once within the seclusion of her own apartment, she gave way to the burst of grief that tore her gentle bosom like a tempest. For hers was that worst sorrow which taints past joys, making remorse wait upon the memory of bliss, and linking love and fancied guilt in such fearful society as that of the tyrant when he bound a living body to a corpse. Suddenly, a thought darted into her mind. At first, she rejected it as puerile and superstitious, but it would not be driven away. She called hastily for her attendant. Manon, she said, didst thou ever sleep on St. Catherine's couch? Manon crossed herself. Heaven forfend! None ever did since I was born but two. One fell into the Loire and was drowned. The other only looked upon the narrow bed and returned to her own home without a word. It is an awful place. And if the votary have not led a pious and good life, woe betide the hour when she rests her head on the holy stone. Constance crossed herself also. As for our lives, it is only through our Lord and the blessed saints that we can, any of us, hope for righteousness. I will sleep on that couch tomorrow night. Dear my lady, and the king arrives tomorrow. The more need that I resolve. It cannot be that misery so intense should dwell in any heart, and no cure be found. I had hoped to be the bringer of peace to our houses. And is the good work to be for me a crown of thorns? Heaven shall direct me. I will rest tomorrow night on St. Catherine's bed, and if, as I have heard, the saint deigns to direct her votaries in dreams, I will be guided by her, and, believing that I act according to the dictates of heaven, I shall feel resigned even to the worst. The king was on his way to Nantes from Paris, and he slept this night at a castle but a few miles distant. Before dawn, a young cavalier was introduced into his chamber. The knight had a serious, nay, a sad aspect, and all beautiful as he was in feature and limb, looked wayworn and haggard. He stood silent in Henry's presence, who, alert and gay, turned his lively blue eyes upon his guest, saying gently, So thou foundest her obdurate, Gaspar? I found her resolved on our mutual misery. Alas, my liege, It is not, credit me, the last of my grief that Constance sacrifices her own happiness when she destroys mine. And thou believest that she will say nay to the villa chevalier whom we ourselves present to her? Oh, my liege, think not that thought. It cannot be. My heart deeply, most deeply thanks you for your generous condescension. But she whom her lover's voice in solitude, whose entreaties, when memory and seclusion aided the spell, could not persuade, will resist even your majesty's commands. She is bent upon entering a cloister, and I, so please you, will now take my leave. I am henceforth a soldier of the cross. Gaspar, said the monarch, I know a woman better than thou. It is not by submission nor tearful plaints that she is to be won. The death of her relatives naturally sits heavy at the young countess's heart, and nourishing in solitude her regret and her repentance, she fancies that heaven itself forbids your union. Let the voice of the world reach her, the voice of earthly power and earthly kindness, the one commanding, the other pleading, and both finding response in her own heart. And by my fay and the Holy Cross she will be yours. Let our plan still hold. And now to horse. The morning wears, and the sun is risen. The king arrived at the bishop's palace, and proceeded forthwith to Mass in the cathedral. A sumptuous dinner succeeded, and it was afternoon before the monarch proceeded through the town beside the Loire to where, a little above Nantes, the Château de Villeneuve was situated. The young countess received him at the gate. Henry looked in vain for the cheek blanched by misery, the aspect of downcast despair which he had been taught to expect. Her cheek was flushed, her manner animated, her voice scarce tremulous. She loves him not, thought Henry, or already her heart has consented. A collation was prepared for the monarch, and after some little hesitation, arising even from the cheerfulness of her mien, he mentioned the name of Gaspar. Constance blushed instead of turning pale, and replied very quickly, "Tomorrow, good, my liege. I ask for a respite, but until tomorrow, and will then be decided. Tomorrow I am vowed to God, or—" She looked confused, and the king, at once surprised and pleased, said, "Then you hate not young de Vaudemont. You forgive him for the inimical blood that warms his veins." "We are taught that we should forgive, that we should love our enemies," the countess replied, with some trepidation. "Now, by Saint Denis, that is a right welcome answer for the novice," said the king, laughing. "What ho, my faithful serving-man, Dan Apio, in disguise. Come forward. Thank your lady for her love." In such a disguise as had concealed him from all, the cavalier had hung behind and viewed with infinite surprise the demeanor and calm countenance of the lady. He could not hear her words, but was this even she whom he had seen trembling and weeping the evening before? This she whose very heart was torn by conflicting passion, who saw the pale ghosts of parent and kinsman stand between her and the lover whom more than her life she adored? It was a riddle hard to solve. The king's call was in unison with his impatience, and he sprang forward. He was at her feet, while she, still passion-driven, overwrought by the very calmness she had assumed, uttered one cry as she recognized him, and sank senseless on the floor. All this was very unintelligible. Even when her attendants had brought her to life, another fit succeeded, and then passionate floods of tears, while the monarch, waiting in the hall, eyeing the half-eaten collation, and humming some romance in commemoration of woman's waywardness, knew not how to reply to Vaudemont's look of bitter disappointment and anxiety. At length the countess' chief attendant came with an apology, Her lady was ill, very ill. The next day she would throw herself at the king's feet, at once to solicit his excuse and to disclose her purpose. Tomorrow again, tomorrow. Does tomorrow bear some charm, maiden? Said the king. Can you read us the riddle, pretty one? What strange tale belongs to tomorrow, that all rests on its advent? Manon colored, looked down, and hesitated. But Henry was no tyro in the art of enticing ladies' attendants to disclose their ladies' counsel. Manon was besides frightened by the Countess's scheme, on which she was still obstinately bent, and she was the more readily induced to betray it. To sleep in St. Catherine's bed, to rest on a narrow ledge overhanging the deep rapid Loire, and if, as was most probable, the luckless dreamer escaped from falling into it, to take the disturbed visions that such uneasy slumber might produce for the dictate of heaven, was a madness of which even Henry himself could scarcely deem any woman capable. But could Constance, her whose beauty was so highly intellectual, and whom he had heard perpetually praised for her strength of mind and talents, could she be so strangely infatuated? And can passion play such freaks with us, like death, leveling even the aristocracy of the soul, and bringing noble and peasant, the wise and foolish, under one thraldom? It was strange, yet she must have her way. That she hesitated in her decision was much, and it was to be hoped that St. Catherine would play no ill-natured part. Should it be otherwise, a purpose to be swayed by a dream might be influenced by other waking thoughts. To the more material kind of danger some safeguard should be brought. There is no feeling more awful than that which invades a weak human heart, bent upon gratifying its ungovernable impulses, in contradiction to the dictates of conscience. Forbidden pleasures are said to be the most agreeable, and it may be so to the rude natures, to those who love to struggle, combat, and contend, who find happiness in a fray, and joy in the conflict of passion. But softer and sweeter was the gentle spirit of Constance, and love and duty contending crushed and tortured her poor heart. To commit her conduct to the inspirations of religion, or, if it was so to be named, of superstition, was a blessed relief. The very perils that threatened her undertaking gave a zest to it. To dare for his sake was happiness. The very difficulty of the way that led to the completion of her wishes at once gratified her love and distracted her thoughts from her despair. Or, if it was decreed that she must sacrifice all, the risk of danger and of death were of trifling import in comparison with the anguish which would then be her portion forever. The night threatened to be stormy. The raging wind shook the casements, and the trees waved their huge, shadowy arms, as giants might in fantastic dance and mortal broil. Constance and Manon, unattended, quitted the chateau by a postern, and began to descend the hillside. The moon had not yet risen, and though the way was familiar to both, Manon tottered and trembled, while the Countess, drawing her silken cloak round her, walked with a firm step down the steep. They came to the river's side where a small boat was moored, and one man was in waiting. Constance stepped lightly in, and then aided her fearful companion. In a few moments they were in the middle of the stream. The warm, tempestuous, animating, equinoctial wind swept over them. For the first time since her morning, a thrill of pleasure swelled the bosom of Constance. She hailed the emotion with double joy. It cannot be, she thought, that heaven will forbid me to love one so brave, so generous, and so good as the noble Gaspar. Another I can never love, I shall die if divided from him. And this heart, these limbs, so alive with glowing sensation, are they already predestined to an early grave? Oh no, life speaks aloud within them. I shall live to love. Do not all things love? The winds as they whisper to the rushing waters, the waters as they kiss the flowery banks and speed to mingle with the sea. Heaven and earth are sustained by and live through love. And shall Constance alone, whose heart has ever been a deep, gushing, overflowing well of true affection, be compelled to set a stone upon the fount to lock it up forever? These thoughts bade fair for pleasant dreams, and perhaps the Countess, an adept in the blind god's lore, therefore indulged them more readily. But as thus she was engrossed by soft emotions, Manning caught her arm. "Lady, look," she cried. "It comes, yet the oars have no sound. Now the Virgin shield us. Would we were at home." A dark boat glided by them. 4 rowers, habited in black cloaks, pulled at oars which, as Manning said, gave no sound. Another sat at the helm. Like the rest, his person was veiled in a dark mantle, but he wore no cap, and though his face was turned from them, Constance recognized her lover. "Gaspar," she cried aloud, "dost thou live?" But the figure in the boat neither turned its head nor replied, and quickly it was lost in the shadowy waters. How changed now was the fair Countess's reverie. Already heaven had begun its spell, and unearthly forms were around. As she strained her eyes through the gloom, now she saw and now she lost view of the bark that occasioned her terror, and now it seemed that another was there, which held the spirits of the dead, and her father waved to her from shore, and her brothers frowned on her. Meanwhile, they neared the landing. Her bark was moored in a little cove, and Constance stood upon the bank. Now she trembled and half yielded to Manning's entreaty to return, till the unwise Souvant mentioned the king's and de Vaudemont's name, and spoke of the answer to be given tomorrow. What answer if she turned back from her intent? She now hurried forward up the broken ground of the bank, and then along its edge, till they came to a hill which abruptly hung over the tide. A small chapel stood near. With trembling fingers, the Countess drew forth the key and unlocked its door. They entered. It was dark, save that a little lamp, flickering in the wind, showed an uncertain light from before the figure of St. Catherine. The 2 women knelt. They prayed, and then rising with a cheerful assent, the Countess bade her attendant good night. She unlocked a little low iron door. It opened on a narrow cavern. The roar of waters was heard beyond. "Thou mayest not follow, my poor man," said Constance, "nor dost thou much desire. This adventure is for me alone." It was hardly fair to leave the trembling servant in the chapel alone, who had neither hope nor fear, nor love nor grief to beguile her. But in those days esquires and waiting women often played the part of subalterns in the army, gaining knocks and no fame. Besides, Manning was safe in holy ground. The Countess, meanwhile, pursued her way, groping in the dark through the narrow, tortuous passage. At length what seemed light to her long darkened sense gleamed on her. She reached an open cavern in the overhanging hill's side, looking over the rushing tide beneath. She looked out upon the night. The waters of the Loire were speeding, as since that day have they ever sped, changeful, yet the same. The heavens were thickly veiled with clouds, and the wind in the trees was as mournful and ill-omened as if it rushed round a murderer's tomb. Constance shuddered a little and looked upon her bed. A narrow ledge of earth and a moss-grown stone bordering on the very verge of the precipice. She doffed her mantle. Such was one of the conditions of the spell. She bowed her head and loosened the tresses of her dark hair. She bared her feet, and thus, fully prepared for suffering to the utmost the chill influence of the cold night, she stretched herself on the narrow couch that had scarce afforded room for her repose, and whence, if she moved in sleep, she must be precipitated into the cold waters below. At first it seemed to her as if she never should sleep again. No great wonder that exposure to the blast and her perilous position should forbid her eyelids to close. At length she fell into a reverie so soft and soothing that she wished even to watch, and then by degrees her senses became confused. And now she was on St. Catherine's bed, the Loire rushing beneath, and the wild wind sweeping by. And now, oh whither, and what dreams did the saint send to drive her to despair, or to bid her be blessed forever? Beneath the rugged hill, upon the dark tide, another watched, who feared 1,000 things, and scarce dared hope. He had meant to precede the lady on her way, but when he found that he had outstayed his time, with muffled oars and breathless haste he had shot by the bark that contained his Constance, nor even turned at her voice, fearful to incur her blame and her commands to return. He had seen her emerge from the passage, and shuddered as she leant over the cliff. He saw her step forth, clad as she was in white, and could mark her as she lay on the ledge, beetling above. What a vigil did the lovers keep! She given up to the visionary thoughts, he knowing, and the consciousness thrilled his bosom with strange emotion, that love, and love for him, had led her to that perilous couch, and that while dangers surrounded her in every shape, she was alive only to the small, still voice that whispered to her heart the dream which was to decide their destinies. She slept, perhaps, but he waked and watched, and night wore away as, now praying, now entranced by alternating hope and fear, he sat in his boat, his eyes fixed on the white garb of the slumberer above. Morning. Was it morning that struggled in the clouds? Would morning ever come to waken her? And had she slept? And what dreams of weal or woe had peopled her sleep? Gaspar grew impatient. He commanded his boatmen still to wait, and he sprang forward, intent on clambering the precipice. In vain they urged the danger, nay, the impossibility of the attempt. He clung to the rugged face of the hill and found footing where it would seem no footing was. The acclivity, indeed, was not high, the dangers of St. Catherine's bed arising from the likelihood that any one who slept on so narrow a couch would be precipitated into the waters beneath. Up the steep ascent Gaspar continued to toil, and at last reached the roots of a tree that grew near the summit. Aided by its branches, he made good his stand at the very extremity of the ledge, near the pillow on which lay the uncovered head of his beloved. Her hands were folded on her bosom. Her dark hair fell round her throat and pillowed her cheek. Her face was serene. Sleep was there in all its innocence and in all its helplessness. Every wilder emotion was hushed, and her bosom heaved in regular breathing. He could see her heart beat as it lifted her fair hands crossed above. No statue hewn of marble and monumental effigy was ever half so fair. and within that surpassing form dwelt a soul, true, tender, self-devoted, and affectionate as ever warmed a human breast. With what deep passion did Gaspar gaze, gathering hope from the placidity of her angel countenance. A smile wreathed her lips, and he too involuntarily smiled, as he hailed the happy omen, when suddenly her cheek was flushed, her bosom heaved, a tear stole from her dark lashes, and then a whole shower fell, as starting up she cried, "No, he shall not die. I will unloose his chains. I will save him." Gaspar's hand was there. He caught her light form ready to fall from the perilous couch. She opened her eyes and beheld her lover, who had watched over her dream of fate and who had saved her. Manon also had slept well, dreaming or not, and was startled in the morning to find that she waked surrounded by a crowd. The little desolate chapel was hung with tapestry, the altar adorned with golden chalices. The priest was chanting mass to a goodly array of kneeling knights. Manon saw that King Henry was there, and she looked for another whom she found not, when the iron door of the cavern passage opened, and Gaspar de Vaudemont entered from it, leading the fair form of Constance, who, in her white robes and dark dishevelled hair, with a face in which smiles and blushes contended with deeper emotion, approached the altar and, kneeling with her lover, pronounced the vows that united them forever. It was long before the happy Gaspar could win from his lady the secret of her dream. In spite of the happiness she now enjoyed, she had suffered too much not to look back even with terror to those days when she thought love a crime, and every event connected with them wore an awful aspect. Many a vision, she said, she had that fearful night. She had seen the spirits of her father and brothers in paradise. She had beheld Gaspar victoriously combating among the infidels, and had beheld him in King Henry's court, favored and beloved, and she herself now pining in a cloister, now a bride, now grateful to heaven for the full measure of bliss presented to her, now weeping away her sad days, till suddenly she thought herself in Paynim land, and the saint herself, Saint Catherine, guiding her unseen through the city of the infidels. She entered a palace, and beheld the miscreants rejoicing in victory, and then, descending to the dungeons beneath, they groped their way through damp vaults and low, mildewed passages to one cell, darker and more frightful than the rest. On the floor lay with one soiled and tattered garments, with unkempt locks and wild, matted beard. His cheek was worn and thin. His eyes had lost their fire. His form was a mere skeleton. The chains hung loosely on the fleshless bones. And was it my appearance in that attractive state and winning costume that softened the hard heart of Constance? Asked Gaspar, smiling at this painting of what would never be. Even so, replied Constance, for my heart whispered me that this was my doing. And who could recall the life that waned in your pulses? Who restore, save the destroyer? My heart never warmed to my living. Happy night, as then it did to his wasted image as it lay, in the visions of night, at my feet. A veil fell from my eyes. A darkness was dispelled from before me. Methought I then knew for the first time what life and what death was. I was bid believe that to make the living happy was not to injure the dead, and I felt how wicked and how vain was that false philosophy which placed virtue and good in hatred and unkindness. You should not die. I would loosen your chains and save you, and bid you live for love. I sprung forward, and the death I deprecated for you would, in my presumption, have been mine. Then, when I first felt the real value of life, but that your arm was there to save me, your dear voice to bid me be blessed forevermore. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele, Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The Mourner. We begin with a quotation by Moore. One fatal remembrance, one sorrow that throws its bleak shade alike o'er our joys and our woes, to which life nothing darker or brighter can bring, for which joy has no balm and affliction no sting. A gorgeous scene of kingly pride is the prospect now before us, the offspring of art, the nursling of nature. Where can the eye rest on a landscape more deliciously lovely than the fair expanse of Virginia water? Now an open mirror to the sky, now shaded by umbrageous banks, which wind into dark recesses or are rounded into soft promontories. Looking down on it, now that the sun is low in the west, the eye is dazzled, the soul oppressed by excess of beauty. Earth, water, air drink to overflowing the radiance that streams from yonder well of light. The foliage of the trees seems dripping with the golden flood, while the lake, filled with no earthly dew, appears but an embasoning of the sun-tinctured atmosphere. And trees and gay pavilion float in its depth, more dear, more distinct than their twins in the upper air. Nor is the scene silent. Strains more sweet than those that lull Venus to her balmy rest, more inspiring than the song of Tiresias, which awoke Alexander to the deed of ruin, more solemn than the chantings of Saint Cecilia, float along the waves and mingle with the lagging breeze which ruffles not the lake. Strange that a few dark scores should be the key to this fountain of sound, the unconscious link between unregarded noise and harmonies, which unclose paradise to our entranced senses. The sun touches the extreme boundary, and a softer, milder light mingles a roseate tinge with the fiery glow. Our boat has floated long on the broad expanse. Now let it approach the umbrageous bank. The green tresses of the graceful willow dip into the waters, which are checked by them into a ripple. The startled teal dart from their recess, skimming the waves with splashing wing. The stately swans float onward, while innumerable waterfowl cluster together out of the way of the oars. The twilight is blotted by no dark shades. It is one subdued, equal receding of the great tide of day. We may disembark and wander yet amid the glades, long before the thickening shadows speak of night. The plantations are formed of every English tree, with an old oak or two standing out in the walks. There the glancing foliage obscures heaven as the silken texture of a veil a woman's lovely features. Beneath such fretwork we may indulge in light-hearted thoughts, or if sadder meditations lead us to seek darker shades, we may pass the cascade towards the large groves of pine with their vast undergrowth of laurel reaching up to the belvedere, or on the opposite side of the water sit under the shadow of a silver-stemmed birch, or beneath the leafy pavilions of those fine old beeches whose high fantastic roots seem formed in nature's sport, and the near jungle of sweet-smelling myrica leaves, no sense unvisited by pleasant ministration. Now, this splendid scene is reserved for our royal possessor, but in past years, while the lodge was called the Regent's Cottage, or before, when the under-ranger inhabited it, the mazy paths of Chapel Wood were open, and the iron gates enclosing the plantations and Virginia water were guarded by no Cerberus untamable by sops. It was here, on a summer spring evening, that Horace Neville and his two fair cousins floated idly on the placid lake, in that sweet mood when pleasant thoughts bring sad thoughts to the mind. Neville had been eloquent in praise of English scenery. In distant climes, he said, we may find landscapes grand in barbaric wildness, or rich in the luxuriant vegetation of the south, or sublime in alpine magnificence. We may lament, though it is ungrateful to say so on such a night as this, the want of a more genial sky. But where find scenery to be compared to the verdant, well-wooded, well-watered groves of our native land? The clustering cottages, shadowed by fine old elms, each garden blooming with early flowers, each lattice gay with geraniums and roses, the blue-eyed child devouring his white bread while he drives a cow to graze, the hedge redolent with summer blooms, the enclosed cornfields, seas of golden grain weltering in the breeze, the stile, the track across the meadow, leading through the copse, under which the path winds, and the meeting branches overhead, which give by their dimming tracery a cathedral-like solemnity to the scene. The river winding with sweet inland murmur, and as additional graces, spots like these, oases of taste, gardens of Eden, the works of wealth, which evince at once the greatest power and the greatest will to create beauty. And yet, continued Neville, it was with difficulty that I persuaded myself to reap the best fruits of my uncle's will, and to inhabit this spot, familiar to my boyhood, associated with unavailing regrets and recollected pain. Horace Neville was a man of birth, of wealth, but he could hardly be termed a man of the world. There was in his nature a gentleness, a sweetness, a winning sensibility, allied to talent and personal distinction, that gave weight to his simplest expressions and excited sympathy for all his emotions. His younger cousin, his junior by several years, was attached to him by the tenderest sentiments, secret long, but they were now betrothed to each other, a lovely, happy pair. She looked inquiringly, but he turned away. No more of this, he said, and giving a swifter impulse to the boat, they speedily reached the shore, landed, and walked through the long extent of Chapel Wood. It was dark night before they met their carriage at Bishopsgate. A week or two after, Horace received letters to call him to a distant part of the country. A few days before his departure, he requested his cousin to walk with him. They bent their steps across several meadows to old Windsor churchyard. At first he did not deviate from the usual path, and as they went they talked cheerfully, gaily. The beauteous sunny day might well exhilarate them. The dancing waves sped onwards at their feet. The country church lifted its rustic spire into the bright pure sky. There was nothing in their conversation that could induce his cousin to think that Neville had led her hither for any saddening purpose. But when they were about to quit the churchyard, Horace, as if he suddenly recollected himself, turned from the path, crossed the greensward, and paused beside a grave near the river. No stone was there to commemorate the being who reposed beneath. It was thickly grown with grass, starred by a luxuriant growth of humble daisies. A few dead leaves, a broken bramble twig, defaced its neatness. Neville removed these, and then said, "Juliet, I commit this sacred spot to your keeping while I am away." There is no monument, he continued, for her commands were implicitly obeyed by the two beings to whom she addressed them. One day another may lie near, and his name will be her epitaph. I do not mean myself, he said, half smiling at the terror his cousin's countenance expressed, but promise me, Juliet, to preserve this grave from every violation. I do not wish to sadden you by the story, yet if I have excited your interest, I will satisfy it, but not now, not here. It was not till the following day, when in company with her sister they again visited Virginia Water, that, seated under the shadow of its pines, whose melodious swinging in the wind breathed unearthly harmony, Neville, unasked, commenced his story. I was sent to Eton at 11 years of age. I will not dwell upon my sufferings there. I would hardly refer to them did they not make a part of my present narration. I was a fag to a hard taskmaster. Every labor he could invent, and the youthful tyrant was ingenious, he devised for my annoyance, early and late. I was forced to be in attendance, to the neglect of my school duties, so incurring punishment. There were worse things to bear than these. It was his delight to put me to shame, and finding that I had too much of my mother in my blood, to endeavor to compel me to acts of cruelty from which my nature revolted. I refused to obey. Speak of West Indian slavery? I hope things may be better now. In my days, the tender years of aristocratic childhood were yielded up to a capricious, unrelenting, cruel bondage, far beyond the measured despotism of Jamaica. One day, I had been 2 years at school and was nearly 13, my tyrant, I will give him no other name, issued a command, in the wantonness of power, for me to destroy a poor little bullfinch I had tamed and caged. In a hapless hour he found it in my room, and was indignant that I should dare to appropriate a single pleasure. I refused, stubbornly, dauntlessly, though the consequence of my disobedience was immediate and terrible. At this moment a message came from my tormentor's tutor. His father had arrived. "Well, old lad," he cried, "I shall pay you off some day." Seizing my pet at the same time, he wrung its neck, threw it at my feet, and with a laugh of derision quitted the room. Never before, never may I again feel the same swelling, boiling fury in my bursting heart, the sight of my nursling expiring at my feet, my desire of vengeance, my impotence, created a Vesuvius within me that no tears flowed to quench. Could I have acted my passion, it would have been less tortuous. It was so when I burst into a torrent of abuse and imprecation. My vocabulary, it must have been a choice collection, was supplied by him against whom it was leveled. But words were air. I desired to give more substantial proof of my resentment. I destroyed everything in the room belonging to him. I tore them to pieces. I stamped on them, crushed them with more than childish strength. My last act was to seize a timepiece on which my tyrant infinitely prided himself, and to dash it to the ground. The sight of this, as it lay shattered at my feet, recalled me to my senses, and something like an emotion of fear allayed the tumult in my heart. I began to meditate an escape. I got out of the house, ran down a lane and across some meadows, far out of bounds, above Eton. I was seen by an elder boy, a friend of my tormentor. He called to me, thinking at first that I was performing some errand for him, but seeing that I shirked, he repeated his "Come up!" in an authoritative voice. It put wings to my heels. He did not deem it necessary to pursue. But I grow tedious, my dear Juliet, enough that fears the most intense of punishment both from my masters and the upper boys made me resolve to run away. I reached the banks of the Thames, tied my clothes over my head, swam across and traversed several fields, entered Windsor Forest with a vague childish feeling of being able to hide myself forever in the unexplored obscurity of its immeasurable wilds. It was early autumn, the weather was mild, even warm. The forest oaks yet showed no signs of winter change, though the fern beneath wore a yellowy tinge. I got within Chapel Wood. I fed upon chestnuts and beechnuts. I continued to hide myself from the gamekeepers and woodmen. I lived thus 2 days. But chestnuts and beechnuts were sorry fare to a growing lad of 13 years old. A day's rain occurred, and I began to think myself the most unfortunate boy on record. I had a distant, obscure idea of starvation. I thought of the children in the wood, of their leafy shroud, gift of the pious robin. This brought my poor bullfinch to my mind, and tears streamed in torrents down my cheeks. I thought of my father and mother, of you, then my little baby cousin and playmate, and I cried with renewed fervor till, quite exhausted, I curled myself up under the huge oak among some dry leaves, the relics of 100 summers, and fell asleep. I ramble on in my narration as if I had a story to tell, yet I have little except a portrait, a sketch to present for your amusement or interest. When I awoke, the first object that met my opening eyes was a little foot, delicately clad in silk and soft kid. I looked up in dismay, expecting to behold some gaily dressed appendage to this indication of high-bred elegance, but I saw a girl, perhaps 17, simply clad in a dark cotton dress, her face shaded by a large, very coarse straw hat. She was pale even to marmoreal whiteness. Her chestnut-colored hair was parted in plain tresses across a brow which wore traces of extreme suffering. Her eyes were blue, full, large, melancholy, often even suffused with tears. But her mouth had an infantine sweetness and innocence in its expression that softened the otherwise sad expression of her countenance. She spoke to me. I was too hungry, too exhausted, too unhappy to resist her kindness, and gladly permitted her to lead me to her home. We passed out of the wood by some broken palings, on to Bishopgate's Heath, and after no long walk arrived at her habitation. It was a solitary, dreary-looking cottage. The palings were in disrepair, the garden waste, the lattices unadorned by flowers or creepers. Within, all was neat but sombre and even mean. The diminutiveness of the cottage requires an appearance of cheerfulness and elegance to make it pleasing. The bare floor, clean, it is true, the rush chairs, deal table, checkered curtains of this cot were beneath even a peasant's rusticity. Yet it was a dwelling of my lovely guide, whose little white hand, delicately gloved, contrasted with her unadorned attire, as did her gentle self, with the clumsy appurtenances of her too humble dwelling. Poor child! She had meant entirely to hide her origin, to degrade herself to a peasant's state, and little thought that she forever betrayed herself by the strangest incongruities. Thus the arrangements of her table were mean, her fare meagre for a hermit, but the linen was matchlessly fine. The wax lights stood in candlesticks, which a beggar would almost have disdained to own. But I talk of circumstances I observed afterwards. Then I was chiefly aware of the plentiful breakfast she caused her single attendant, a young girl, to place before me, and of the sweet, soothing voice of my hostess, which spoke a kindness with which lately I had been little conversant. When my hunger was appeased, she drew my story from me, encouraged me to write to my father, and kept me at her abode till after a few days I returned to school, pardoned. No long time elapsed before I got into the upper forms, and my woeful slavery ended. Whenever I was able, I visited my disguised nymph. I no longer associated with my schoolfellows. Their diversions, their pursuits appeared vulgar and stupid to me. I had but one object in view, to accomplish my lessons and to steal to the cottage of Ellen Burnett. Do not look grave, love. True, others as young as I was then have loved, and I might also, but not Ellen. Her profound, her intense melancholy, sister to despair, her serious, sad discourse, her mind, estranged from all worldly concerns, forbade that. But there was an enchantment in her sorrow, a fascination in her converse that lifted me above commonplace existence. She created a magic circle, which I entered as holy ground. It was not akin to heaven, for grief was the presiding spirit, but there was an exaltation of sentiment, an enthusiasm, a view beyond the grave, which made it unearthly, singular, wild, enthralling. You have often observed that I strangely differ from all other men. I mingle with them, make one in their occupations and diversions, but I have a portion of my being sacred from them. A living well, sealed up from their contamination, lies deep in my heart. It is of little use, but there it is. Ellen opened the spring, and it has flowed ever since. Of what did she talk? She recited no past adventures, alluded to no past intercourse with friend or relative. She spoke of the various woes that wait on humanity, on the intricate mazes of life, on the miseries of passion, of love, remorse, and death, and that which we may hope or fear beyond the tomb. She spoke of the sensation of wretchedness alive in her own broken heart, and then she grew fearfully eloquent, till, suddenly pausing, she reproached herself for making me familiar with such wordless misery. "I do you harm," she often said. "I unfit you for society. I have tried, seeing you thrown upon yonder distorted miniature of a bad world, to estrange you from the evil contagion. I fear that I shall be the cause of greater harm to you than could spring from association with your fellow creatures in the ordinary course of things. This is not well. Avoid the stricken deer." There were darker shades in the picture than those which I have already developed. Ellen was more miserable than the imagination of one like you, dear girl, unacquainted with woe, can portray. Sometimes she gave words to her despair. It was so great as to confuse the boundary between physical and mental sensation, and every pulsation of her heart was a throb of pain. She has suddenly broken off in talking of her sorrows with a cry of agony, bidding me leave her, hiding her face on her arms, shivering with the anguish some thought awoke. The idea that chiefly haunted her, though she earnestly endeavored to put it aside, was self-destruction. To snap the silver cord that bound together so much grace, wisdom, and sweetness, to rob the world of a creation made to be its ornament. Sometimes her piety checked her. Oftener a sense of unendurable suffering made her brood with pleasure over the dread resolve. She spoke of it to me as being wicked, yet I often fancied this was done rather to prevent her example from being of ill effect to me, than from any conviction that the Father of all would regard angrily the last act of his miserable child. Once she had prepared the mortal beverage. It was on the table before her when I entered. She did not deny its nature. She did not attempt to justify herself. She only besought me not to hate her, and to soothe by my kindness her last moments. "I cannot live," was all her explanation, all her excuse, and it was spoken with such fervent wretchedness that it seemed wrong to attempt to persuade her to prolong the sense of pain. I did not act like a boy. I wonder I did not. I made one simple request, to which she instantly acceded, that she should walk with me to this belvedere. It was a glorious sunset. Beauty and the spirit of love breathed in the wind and hovered over the softened hues of the landscape. "Look, Ellen," I cried. "If only such loveliness of nature existed, it were worth living for." True, if a latent feeling did not blot this glorious scene with murky shadows. Beauty is as we see it. My eyes view all things deformed and evil. She closed them as she said this, but young and sensitive, the visitings of the soft breeze already began to minister consolation. "Dearest Ellen," I continued, "what do I not owe to you? I am your boy, your pupil. I might have gone on blindly as others do, but you opened my eyes. You have given me a sense of the just, the good, the beautiful. And you have done this merely for my misfortune? If you leave me, what can become of me?" The last words came from my heart, and tears gushed from my eyes. "Do not leave me, Ellen," I said. "I cannot live without you, and I cannot die, for I have a mother, a father." She turned quickly round, saying, "You are blessed sufficiently." Her voice struck me as unnatural. She grew deadly pale as she spoke, and was obliged to sit down. Still I clung to her, prayed, cried, till she, I had never seen her shed a tear before, burst into passionate weeping. After this she seemed to forget her resolve. We returned by moonlight, and our talk was even more calm and cheerful than usual. when in her cottage I poured away the fatal draught. Her good night bore with it no traces of her late agitation, and the next day she said, I have thoughtlessly, even wickedly, created a new duty to myself, even at a time when I had forsworn all. But I will be true to it. Pardon me for making you familiar with emotions and scenes so dire. I will behave better. I will preserve myself if I can, till the link between us is loosened or broken, and I am free again. One little incident alone occurred during our intercourse that appeared at all to connect her with the world. Sometimes I brought her a newspaper, for those were stirring times, and though before I knew her she had forgotten all except the world her own heart enclosed, yet to please me she would talk of Napoleon, Russia, from whence the emperor now returned overthrown, and the prospect of his final defeat. The paper lay one day on her table. Some words caught her eye. She bent eagerly down to read them, and her bosom heaved with violent palpitation. But she subdued herself, and after a few moments told me to take the paper away. Then, indeed, I did feel an emotion of even impertinent inquisitiveness. I found nothing to satisfy it, though afterwards I became aware that it contained a singular advertisement, saying, quote, if these lines meet the eye of any one of the passengers who were on board the St. Mary, bound for Liverpool from Barbados, which sailed on the 3rd of last May and was destroyed by fire in the high seas, a part of the crew only having been saved by His Majesty's frigate, the Bellerophon, they are entreated to communicate with the advertiser, and if any one be acquainted with the particulars of the Honourable Miss Eversham's fate and present abode, they are earnestly requested to disclose them, directing to L.E. Stratton Street, Park Lane. It was after this event, as winter came on, that symptoms of decided ill health declared themselves in the delicate frame of my poor Ellen. I have often suspected that without positively attempting her life, she did many things that tended to abridge it and to produce mortal disease. Now, when really ill, she refused all medical attendance, but she got better again, and I thought her nearly well when I saw her for the last time before going home for the Christmas holidays. Her manner was full of affection. She relied, she said, on the continuation of my friendship. She made me promise never to forget her, though she refused to write to me, and forbade any letters from me. Even now I see her standing at her humble doorway. If an appearance of illness and suffering can ever be termed lovely, it was in her. Still, she was to be viewed as the wreck of beauty. What must she not have been in happier days, with her angel expression of face, her nymph-like figure, her voice whose tones were music. So young, so lost, was the sentiment that burst even from me, a young lad, as I waved my hand to her as a last adieu. She hardly looked more than 15, but none can doubt that her very soul was impressed by the sad lines of sorrow that rested so unceasingly on her fair brow. Away from her, her figure forever floated before my eyes. I put my hands before them. Still she was there. My day, my night dreams were filled by my recollections of her. During the winter holidays, on a fine soft day, I went out to hunt. You, dear Juliet, will remember the sad catastrophe. I fell and broke my leg. The only person who saw me fall was a young man who rode one of the most beautiful horses I ever saw, and I believe it was by watching him as he took a leap that I incurred my disaster. He dismounted and was at my side in a minute. My own animal had fled. He called his. It obeyed his voice. With ease he lifted my light figure on the saddle, contriving to support my leg, and so conducted me a short distance to a lodge situated in the woody recesses of Elmore Park, the seat of the Earl of D., whose second son my preserver was. He was my sole nurse for a day or two, and during the whole of my illness passed many hours of each day by my bedside. As I lay gazing on him while he read to me or talked, narrating 1,000 stranger adventures which had occurred during his service in the peninsula, I thought, is it forever to be my fate to fall in with the highly gifted and excessively unhappy. The immediate neighbor of Lewis's family was Lord Eversham. He had married in very early youth and became a widower young. After this misfortune, which passed like a deadly blight over his prospects and possessions, leaving the gay view utterly sterile and bare, he left his surviving infant daughter under the care of Lewis's mother and travelled for many years in far distant lands. He returned when Clarice was about 10, a lovely, sweet child, the pride and delight of all connected with her. Lord Eversham, on his return, was then hardly more than 30, devoted himself to her education. They were never separate. He was a good musician, and she became a proficient under his tutoring. They rode, walked, read together. When a father is all that a father may be, the sentiments of filial piety, entire dependence, and perfect confidence being united, the love of a daughter is one of the deepest and strongest, as it is the purest passion of which our natures are capable. Clarice worshipped her parent, who came during the transition from mere childhood to the period where reflection and observation awaken, to adorn a commonplace existence with all the brilliant adjuncts which enlightened and devoted affection can bestow. He appeared to her like an especial gift of Providence, a guardian angel, but far dearer as being akin to her own nature. She grew under his eye in loveliness and refinement, both of intellect and heart. These feelings were not divided, almost strengthened by the engagement that had taken place between her and Lewis. Lewis was destined for the army, and after a few years' service they were to be united. It is hard when all is fair and tranquil, when the world, opening before the ardent gaze of youth, looks like a well-kept demesne, unencumbered by let or hindrance for the annoyance of the young traveller, that we should voluntarily stray into desert wilds and tempest-visited districts. Lewis Elmore was ordered to Spain, and at the same time Lord Eversham found it necessary to visit some estates he possessed in Barbados. He was not sorry to revisit a scene which had dwelt in his memory as an earthly paradise, nor to show to his daughter a new and strange world, so to form her understanding and enlarge her mind. They were to return in 3 months, and departed as on a summer tour. Clarice was glad that while her lover gathered experience and knowledge in a distant land, she should not remain in idleness. She was glad that there would be some diversion for her anxiety during his perilous absence, and in every way she enjoyed the idea of travelling with her beloved father, who would fill every hour and adorn every new scene with pleasure and delight. They sailed. Clarice wrote home with enthusiastic expressions of rapture and delight from Madeira, yet without her father, she said, the fair scene had been blank to her. More than half her letter was filled with the expressions of her gratitude and affection for her adored and revered parent, while he, in his, with fewer words perhaps, but with no less energy, spoke of his satisfaction in her improvement, his pride in her beauty, and his grateful sense of her love and kindness. Such were they, a matchless example of happiness in the dearest connection in life, as resulting from the exercise of their reciprocal duties and affections. A father and daughter, the one all care, gentleness, and sympathy, consecrating his life for her happiness, the other fond, duteous, grateful, such had they been, and where were they now? The noble, kind, respected parent, and the beloved and loving child? They had departed from England as on a pleasure voyage down an island stream, but the ruthless car of destiny had overtaken them on their unsuspecting way, crushing them under its heavy wheels, scattering love, hope, and joy as the bellowing avalanche overwhelms and grinds to mere spray the streamlet of the valley. They were gone, but whither? Mystery hung over the fate of the most helpless victim, and my friend's anxiety was to penetrate the clouds that hid poor Clarice from his sight. After an absence of a few months, they had written, fixing their departure into St. Mary, to sail from Barbados in a few days. Lewis, at the same time, returned from Spain. He was invalided in his very first action by a bad wound in his side. He arrived, and each day expected to hear of the landing of his friends, when that common messenger, the newspaper, brought him tidings to fill him with more than anxiety, with fear and agonizing doubt. The St. Mary had caught fire and had burned in the open sea. A frigate, the Bellerophon, had saved a part of the crew. In spite of illness and a physician's commands, Lewis set out the same day for London to ascertain as speedily as possible the fate of her he loved. There he heard that the frigate was expected in the Downs. Without alighting from his travelling chaise, he posted thither, arriving in a burning fever. He went on board, saw the commander, and spoke with the crew. They could give him few particulars as to whom they had saved. They had touched at Liverpool and left there most of the persons, including all the passengers rescued from the St. Mary. Physical suffering for a while disabled Mr. Elmore. He was confined by his wound and consequent fever, and only recovered to give himself up to his exertions to discover the fate of his friends. They did not appear nor write, and all Lewis's inquiries only tended to confirm his worst fears. Yet still he hoped, and still continued indefatigable in his perquisitions. He visited Liverpool and Ireland, whither some of the passengers had gone, and learnt only scattered, incongruous details of the fearful tragedy, that told nothing of Miss Eversham's present abode, though much that confirmed his suspicion that she still lived. The fire on board the St. Mary had raged long and fearfully before the Bellerophon hove in sight, and boats came off for the rescue of the crew. The women were to be first embarked, but Clarice clung to her father and refused to go till he should accompany her. Some fearful presentiment that if she were saved he would remain and die gave such energy to her resolve that not the entreaties of her father nor the angry expostulations of the captain could shake it. Lewis saw this man after the lapse of 2 or 3 months, and he threw most light on the dark scene. He well remembered that, transported with anger by her obstinacy, he had said to her, "You will cause your father's death, and be as much a parricide as if you put poison into his cup. You are not the first girl who has murdered her father in her wilful mood." Still Clarice passionately refused to go. There was no time for long parley. The point was yielded, and she remained pale but firm near her parent, whose arm was around her, supporting her during the awful interval. It was no period for regular action and calm order. The tempest was rising. The scorching waves blew this way and that, making a fearful day of the night which veiled all except the burning ship. The boats returned with difficulty, and one only could contrive to approach. It was nearly full. Lord Eversham and his daughter advanced to the deck's edge to get in. "We can only take one of you," vociferated the sailors. "Keep back on your life. Throw the girl to us. We will come back for you if we can." Lord Eversham cast with a strong arm his daughter, who had now entirely lost her self-possession, into the boat. She was alive again in a minute. She called to her father, held out her arms to him, and would have thrown herself into the sea, but was held back by the sailors. Meanwhile, Lord Eversham, feeling that no boat could again approach the lost vessel, contrived to heave a spar overboard, and threw himself into the sea, clinging to it. The boat, tossed by the huge waves, with difficulty made its way to the frigate, and as it rose from the trough of the sea, Clarice saw her father struggling with his fate, battling with the death that at last became the victor. The spar floated by, his arms had fallen from it. Were those his pallid features? She neither wept nor fainted, but her limbs grew rigid, her face colorless, and she was lifted as a log onto the deck of the frigate. The captain allowed that on her homeward voyage the people had rather a horror of her as having caused her father's death. Her own servants had perished. Few people remembered who she was, but they talked together with no careful voices as they passed her, and 100 times she must have heard herself accused of having destroyed her parent. She spoke to no one, or only in brief reply when addressed, to avoid the rough remonstrances of those around. She appeared at table, ate as well as she could, but there was a settled wretchedness in her face that never changed. When they landed at Liverpool, the captain conducted her to an hotel. He left her, meaning to return, but an opportunity of sailing that night for the Downs occurred, of which he availed himself, without again visiting her. He knew, he said, and truly, that she was in her native country, where she had but to write a letter, to gather crowds of friends about her. And where can greater civility be found than at an English hotel, if it is known that you are perfectly able to pay your bill? This was all that Mr. Elmore could learn, and it took many months to gather together these few particulars. He went to the hotel at Liverpool. It seemed that as soon as there appeared some hope of rescue from the frigate, Lord Eversham had given his pocket-book to his daughter's care, containing bills on the banking house at Liverpool to the amount of a few £100. On the second day after Clarice's arrival there, she had sent for the master of the hotel and showed him these. He got the cash for her, and the next day she quitted Liverpool in a little coasting vessel. In vain Lewis endeavoured to trace her. Apparently she had crossed to Ireland, but whatever she had done, wherever she had gone, she had taken infinite pains to conceal herself, and all due was speedily lost. Lewis had not yet despaired. He was even now perpetually making journeys, sending emissaries, employing every possible means for her discovery. From the moment he told me this story, we talked of nothing else. I became deeply interested, and we ceaselessly discussed the probabilities of the case and where she might be concealed. That she did not meditate suicide was evident from her having possessed herself of money, yet unused to the world, young, lovely, and inexperienced, what could be her plan? What might not have been her fate? Meanwhile, I continued for nearly 3 months, confined by the fracture of my limb. Before the lapse of that time, I had begun to crawl about the ground, and now I considered myself as nearly recovered. It had been settled that I should not return to Eton, but be entered at Oxford, and this leap from boyhood to man's estate elated me considerably. Yet still I thought of my poor Ellen, and was angry at her obstinate silence. Once or twice I had, disobeying her command, written to her, mentioning my accident and the kind attentions of Mr. Elmore. Still she wrote not, and I began to fear that her illness might have had a fatal termination. She had made me vow so solemnly never to mention her name, never to inquire about her during my absence, that, considering obedience the first duty of a young, inexperienced boy to one older than himself, I resisted each suggestion of my affection or my fears to transgress her orders. And now spring came, with its gift of opening buds, odoriferous flowers, and sunny, genial days. I returned home and found my family on the eve of their departure for London. My long confinement had weakened me. It was deemed inadvisable for me to encounter the bad air and fatigues of the metropolis, and I remained to rusticate. I rode and hunted and thought of Ellen, missing the excitement of her conversation and feeling a vacancy in my heart which she had filled. I began to think of riding across the country from Shropshire to Berks for the purpose of seeing her. The whole landscape haunted my imagination, the fields round Eton, the silver Thames, the majestic forest, this lovely scene of Virginia water, the heath and her desolate cottage, she herself pale, slightly bending from weakness of health, awakening from dark abstraction, to bestow on me a kind smile of welcome. It grew into a passionate desire of my heart to behold her, to cheer her as I might by some affectionate attentions, to hear her, and to hang upon her accents of inconsolable despair, as if it had been celestial harmony. As I meditated on these things, a voice seemed forever to repeat, "Now go, or it will be too late," while another yet more mournful tone responded, "You can never see her more." I was occupied by these thoughts, as on a summer moonlight night I loitered in the shrubbery, unable to quit a scene of entrancing beauty, when I was startled at hearing myself called by Mr. Elmore. He came on his way to the coast. He had received a letter from Ireland, which made him think that Miss Eversham was residing near Enniscorthy. A strange place for her to select, but as concealment was evidently her object, not an improbable one. Yet his hopes were not high. On the contrary, he performed this journey more from the resolve to leave nothing undone than in expectation of a happy result. He asked me if I would accompany him. I was delighted with the offer, and we departed together on the following morning. We arrived at Milford Haven, where we were to take our passage. The packet was to sail early in the morning. We walked on the beach and beguiled the time by talk. I had never mentioned Ellen to Louis. I felt now strongly inclined to break my vow and to relate my whole adventure with her, but restrained myself, and we spoke only of the unhappy Clarice, of the despair that must have been hers, of her remorse and unavailing regret. We retired to rest, and early in the morning I was called to prepare for going on board. I got ready and then knocked at Louis's door. He admitted me, for he was dressed, though a few of his things were still unpacked and scattered about the room. The morocco case of a miniature was on his table. I took it up. "Did I never show you that?" said Elmore. "Poor dear Clarice, she was very happy when that was painted." I opened it. Rich, luxuriant curls clustered on her brow and the snow-white throat. There was a light zephyr appearance in the figure, an expression of unalloyed, exuberant happiness in the countenance. But those large dove's eyes, the innocence that dwelt on her mouth, could not be mistaken, and the name of Ellen Burnett burst from my lips. There was no doubt. Why had I ever doubted? The thing was so plain. Who but the survivor of such a parent, and she the apparent cause of his death, could be so miserable as Ellen? A torrent of explanation followed, and 1,000 minute circumstances, forgotten before, now assured us that my sad hermitess was the beloved of Elmore. No more sea voyage, not a second of delay. Our chaise, the horses' heads tamed to the east, rolled on with lightning rapidity, yet far too slowly to satisfy our impatience. It was not until we arrived at Worcester that the tide of expectation, flowing all one way, ebbed. Suddenly, even while I was telling Elmore some anecdote to prove that in spite of all she would be accessible to consolation, I remembered her ill health and my fears. Louis saw the change my countenance underwent. For some time I could not command my voice, and when at last I spoke, my gloomy anticipations passed like an electric shock into my friend's soul. When we arrived at Oxford, we halted for an hour or two, unable to proceed. Yet we did not converse on the subject so near our hearts, nor until we arrived in sight of Windsor did a word pass between us. Then Elmore said, "Tomorrow morning, dear Neville, you shall visit Clarice. We must not be too precipitate." The morrow came. I arose with that intolerable weight at my breast, which it is grief's worst heritage to feel. A sunny day it was, yet the atmosphere looked black to me. My heart was dead within me. We sat at the breakfast table, but neither ate, and after some restless indecision, we left our inn, and to protract the interval, walked to Bishopsgate. Our conversation belied our feelings. We spoke as if we expected all to be well. We felt that there was no hope. We crossed the heath along the accustomed path. On one side was the luxuriant foliage of the forest, on the other the widespread moor. Her cottage was situated at one extremity, and could hardly be distinguished until we should arrive close to it. When we drew near, Louis bade me go on alone. He would wait my return. I obeyed, and reluctantly approached the confirmation of my fears. At length it stood before me, the lonely cot and desolate garden. The unfastened wicket swung in the breeze. Every shutter was closed. To stand motionless and gaze on these symbols of my worst forebodings was all that I could do. My heart seemed to me to call aloud for Ellen, for such was she to me. Her other name might be a fiction, but silent as her own life-deserted lips were mine. Louis grew impatient and advanced. My stay had occasioned a transient ray of hope to enter his mind. It vanished when he saw me and her deserted dwelling. Slowly we turned away and were directing our steps back again when my name was called by a child. A little girl came running across some fields towards us, whom at last I recognized as having been before with Ellen. "Mr. Neville, there's a letter for you," cried the child. "A letter? Where? Who?" "The lady left a letter for you. You must go to Old Windsor, to Mr. Cook's. He has got it for you." She had left a letter. Was she then departed on an earthly journey? I will go for it immediately. Mr. Cook, Old Windsor, where shall I find him? Who is he? "Oh, sir, everybody knows him," said the child. "He lives close to the churchyard. He's the sexton. After the burial, Nancy gave him the letter to take care of." Had we for a moment indulged the expectation of ever again seeing our miserable friend? Never, oh, never. Our hearts had told us that the sufferer was at peace, the unhappy orphan with her father in the abode of spirits. Why, then, were we here? Why had a smile dwelt on our lips, now wreathed into the expression of anguish? Our full hearts demanded one consolation, to weep upon her grave, her sole link now with us, her mourners. There at last my boy's grief found vent in tears, in lamentation. You saw the spot. The grassy mound rests lightly on the bosom of fair Clarice, of my own poor Ellen. Stretched upon this, kissing the scarcely springing turf, for many hours no thought visited me but the wretched one, that she had lived and was lost to me forever. If Lewis had ever doubted the identity of my friend with her he loved, the letter put into our hands undeceived him. The handwriting was Miss Eversham's. It was directed to me, and contained words like these. April 11th. I have vowed never to mention certain beloved names, never to communicate with beings who cherished me once, to whom my deepest gratitude is due, and as well as poor bankrupt can, is paid. Perhaps it is mere prevarication to write you, dear Horace, concerning them, but heaven pardon me. My disrobed spirit would not repose, I fear, if I did not thus imperfectly bid them a last farewell. You know him, Neville, and know that he forever laments her whom he has lost. Describe your poor Ellen to him, and he will speedily see that she died on the waves of the murderous Atlantic. Ellen had nothing in common with her, save love for and interest in him. Tell him it had been well, perhaps, to have united himself to the child of prosperity, the nursling of deep love. But it had been destruction, even could he have meditated such an act, to wed the I will not write that word. Sickness and near death have taken the sting from my despair. The agony of woe which you witnessed is melted into tender affliction and pious hope. I am not miserable now. Now, when you read these words, the hand that writes, the eye that sees, will be a little dust, becoming one with the earth around it. You, perhaps he, will visit my quiet retreat, bestow a few tears on my fate. But let them be secret. They may make green my grave, but do not let a misplaced feeling adorn it with any other tribute. It is my last request. Let no stone, no name mark that spot. Farewell, dear Horace. Farewell to one other whom I may not name. May the God to whom I am about to resign my spirit in confidence and hope bless your earthly career. Blindly, perhaps, you will regret me for your own sakes, but for mine you will be grateful to the Providence which has snapped the heavy chain, binding me to unutterable sorrow, and which permits me from my lowly grass-grown tomb to say to you, I am at peace. Ellen. This ends Section 6, The Mourners.
Section 7 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The False Rhyme. Come, tell me where the maid is found, whose heart can love without deceit, and I will range the world around, to sigh one moment at her feet. Moore. On a fine July day, the fair Margaret, Queen of Navarre, then on a visit to her royal brother, had arranged a rural feast for the morning following, which Francis declined attending. He was melancholy, and the cause was said to be some lover's quarrel with a favourite dame. The morrow came, and dark rain and murky clouds destroyed at once the schemes of the courtly throng. Margaret was angry, and she grew weary. Her only hope for amusement was in Francis, and he had shut himself up, an excellent reason why she should the more desire to see him. She entered his apartment. He was standing at the casement, against which the noisy shower beat, writing with a diamond on the glass. 2 beautiful dogs were his sole companions. As Queen Margaret entered, he hastily let down the silken curtain before the window and looked a little confused. "What treason is this, my liege," said the Queen, "which crimsons your cheek? I must see the same." "It is treason," replied the King, "and therefore, sweet sister, thou mayest not see it." This the more excited Margaret's curiosity, and a playful contest ensued. Francis at last yielded. He threw himself on a huge high-backed settee, and as the lady drew back the curtain with an arch smile, he grew grave and sentimental as he reflected on the cause which had inspired his libel against all womankind. "What have we here?" cried Margaret. "Nay, this is lèse majesté. Souvent femme variée, bien fut qui s'y fit. Very little change would greatly amend your couplet. Would it not run better thus? Souvent homme varié, bien folie qui s'y fit. I could tell you 20 stories of man's inconstancy. I will be content with one true tale of woman's fidelity," said Francis dryly, "but do not provoke me. I would fain be at peace with the soft mutabilities, for thy dear sake." "I defy your grace," replied Margaret rashly, "to instance the falsehood of one noble and well-reputed dame." "Not even Emily de Lagny?" asked the King. This was a sore subject for the Queen. Emily had been brought up in her own household, the most beautiful and the most virtuous of her maids of honour. She had long loved the Sieur de Lagny, and their nuptials were celebrated with rejoicings but little ominous of the result. De Lagny was accused, but a year after, of traitorously yielding to the Emperor a fortress under his command, and he was condemned to perpetual imprisonment. For some time Emily seemed inconsolable, often visiting the miserable dungeon of her husband, and suffering on her return, from witnessing his wretchedness, such paroxysms of grief as threatened her life. Suddenly, in the midst of her sorrow, she disappeared, and inquiry only divulged the disgraceful fact that she had escaped from France, bearing her jewels with her, and accompanied by her page, Robinet Leroux. It was whispered that, during their journey, the lady and the stripling often occupied one chamber, and Margaret, enraged at these discoveries, commanded that no further quest should be made for her lost favourite. Taunted now by her brother, she defended Emily, declaring that she believed her to be guiltless, even going so far as to boast that within a month she would bring proof of her innocence. "Robinet was a pretty boy," said Francis, laughing. "Let us make a bet," cried Margaret. "If I lose, I will bear this vile rhyme of thine as a motto to my shame to my grave. If I win—" I will break my window and grant thee whatever boon thou askest. The result of this bet was long sung by troubadour and minstrel. The Queen employed 100 emissaries, published rewards for any intelligence of Emily, all in vain. The month was expiring, and Margaret would have given many bright jewels to redeem her word. On the eve of the fateful day, the jailer of the prison in which the Sieur de Lagny was confined sought an audience of the Queen. He brought her a message from the knight to say that if the Lady Margaret would ask his pardon as her boon, and obtain from her royal brother that he might be brought before him, her bet was won. Fair Margaret was very joyful, and readily made the desired promise. Francis was unwilling to see his false servant, but he was in high good humour, for a cavalier had that morning brought intelligence of a victory over the Imperialists. The messenger himself was lauded in the despatches as the most fearless and bravest knight in France. The king loaded him with presents, only regretting that a vow prevented the soldier from raising his visor or declaring his name. That same evening, as the setting sun shone on the lattice on which the ungallant rhyme was traced, Francis reposed on the same settee, and the beautiful Queen of Navarre, with triumph in her bright eyes, sat beside him. Attended by guards, the prisoner was brought in. His frame was attenuated by privation, and he walked with tottering steps. He knelt at the feet of Francis and uncovered his head. A quantity of rich golden hair then escaping fell over the sunken cheeks and pallid brow of the suppliant. "We have treason here," cried the king. "Sir Jailer, where is your prisoner?" "Sire, blame him not," said the soft faltering voice of Emily. "Wiser men than he have been deceived by woman. My dear lord was guiltless of the crime for which he suffered. There was but one mode to save him. I assumed his chains, he escaped with poor Robinette Leroux in my attire. He joined your army. The young and gallant cavalier who delivered the despatches to your grace, whom you overwhelmed with honours and reward, is my own Enguerrand de Lagny. I waited but for his arrival, with testimonials of his innocence, to declare myself to my lady the Queen. Has she not won her bet, and the boon she asks?" "Is de Lagny's pardon?" said Margaret, as she also knelt to the king. "Spare your faithful vassal, sire, and reward this lady's truth." Francis first broke the false-speaking window, then he raised the ladies from their supplicatory posture. In the tournament given to celebrate this triumph of ladies, the Sire de Lagny bore off every prize. Surely there was more loveliness in Emily's faded cheek, more grace in her emaciated form, type as they were of truest affection, than in the prouder bearing and fresher complexion of the most brilliant beauty in attendance on the courtly festival. End of section 7, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 8 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. 7. A Tale of the Passions, or The Death of Despina. After the death of Manfred, King of Naples, the Ghibellines lost their ascendancy throughout Italy. The exiled Guelphs returned to their native cities, and, not contented with resuming the reins of government, they prosecuted their triumph until the Ghibellines, in their turn, were obliged to fly, and to mourn in banishment over the violent party spirit which had before occasioned their bloody victories, and now their irretrievable defeat. After an obstinate contest, the Florentine Ghibellines were forced to quit their native town, their estates were confiscated, their attempts to reinstate themselves frustrated, and receding from castle to castle, they at length took refuge in Lucca, and awaited with impatience the arrival of Corradino from Germany, through whose influence they hoped again to establish the imperial supremacy. The 1st of May was ever a day of rejoicing and festivity at Florence. The youth of both sexes and of all ranks paraded the streets, crowned with flowers, and singing the canzonets of the day. In the evening they assembled in the Piazza del Duomo, and spent the hours in dancing. The Corricchio was led through the principal streets. Ringing of its bell drowned in the peals that rang from every belfry in the city, and in the music of fifes and drums which made a part of the procession that followed it. The triumph of the reigning party in Florence caused them to celebrate the anniversary of the 1st of May, 1268, with particular splendor. They had indeed hoped that Charles d'Anjou, King of Naples, the head of the Guelphs in Italy, and then Vicare, President of their republic, would have been there to adorn the festival by his presence. But the expectation of Corradino had caused the greater part of his newly conquered and oppressed kingdom to revolt, and he had hastily quitted Tuscany to secure by his presence those conquests of which his avarice and cruelty endangered the law. But although Charles somewhat feared the approaching contest with Corradino, the Florentine Guelphs, newly reinstated to their city and possessions, did not permit a fear to cloud their triumph. The principal families vied with each other in the display of their magnificence during the festival. The knights followed the Corricchio on horseback, and the windows were filled with ladies who leant upon gold-inwoven carpets, while their own dresses, at once simple and elegant, their only ornaments. Flowers contrasted with the glittering tapestry and brilliant colors of the flags of various communities. The whole population of Florence poured into the principal streets, and none were left at home, except the decrepit and the sick, unless it were some discontented Ghibelline, whose fear, poverty, or avarice had caused him to conceal his party when it had been banished from the city. It was not the feeling of discontent which prevented Monna Grigia de Beccari from being among the first of the revellers, and she looked angrily on what she called her Ghibelline leg, which fixed her to her chair on such a day of triumph. The sun shone in all its glory in an unclouded sky, and caused the fair Florentines to draw their fazioles, veils, over their dark eyes, and to bereave the youth of those beams more vivifying than the sun's rays. The same sun poured its full light into the lonely apartment of Monna Grigia, and almost extinguished the fire which was lighted in the middle of the room, over which hung the pot of minestra, the dinner of the dame and her husband. But she had deserted the fire, and was seated by her window, holding her beads in her hand, while every now and then she peeped from her lattice, 5 stories high, into the narrow lane below, but no creature passed. She looked at the opposite window. A cat slept there beside a pot of heliotrope, but no human being was heard or seen. They had all gone to the Piazza del Duomo. Monna Grigia was an old woman, and her dress of green calrazio stuff showed that she belonged to one of the Arli Minori, working classes. Her head was covered by a red kerchief, which, folded triangularly, hung loosely over it. Her gray hairs were combed back from her high and wrinkled brow. The quickness of her eye spoke the activity of her mind, and the slight irritability that lingered about the corners of her lips might be occasioned by the continual war maintained between her bodily and mental faculties. "Now, by St. John," she said, "I would give my gold cross to make one of them, though by giving that I should appear on a festa, without that which no festa yet ever found me wanting." and as she spoke she looked with great complacency on a large but thin gold cross, which was tied round her withered neck by a ribbon once black, now of rusty brown. "Methinks this leg of mine is bewitched, and it may well be that my Ghibelline husband has used the black art to hinder me from following the Corazio with the best of them." A slight sound as of footsteps in the street far below interrupted the good woman's soliloquy. "Perhaps it is Monna Lisabetta, or Master Gianni de' Agri, the weaver, who mounted the breach first when the castle of Pagiponzi was taken." She looked down, but could see no one, and was about to relapse into her own train of thoughts, when her attention was again attracted by the sound of steps ascending the stairs. They were slow and heavy, but she did not doubt who her visitant was when a key was applied to the hole of the door. The latch was lifted up, and a moment after, with an unassured mien and downcast eyes, her husband entered. He was a short, stunted man, more than 60 years of age. His shoulders were broad and high. His lank hair was still coal black. His brows were overhanging and bushy. His eyes black and quick. His lips, as it were, contradicted the sternness of the upper part of his face, for their gentle curve betokened even delicacy of sentiment, and his smile was inexpressibly sweet. He had on a low-crowned red cloth cap, which he drew over his eyes, and seating himself on a low bench by the fire, he heaved a deep sigh. He appeared disinclined to enter into any conversation, but Monna Gheggia was resolved that he should not enjoy his melancholy mood uninterrupted. "Have you been to Mass, Giancolo?" she asked, beginning by a question sufficiently removed from the point she longed to approach. He shrugged his shoulders uneasily, but did not reply. "You are too early for your dinner," continued Gheggia. "Do you not go out again?" Giancolo answered "No," in an accent that denoted his disinclination to further questioning. But this very impatience only served to feed the spirit of contention that was fermenting in the bosom of Gheggia. "You are not used," she said, "to pass your May days under your chimney." No answer. "Well," she continued, "if you will not speak, I have done," meaning that she intended to begin. "But by that lengthened face of thine I see that some good news is stirring abroad, and I bless the Virgin for it, whatever it may be. Come, tell me what happy tidings makes thee so woebegone." Giancolo remained silent for a while, then turning half round, but not looking at his wife, he replied, "What if old Marzio the lion be dead?" Gheggia turned pale at the idea, but a smile that lurked in the good-natured mouth of her husband reassured her. "Nay, St. John defend us," she began, "but that is not true. Old Marzio's death would not drive you within these four walls, except it were to triumph over your old wife. By the blessing of St. John, not one of our lions have died since the eve of the battle of Monte Apareto, and I doubt not that they were poisoned. For Mari, who fed them that night, was more than half a Ghibelline in his heart. Besides, the bells are still ringing, and the drums still beating, and all would be silent if old Marzio were to die. On the 1st of May, too. Santa Reparata is too good to us to allow such ill luck, and she has more favor, I trust, in the 7th heaven than all the Ghibelline saints in your calendar. No, good Giancolo, Marzio is not dead, nor the Holy Father, no Messer Carlo of Naples, but I would bet my gold cross against the wealth of your banished men that Pisa is taken, or Corradino, or... And I here, no Gheggia, old as I am, and much as you need my help, and that last is why I am here at all. Pisa would not be taken while this old body could stand in the breach, or Corradino die, till this lazy blood were colder on the ground than it is in my body. Ask no more questions, and do not rouse me. There is no news, no good or ill luck that I know. But when I saw the Neri, the Pulci, the Buono del Monte, and the rest of them ride up like kings through the streets, whose very hands are hardly dry from the blood of my kindred, when I saw their daughter crowned with flowers, and thought how the daughter of Arrigio de Elisi was mourning for her murdered father with ashes on her head by the hearth of a stranger, my spirit must be more dead than it is, if such a sight did not make me wish to drive among them, and methought I could scatter their pomp with my awl for a sword. But I remembered thee, and am here unstained with blood. That thou wilt never be, cried Monna Ghiggia, the colour rising in her wrinkled cheeks. Since the battle of Monte Aperto, thou hast never been well washed of that shed by thee and thy confederates, and how could ye? For the Arno has never since run clear of the blood then spilt. And if the sea were red with that blood still, while there is any of the gilfs to spill, I am ready to spill it, were it not for thee. Thou dost well to mention Monte Aperto, and thou wouldst do better to remember over whom its grass now grows. Peace, Cincolo. A mother's heart is more memory in it than thou thinkest, and I well recollect who spurned me as I knelt and dragged my only child, but 16 years of age, to die in the cause of that misbeliever Manfred. Let us indeed speak no more. Woe was the day when I married thee, but those were happy times when there was neither gulf nor Ghibelline. They will never return. Never, until, as thou sayest, the Arno run clear of the blood shed on its banks. Never, while I can pierce the heart of a gilf. Never, till both parties are cold under one bier. And thou and I, Cincolo, are two old fools, and shall be more at peace underground than above it. Rank Guelph as thou art, I married thee before I was a Ghibelline, so now I must eat from the same platter with the enemy of Manfred, and make shoes for Guelphs instead of following the fortunes of Corradino and sending them my battle-axe in my hand to buy their shoes in Bologna. Hush, hush, good man, talk not so loud of thy party. Hearest thou not that someone knocks? Cincolo went to open the door with the air of a man who thinks himself ill-used at being interrupted in his discourse, and is disposed to be angry with the intruder, however innocent he might be of any intentions in breaking in upon his eloquent complaint. The appearance of his visitor calmed his indignant feelings. He was a youth whose countenance and person showed that in his physiognomy that belonged to a more advanced age. His figure was slight, and his countenance, though beautiful, was pale as monumental marble. The thick and curling locks of his chestnut hair clustered over his brow and round his fair throat. His cap was drawn far down on his forehead. Cincolo was about to usher him in deference into his humble room, but the youth stayed him with his hand and uttered the words, "Svabia, cavaliere," the words by which the Ghibellines were accustomed to recognize each other. He continued in a low and hurried tone, "Your wife is within?" "She is." "Enough. Although I am a stranger to you, I come from an old friend. Harbor me until nightfall. We will then go out, and I will explain to you the motives of my intrusion. Call me Riccardo de Rossini of Milan, traveling to Rome. I leave Florence this evening." Having said these words without giving Cincolo time to reply, he motioned that they should enter the room. Monna Gheggia had fixed her eyes on the door from the moment he had opened it, with a look of impatient curiosity. When she saw the youth enter, she could not refrain from exclaiming, "Jesu Maria!" So different was he from anyone she had expected to see. "A friend from Milan," said Cincolo. "More likely from Lucca," replied his wife, gazing on her visitant. "You are doubtless one of the banished men, and you are more daring than wise to enter this town. However, if you be not a spy, you are safe with me." Ricciardo smiled and thanked her in a low, sweet voice. "If you do not turn me out," he said, "I shall remain under your roof nearly all the time I remain in Florence, and I leave it soon after dusk." Gheggia again gazed on her guest, nor did Cincolo scrutinize him with less curiosity. His black cloth tunic reached below his knees, and was confined by a black leather girdle at the waist. He had on trousers of coarse scarlet stuff, over which were drawn short boots. A cloak of common fox's fur, unlined, hung from his shoulder. But although his dress was thus simple, it was such as was then worn by the young Florentine nobility. At that time the Italians were simple in their private habits. The French army, led by Charles d'Anjou into Italy, first introduced luxury into the palaces of Cisalpines. Manfred was a magnificent prince, but it was his saintly rival who was the author of that trifling foppery of dress and ornaments which degrades a nation, and is a sure precursor of their downfall. But of Ricciardo, his countenance had all the regularity of a Grecian head, and his blue eyes, shaded by very long dark eyelashes, were soft, yet full of expression. When he looked up, the heavy lids, as it were, unveiled the gentle light beneath, and then again closed over them, as shading what was too brilliant to behold. His lips expressed the deepest sensibility, and something perhaps of timidity, had not the placid confidence of his demeanour forbidden such an idea. His host and hostess were at first silent, but he asked some natural questions about the buildings of their city, and by degrees led them into discourse. When midday struck, Cincolo looked towards his pot of minestra, and Ricciardo followed his look, asked if that was not the dinner. "You must entertain me," he said, "for I have not eaten today." A table was drawn near the window, and the minestra, poured out into one plate, was placed in the middle of it. A spoon was given to each, and a jug of wine filled from a barrel. Ricciardo looked at the two old people, and seemed somewhat to smile at the idea of eating from the same plate with them. He ate, however, though sparingly, and drank of the wine, though with still greater moderation. Cincolo, however, under pretence of serving his guest, filled his jug a second time, and was about to rise for the third measure, when Ricciardo, placing his small white hand on his arm, said, "Are you a German, my friend, that you ceased not after so many draughts? I have heard that you Florentines were a sober people." Cincolo was not much pleased with this reproof, but he felt that it was timely, so, conceding the point, he sat down again, and, somewhat heated with what he had already drank, he asked his guest the news from Germany, and what hopes for the good cause. Gheggia bridled at these words, and Ricciardo replied, "Many reports are abroad and high hopes entertained, especially in the north of Italy, for the success of our expedition. Corandino is arrived at Genoa, and it is hoped that although the ranks of his army were much thinned by the desertion of his German troops, they will be quickly filled by Italians, braver and truer than those foreigners, who, strangers to our soil, could not fight for his cause with our ardor." "And how does he bear himself?" "As beseems one of the house of Swabia, and the nephew of Manfred. He is inexperienced and young. He is not more than 16. His mother would hardly consent to this expedition, but wept at the fear of all he might endure, for he has been nursed in every luxury, and habituated to the tender care of a woman who, although she be a princess, has waited on him with anxious solicitude. But Corradino is of good heart, docile, but courageous, obedient to his wiser friends, gentle to his inferiors, but noble of soul. The spirit of Manfred seems to animate his unfolding mind, and surely if that glorious prince now enjoys the reward of his surpassing virtues, he looks down with joy and approbation on him who is, I trust, destined to fill his throne. With the enthusiasm with which Ricciardo spoke, suffused his pale countenance with a slight blush, while his eyes swam in the lustre of the dew that filled them. Gheghia was little pleased with this harangue, but curiosity kept her silent, while her husband proceeded to question his guest. "You seem to be well acquainted with Corradino." "I saw him at Milan, and was closely connected with his most intimate friend there. As I have said, he has arrived at Genoa, and perhaps has even now landed at Pisa. He will find many friends in that town. Every man there will be his friend, but during this journey southward he will have to contend with our Florentine army, commanded by the marshals of the usurper Charles, and assisted by his troops. Charles himself has left us, and is gone to Naples to prepare for this war, but he is detested there as a tyrant and a robber, and Corradino will be received in the Regno as a savior, so that if he once surmount the obstacles which oppose his entrance, I do not doubt his success, and trust that he will be crowned within a month at Rome, and the week after sit on the throne of his ancestors in Naples." "And who will crown him?" cried Gheghia, unable to contain herself. "Italy contains no heretic base enough to do such a deed, unless it be a Jew, or he send to Constantinople for a Greek, or to Egypt for a Mohammedan. Cursed may the race of the Fredericks ever be, thrice cursed one who has affinity for the miscreant Manfred. And little do you please me, young man, by holding such discourse in my house." Cincola looked at Ricciardo as if he feared that so violent a partisan for the house of Swabia would be irritated at his wife's attack. But he was looking on the aged woman with a regard of the most serene benignity. No contempt even was mingled with the gentle smile that played round his lips. "I will restrain myself," he said, and turning to Cincolo, he conversed on more general subjects, describing the various cities of Italy that he had visited, discussing their modes of government, and relating anecdotes concerning their inhabitants, with an air of experience that, contrasted with his youthful appearance, greatly impressed Cincolo, who looked on him at once with admiration and respect. Evening came on. The sound of bells died away after the Ave Maria had ceased to ring, but the distant sound of music was wafted to them by the night air. Ricciardo was about to address Cincolo, when a knocking at the gate interrupted him. It was Bozzecca, the Saracen, a famous chess player, who was used to parade about under the colonnades of the Duomo, and challenged the young nobles to play, and sometimes much stress was laid on these games, and the gain and loss became the talk of Florence. Bozzecca was a tall, ungainly man, with all that good-natured consequence of manner which the fame he had acquired by his proficiency in no trifling a science, and the familiarity with which he was permitted to treat those superior to him in rank, who were pleased to measure their forces with him, might well bestow. He was beginning with monsieur, when perceiving Ricciardo, he cried, "Who have we here?" "A friend to good men," replied Ricciardo, smiling. "Then by Mahomet, thou art my friend, my stripling." "Thou shouldst be a Saracen by thy speech," said Ricciardo. "And through the help of the Prophet, so I am. one who is in Manfred's time. But no more of that. We won't talk of Manfred, eh, Monagegia? I am Bozetcha, the chess player at your service, Monsieur le Forestier. The introduction thus made, they began to talk of the procession of the day. After a while, Bozetcha introduced his favorite subject of chess playing. He recounted some wonderfully good strokes he had achieved, and related to Ricciardo how before the Palagio de Popolo, in the presence of Count Guido Novel de Guidi, the Vicare of the city, he had played an hour at 3 chessboards with 3 of the best chess players in Florence, playing 2 by memory and 1 by sight, and out of 3 games which made the board he had won 2. This account wound up by a proposal to play with his host. Thou art a hard-headed fellow, Cincolo, and make better play than the nobles. I would swear that thou thinkest of chess only as thou cobblest thy shoes. Every hole of your owl is a square of the board, every stitch a move, and a finished pair paid for checkmate to your adversary, eh, Cincolo? Bring out the field of battle, man. Ricciardo interposed. I leave Florence in 2 hours, and before I go, Monsieur Cincolo promised to conduct me to the Piazza del Duomo. Plenty of time, good youth, cried Bozetcha, arranging his men. I only claim 1 game, and my games never last more than a quarter of an hour, and then we will both escort you, and you shall dance a set into the bargain with a black-eyed houri, all Nazarene as thou art. So stand out of my light, good youth, and shut the window if you have heating, that the torch flare not so. Ricciardo seemed amused by the authoritative tone of the chess player. He shut the window and trimmed the torch which, stuck to the wall, was the only light they had, and stood by the table overlooking the game. Monagegia had replaced the pot for supper, and sat somewhat uneasily, as if she were displeased that her guest did not talk with her. Cincolo and Bozetcha were deeply intent on their game, when a knock was heard at the door. Cincolo was about to rise and open it, but Ricciardo, saying, "Do not disturb yourself," opened it himself, with the manner of one who does humble offices as if ennobling them, so that no one action can be more humble to them than another. The visitant was welcomed by Gegia alone with, "Ah, Monsieur Beppe, this is kind on May Day night." Ricciardo glanced slightly on him, and then resumed his stand by the players. There was little in Monsieur Beppe to attract a favorable regard. He was short, thin, and dry, his face long drawn and liny, his eyes deep set and scowling, his lips straight, his nose hooked, and his head covered by a close skull cap. His hair cut close all round, he sat down near Gegia, and began to discourse in a whining, servile voice, complimenting her on her good looks, launching forth into praise of the magnificence of certain Guelph Florentines, which concluded by declaring that he was hungry and tired. "Hungry, Beppe?" said Gegia. "That should have been your first word, friend. Cincolo, wilt thou give thy guest to eat? Cincolo, art thou deaf? Art thou blind? Dost thou not hear? Wilt thou not see? Here is Monsieur Giuseppe de Posticci." Cincolo slowly, his eyes still fixed on the board, was about to rise, but the name of the visitant seemed to have the effect of magic on Ricciardo. "Posticci!" he cried. "Giuseppe Posticci? I did not expect to find that man beneath thy roof. Cincolo, all Guelph as thy wife is, for she has also eaten of the bread of Alice. Farewell, thou wilt find me in the street below. Follow me quickly." He was about to go, but Posticci placed himself before the door, saying in a tone whose whine expressed mingled rage and servility, In what have I offended this young gentleman? Will he not tell me my offense? Dare not to stop my way, cried Ricciardo, passing his hand before his eyes, nor force me again to look on thee. Begone. Cincolo stopped him. Thou art too hasty and far too passionate, my noble guest, said he. However this man may have offended thee, thou art too violent. Violent? Cried Ricciardo, almost suffocated by passionate emotion. Ay, draw thy knife, and show the blood of Arrigio de' Lisi, with which it is still stained. A dead silence followed. Posticci slunk out of the room. Ricciardo hid his face in his hands and wept. But soon he calmed his passion and said, This is indeed childish. Pardon me. That man is gone. Excuse and forget my violence. Resume thy game. Cincolo, but conclude it quickly, for time gains on us. Hark, an hour of night sounds from the campanile. The game is already concluded, said Bozzecca sorrowfully. Thy cloak overthrew the best checkmate this head ever planned, so God forgive thee. Checkmate, cried the indignant Cincolo. Checkmate, and my queen mowing you down, rank and file. Let us be gone, exclaimed Ricciardo. Monsieur Bozzecca, will you play out your game with Monoghegia? Cincolo will return ere long. So taking his host by the arm, he drew him out of the room and descended the narrow high stairs with the air of one to whom those stairs were not unknown. End of section 8. Section 9 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. 9. A Tale of the Passions, or The Death of Despina, Part 2. When in the street he slackened his pace, and, first looking round to assure himself that none overheard their conversation, he addressed Cincolo. Pardon me, my dear friend, I am hasty, and the sight of that man made every drop of my blood cry aloud in my veins. But I do not come here to indulge in private sorrows or private revenge, and my design ought alone to engross me. It is necessary for me to see speedily and secretly Messer Guglielmo lo Stendardo, the Neapolitan commander. I bear a message to him from the Countess Elizabeth, the mother of Corradino, and I have some hope that its import may induce him to take at least a neutral part during the impending conflict. I have chosen you, Cincolo, to aid me in this, for not only you are of that little note in your town that you may act for me without attracting observation, but you are brave and true, and I may confide in your known worth. Lo Stendardo resides at the Palagio del Governo. When I enter its doors, I am in the hands of my enemies, and its dungeons may alone know the secret of my destiny. I hope better things, but if after 2 hours I do not appear or let you hear of my welfare, carry this packet to Corradino at Pisa. You will then learn who I am, and if you feel any indignation at my fate, let that feeling attach you still more strongly to the cause for which I live and die. As Ricciardo spoke, he still walked on, and Cincolo observed that, without his guidance, he directed his steps towards the Palagio del Governo. I do not understand this, said the old man. By what argument, unless you bring one from the other world, do you hope to induce Messer Guglielmo to aid Corradino? He is so bitter an enemy of Manfred that although that prince is dead, yet when he mentions his name he grasps the air as it were a dagger. I have heard him with horrible imprecations curse the whole house of Swabia. A tremor shook the frame of Ricciardo, but he replied, Lostendardo was once the firmest support of that house, and the friend of Manfred. Strange circumstances gave birth in his mind to this unnatural hatred, and he became a traitor. But perhaps now that Manfred is in paradise, the youth, the virtues, and the inexperience of Corradino may inspire him with more generous feelings, and reawaken his ancient faith. At least I must make this last trial. This cause is too holy, too sacred, to admit of common forms of reasoning or action. The nephew of Manfred must sit upon the throne of his ancestors, and to achieve that I will endure what I am about to endure. They entered the palace. Monsieur Guillermo was carousing in the great hall. Bear this ring to him, good Cincolo, and say that I wait. Be speedy, that my courage, my life, do not desert me at the moment of trial. Cincolo, casting one more inquisitive glance on his extraordinary companion, obeyed his orders, while the youth leant against one of the pillars of the court and passionately cast up his eyes to the clear firmament. "O ye stars!" he cried in a smothered voice. "Ye are eternal. Let my purpose, my will, be as constant as ye." Then, more calm, he folded his arms in his cloak, and with strong inward struggle endeavored to repress his emotion. Several servants approached him and bade him follow them. Again he looked at the sky and said, "Manfred," and then he walked on with slow but firm steps. They led him through several halls and corridors to a large apartment hung with tapestry and well lighted by numerous torches. The marble of the floor reflected their glare, and the arched roof echoed the footsteps of one who paced the apartment as Ricciardo entered. It was Lostendardo. He made a sign that the servants should retire. The heavy door closed behind them, and Ricciardo stood alone with Monsieur Guillermo, his countenance pale but composed, his eyes cast down as in expectation, not in fear. But for the convulsive motion of his lips, you would have guessed that every faculty was almost suspended by intense agitation. Lostendardo approached. He was a man in the prime of his life, tall and athletic. He seemed capable with a single exertion to crush the frail being of Ricciardo. Every feature of his countenance spoke of the struggle of passions, and the terrible egotism of one who would sacrifice even himself to the establishment of his will. His black eyebrows were scattered, his gray eyes deep-set and scowling, his look at once stern and haggard. A smile seemed never to have disturbed the settled scorn which his lips expressed. His high forehead, already becoming bald, was marked by 1,000 contradictory lines. His voice was studiously restrained as he said, "Wherefore do you bring that ring?" Ricciardo looked up and met his eye, which glanced fire as he exclaimed, "Despina!" He seized her hand with a giant's grasp. "I have prayed for this night and day, and thou art here. Nay, do not struggle, you are mine, for by my salvation I swear that thou shalt never again escape me." Despina replied calmly, "Thou mayest well believe that in thus placing myself in thy power I do not dread any injury thou canst inflict upon me, or I were not here. I do not fear thee, for I do not fear death. Loosen then thy hold, and listen to me. I come in the name of those virtues that were once thine. I come in the name of all noble sentiment, generosity, and ancient faith, and I trust that in listening to me your heroic nature will second my voice, and that Lostendardo will no longer rank with those whom the good and great never name, but to condemn. Wollstonecraft appeared to attend little to what she said. He gazed on her with triumph and malignant pride, and if he still held her, his motive appeared rather to delight he felt in displaying his power over her than any fear that she would escape. You might read in her pale cheek and glazed eye that if she feared, it was herself alone that she mistrusted, that her design lifted her above mortal dread, and that she was as impassive as the marble she resembled to any event that did not either advance or injure the object for which she came. They were both silent until Wollstonecraft, leading her to a seat, and then standing opposite to her, his arms folded, every feature dilated by triumph, and his voice sharpened by agitation, he said, "Well, speak. What wouldst thou with me?" "I come to request that if you cannot be induced to assist Prince Corradino in the present struggle, you will, at least, stand neutral, and not oppose his advance to the kingdom of his ancestors." Wollstonecraft laughed. The vaulted roof repeated the sound, but the harsh echo, though it resembled the sharp cry of an animal of prey whose paw is on the heart of its enemy, was not so discordant and dishuman as the laugh itself. "How," he asked, "dost thou pretend to induce me to comply? This dagger," and he touched the hilt of one that was half concealed in his vesture, "is yet stained by the blood of Manfred. Ere long it will be sheathed in the heart of that foolish boy." Despina conquered the feeling of horror these words inspired, and replied, "Will you give a few minutes' patient hearing?" "I will give you a few minutes' hearing, and if I be not so patient as in the Palagio Real, fair Despina, you must excuse me. Forbearance is not a virtue to which I aspire." "Yes, it was in the Palagio Real at Naples, the palace of Manfred, that you first saw me. You were then the bosom friend of Manfred, selected by him as his confidant and counselor. Why did you become a traitor? Start not at that word. If you could hear the united voice of Italy, and even of those who call themselves your friends, they would echo that name. Why did you thus degrade and belie yourself? You call me the cause, yet I am most innocent. You saw me at the court of your master, an attendant on Queen Sibylla, and one who, unknown to herself, had already parted with her heart, her soul, her will, her entire being, an involuntary sacrifice at the shrine of all that is noble and divine in human nature. My spirit worshipped Manfred as a saint, and my pulses ceased to beat when his eye fell upon me. I felt this, but I knew it not. You awoke me from my dream. You said that you loved me, and you reflected in too faithful a mirror my own emotions. I saw myself and shuddered, but the profound and eternal nature of my passion saved me. I loved Manfred. I loved the sun because it enlightened him. I loved the air that fed him. I deified myself for that my heart was the temple in which he resided. I devoted myself to Sibylla, for she was his wife, and never in thought or dream degraded the purity of my affection towards him. For this you hated him. He was ignorant of my passion. My heart contained it as a treasure, which you, having discovered, came to rifle. You could more easily deprive me of life than my devotion for your king, and therefore you were a traitor. Manfred died, and you thought that I had then forgotten him. But love would indeed be a mockery if death were not the most barefaced cheat. How can he die who is immortalized in my thoughts that comprehend the universe and contain eternity in their graspings? What though his earthly vesture is thrown as a despised weed beside the verd? He lives in my soul as lovely as noble, as entire as when his voice awoke the mute air. Nay, his life is more entire, more true. For before that small shrine that encased his spirit was all that existed of him. But now he is part of all things. His spirit surrounds me, interpenetrates, and divided from him during his life, his death has united me to him forever. The countenance of Wollstonecraft darkened fearfully. When she paused, he looked black as the sea before the heavily charged thunderclouds that canopy it dissolved themselves into rain. The tempest of passion that arose in his heart seemed too mighty to admit of swift manifestation. It came slowly up from the profoundest depths of his soul, and emotion was piled upon emotion before the lightning of his anger sped to its destination. "Your arguments, eloquent Despina," he said, "are indeed unanswerable. They work well for your purpose. Corradino is, I hear, at Pisa. You have sharpened my dagger, and before the air of another night rust it, I may by deeds have repaid your insulting words." "How far do you mistake me? And is praise and love of all heroic excellence insult to you? Wollstonecraft, when you first knew me, I was an inexperienced girl. I loved, but knew not what love was, and circumscribing my passion in narrow bounds, I adored the being of Manfred as much as I might love an effigy of stone, which when broken has no longer an existence. I am now much altered. I might before have treated you with disdain or anger, but now these base feelings have expired in my heart. I am animated but by one feeling, an aspiration to another life, another state of being. All the good depart from this strange earth, and I doubt not that when I am sufficiently elevated above human weaknesses, it will also be my turn to leave this scene of woe. I prepare myself for that moment alone, and in endeavoring to fit myself for a union with all the brave, generous, and wise that once adorned humanity and have now passed from it, I consecrate myself to the service of this most righteous cause. You wrong me, therefore, if you think there is aught of disdain in what I say, or that any degrading feelings are mingled with my devotion of spirit when I come and voluntarily place myself in your power. You can imprison me forever in the dungeons of this palace, as a returned Ghibelline and spy, and have me executed as a criminal. But before you do this, pause for your own sake. Reflect on the choice of glory or ignominy that sway in your heart. Reflect that as you are the despised enemy, so you may become the chosen friend of its last descendant, and receive from every heart the praise of having restored Corradino to the honors and power to which he was born. Compare this prince to the hypocritical, the bloody and mean-spirited Charles. When Manfred died, I went to Germany, and have resided at the court of the Countess Elizabeth. I have therefore been an hourly witness of the great and good qualities of Corradino. The bravery of his spirit makes him rise above the weakness of youth and inexperience. He possesses all the nobility of spirit that belongs to the family of Swabia, and in addition a purity and gentleness that attracts the respect and love of the old and wary courtiers of Frederick and Conrad. You are brave and would be generous did not the fury of your own passions, like a consuming fire, destroy in their violence every generous sentiment. How then can you become the tool of Charles? His scowling eyes and sneering lips betoken the selfishness of his mind. Avarice, cruelty, meanness, and artifice are the qualities that characterize him, and render him unworthy of the majesty he usurps. Let him return to Provence, and reign with paltry despotism over the luxurious and servile French. The free-born Italians require another lord. They are not fit to bow to one whose palace is the change-house of moneylenders, whose generals are usurers, whose courtiers are milliners or monks, and who basely vows allegiance to the enemy of freedom and virtue, Clement, the murderer of Manfred. Their king, like them, should be clothed in the armor of valor and simplicity. His ornaments, his shield and spear, his treasury, the possessions of his subjects, his army, their unshaken lover. Charles will treat you as a tool, Corradino the governor of a prosperous and happy people. I cannot tell by your manner if what I have said has any degree altered your determination. I cannot forget the scenes that passed between us at Naples. I might then have been disdainful. I am not so now. Your execrations of Manfred excited every angry feeling in my mind, but, as I have said, all but the feeling of love expired in my heart when Manfred died, and methinks that where love is, excellence must be its companion. You said you loved me, and though in other times that love was twin brother to hate, though then, poor prisoner in your heart, jealousy, rage, contempt, and cruelty were its handmaids, yet, if it were love, methinks that its divinity must have purified your heart from baser feelings, and now that I, the bride of death, am removed from your sphere, gentler feelings may awaken in your bosom, and you may incline mildly to my voice. If indeed you loved me, will you not now be my friend? Shall we not hand in hand pursue the same career? Return to your ancient faith, and now that death and religion have placed the seal upon the past, let Manfred's spirit, looking down, behold his repentant friend, the firm ally of his successor, the best and last scion of the house of Swabia. She ceased, for the glare of savage triumph, which, as a rising fire at night-time, enlightened with growing and fearful radiance the face of Wollstonecraft, made her pause in her appeal. He did not reply, but when she was silent, he quitted the attitude in which he had stood immovably opposite to her, and pacing the hall with measured steps, his head declined, he seemed to ruminate on some project. Could it be that he weighed her reasonings? If he hesitated, the side of generosity and old fidelity would certainly prevail. Yet she dared not hope. Her heart beat fast. She would have knelt, but she feared to move, lest any motion should disturb his thoughts and curb the flow of good feeling which she fondly hoped had arisen within him. She looked up and prayed silently as she sat. Notwithstanding the glare of the torches, the beams of one small star struggled through the dark window-pane. Her eye resting on it, her thoughts were at once elevated to the eternity and space which that star symbolized. It seemed to her the spirit of Manfred, and she inwardly worshipped it, as she prayed that it would shed its benign influence on the soul of Wollstonecraft. Some minutes elapsed in this fearful silence, and then he approached her. "Despina, allow me to reflect on your words. Tomorrow I will answer you. You will remain in this palace until the morning, and then you shall see and judge of my repentance and returning faith." He spoke with studious gentleness. Despina could not see his face, for the light shone behind him. When she looked up to reply, the little star twinkled just above his head, and seemed with its gentle luster to reassure her. Our minds, when highly wrought, are strangely given to superstition, and Despina lived in a superstitious age. She thought that the star bade her comply, and assured her protection from heaven. From where else could she expect it? She said, therefore, "I consent. Only let me request that you acquaint the man who gave you my ring that I am safe, or he will fear for me. I will do as you desire, and I will confide myself to your care. I cannot, dare not fear you. If you would betray me, still I trust in the heavenly saints that guard humanity." Her countenance was so calm, It beamed with so angelic a self-devotion and a belief in good that Lo Standardo dared not look on her. For one moment, as she, having ceased to speak, gazed upon the star, he felt impelled to throw himself at her feet, to confess the diabolical scheme he had forged, and to commit himself body and soul to her guidance, to obey, to serve, to worship her. The impulse was momentary. The feeling of revenge returned on him. From the moment she had rejected him, the fire of rage had burned in his heart, consuming all healthy feeling, all human sympathies, and gentleness of soul. He had sworn never to sleep on a bed, or to drink aught but water, until his first cup of wine was mingled with the blood of Manfred. He had fulfilled this vow. A strange alteration had worked within him from the moment he had drained that unholy cup. The spirit, not of a man, but of a devil, seemed to live within him, urging him to crime, from which his long protracted hope of more complete revenge had alone deterred him. But Despina was now in his power, and it seemed to him as if fate had preserved him so long only that he might now wreak his full rage upon her. When she spoke of love, he thought how from that he might extract pain. He formed his plan, and this slight human weakness now conquered, he bent his thoughts to its completion. Yet he feared to stay longer with her, so he quitted her, saying that he would send attendants who would show her to an apartment where she might repose. He left her, and several hours passed, but no one came. The torches burnt low, and the stars of heaven could now, with twinkling beams, conquer their feebler light. One by one these torches went out, and the shadows of the high windows of the hall, before invisible, were thrown upon its marble pavement. Despina looked upon the shade, at first unconsciously, until she found herself counting 1, 2, 3, the shapes of the iron bars that lay so placidly on the stone. "Those grates are thick," she said. "This room would be a large but secure dungeon." As by inspiration she now felt that she was a prisoner. No change, no word had intervened since she had walked fearlessly in the room, believing herself free. But now no doubt of her situation occurred to her mind. Heavy chains seemed to fall around her, the air to feel thick and heavy as that of a prison, and the starbeams that had before cheered her became the dreary messengers of fearful danger to herself and of utter defeat of all the hopes she had dared nourish of success to her beloved cause. Cincola waited, first with impatience and then with anxiety, for the return of the youthful stranger. He paced up and down before the gates of the palace. Hour after hour passed on. The stars arose and descended, and ever and anon meteors shot along the sky. They were not more frequent than they always are during a clear summer night in Italy, but they appeared strangely numerous to Cincolo, and portentous of change and calamity. Midnight struck, and at that moment a procession of monks passed, bearing a corpse and chanting a solemn De Profundis. Cincolo felt a cold tremor shake his limbs when he reflected how ill an augury this was for the strange adventurer he had guided to that palace. The somber cowls of the priests, their hollow voices, and the dark burden they carried augmented his agitation even to terror. Without confessing the cowardice to himself, he was possessed with fear lest he should be included in the evil destiny that evidently awaited his companion. Cincola was a brave man. He had often been foremost in a perilous assault, but the most courageous among us sometimes feel our hearts fail within us at the dread of unknown and fated danger. He was struck with panic. He looked after the disappearing lights of the procession and listened to their fading voices. His knees shook. A cold perspiration stood on his brow until, unable to resist the impulse, He began slowly to withdraw himself from the palace of government, and to quit the circle of danger which seemed to hedge him in if he remained on that spot. He had hardly quitted his post by the gate of the palace when he saw lights issue from it, attendant on a company of men, some of whom were armed, as appeared from the reflection their lances' heads cast, and some of them carried a litter hung with black and closely drawn. Cincolo was rooted to the spot. He could not render himself any reason for his belief, but he felt convinced that the stranger youth was there, about to be carried out to death. Impelled by curiosity and anxiety, he followed the party as they went towards the Porta Romana. They were challenged by the sentinels at the gate. They gave the word and passed. Cincolo dared not follow, but he was agitated by fear and compassion. He remembered the packet confided to his care. He dared not draw it from his bosom, lest any Guelph should be near to overlook and discover that it was addressed to Corradino. He could not read, but he wished to look at the arms of the seal, to see whether they bore the imperial ensigns. He returned back to the Palagio del Governo. All there was dark and silent. He walked up and down before the gates, looking up at the windows, but no sign of life appeared. He could not tell why he was thus agitated, but he felt as if all his future peace depended on the fate of this stranger youth. He thought of Gheghia, her helplessness and age, but he could not resist the impulse that impelled him, and he resolved that very night to commence his journey to Pisa, to deliver the packet, to learn who the stranger was, and what hopes he might entertain for his safety. He returned home, that he might inform Gheghia of his journey. This was a painful task, but he could not leave her in doubt. He ascended his narrow stairs with trepidation. At the head of them a lamp twinkled before a picture of the Virgin. Evening after evening it burnt there, guarding through its influence his little household from all earthly or supernatural dangers. The sight of it inspired him with courage. He said an Ave Maria before it, and then looking around him to ensure himself that no spy stood on the narrow landing place, he drew the packet from his bosom and examined the seal. All Italians in those days were conversant in heraldry, since from ensigns of the shields of the knights they learned, better than from their faces or persons, to what family and party they belonged. But it required no great knowledge for Cincolo to decipher these arms. He had known them from his childhood. They were those of the Alesi, the family to whom he had been attached as a partisan during all these civil contests. Arrigio de' Alesi had been his patron, and his wife had nursed his only daughter in those happy days when there was neither Guelph nor Ghibelline. The sight of these arms reawakened all his anxiety. Could this youth belong to that house? The seal showed that he really did, and this discovery confirmed his determination of making every exertion to save him, and inspired him with sufficient courage to encounter the remonstrances and fears of Monna Gheghia. He unlocked his door. The old dame was asleep in her chair, but awoke as he entered. She had slept only to refresh her curiosity, and she asked 1,000 questions in a breath, to which Cincolo did not reply. He stood with his arms folded, looking at the fire, irresolute how to break the subject of his departure. Monna Gheghia continued to talk. "After you went, we held a consultation concerning this hot-brained youth of this morning. I, Bazzecchia, Beppe de Posticci, who returned, and Monna Lisa, from the Mercato Nuovo. We all agreed that he must be one of two persons, and be it one or the other, if he have not quitted Florence, the Stinchi, the name of the common prison at Florence, will be his habitation by sunrise. Cincolo, man, you do not speak. Where did you part with your prince? Prince Gaggia, are you mad? What prince? Nay, he is either a prince or a baker, either Corradino himself or Ricciardo, the son of Monsieur Tommaso de Manelli, he that lived o'er the Arno, and baked for all that Sesto, when Count Guido de Guidi was vicario. By this token, that Monsieur Tommaso went to Milan with Ubaldo de Gargalandi, and Ricciardo, who went with his father, must now be 16. He had the fame of kneading with as light a hand as his father, but he liked better to follow arms with the Gargalandi. He was a fair likely youth, they said, and so, to say the truth, was our youngster of this morning. But Mona Lisa will have it that it must be Corradino himself. Cincolo listened as if the gossip of two old women could unravel his riddle. He even began to doubt whether the last conjecture, extravagant as it was, had not hit the truth. Every circumstance forbade such an idea, but he thought of the youth and exceeding beauty of the stranger, and he began to doubt. There was none among the Elisi who answered to his appearance. The flower of their youth had fallen at Monte Aperto. The eldest of the new generation was but 10. The other males of that house were of mature age. Gaggia continued to talk of the anger that Beppe de Bostici evinced at being accused of the murder of Arrigo de Lisi. "If he had done that deed," she cried, "never more should he have stood upon my hearth. But he swore his innocence, and truly, poor man, it would be a sin not to believe him. Why, if the stranger were not an Elisi, should he have shown such horror on viewing the supposed murderer of the head of that family?" Cincolo turned from the fire. He examined whether his knife hung safely in his girdle, and he exchanged his sandal-like shoes for stronger boots of common undressed fur. This last act attracted the attentions of Gaggia. "What are you about, good man?" she cried. "This is no hour to change your dress, but come to bed. Tonight you will not speak, but tomorrow I hope to get it all out from you. What are you about?" "I am about to leave you, my dear Gaggia, and heaven bless and take care of you. I am going to Pisa." Gaggia uttered a shriek, and was about to remonstrate with great volubility, while the tears rolled down her aged cheeks. Tears also filled the eyes of Cincolo, as he said, "I do not go for the cause you suspect. I do not go into the army of Corradino, though my heart will be with it. I go but to carry a letter, and will return without delay." "You will never return," cried the old woman. "The commune will never let you enter the gates of this town again, if you set foot in that traitorous Pisa. But you shall not go. I will raise the neighbors. I will declare you mad." "Gaggia, no more of this. Here is all the money I have. Before I go, I will send your cousin Nunziata to you. I must go. It is not the Ghibelline cause or Corradino that obliges me to risk your ease and comforts, but the life of one of the Elisi is at stake, and if I can save him, would you have me rest here, and afterwards curse you and the hour when I was born?" "What is he? But no, there is none among the Elisi so young as he, and none so lovely, except her whom these arms carried when an infant. But she is a female. No, no, this is a tale trumped up to deceive me and gain my consent. But you shall never have it. My Nat, you will never have it. And I prophesy that if you do go, your journey will be the death of both of us." she wept bitterly. Cincolo kissed her aged cheek, and mingled his tears with hers, and then recommending her to the care of the Virgin and the saints, he quitted her. While grief choked her utterance, the name of the Elisi had deprived her of all energy to resist his purpose. It was 4 a.m. before the gates of Florence were opened and Cincolo could leave the city. At first he availed himself of the carts of the contadini to advance on his journey. But as he drew near Pisa, all modes of conveyance ceased, and he was obliged to take by-roads and act cautiously, not to fall into the hands of the Florentine outposts, or of some fierce Ghibelline, who might suspect him, and have him carried before the podesta of the village. For if once suspected and searched, the packet addressed to Corradino would convict him, and he would pay for his temerity with his life. Having arrived at Vico Pisano, he found a troop of Pisan horse there on guard. He was known to many of the soldiers, and he obtained a conveyance for Pisa. But it was night before he arrived. He gave the Ghibelline watchword, and was admitted within the gates. He asked for Prince Corradino. He was in the city, at the palace of the Lanfranchi. He crossed the Arno and was admitted into the palace by the soldiers who guarded the door. Corradino had just returned from a successful skirmish in the Lucca Estates and was reposing. But when Count Gherardo d'Onoratico, his principal attendant, saw the seal of the packet, he immediately ushered the bearer into a small room where the prince lay on a fox's skin thrown upon the pavement. The mind of Cincolo had been so bewildered by the rapidity of the events of the preceding night, by fatigue and want of sleep, that he had overwrought himself to believe that the stranger youth was indeed Corradino. And when he had learned that the prince was in Pisa, by a strange disorder of ideas he still imagined that he and Ricciardo were the same, that the black litter was a phantom, and his fears ungrounded. The first sight of Corradino, his fair hair and round Saxon features, destroyed this idea. It was replaced by a feeling of deep anguish. When Count Gherardo announced him, said, "One who brings a letter from Madonna Despina di Elisi waits upon your highness." The old man sprang forward, uncontrolled by the respect he would otherwise have felt for one of so high lineage as Corradino. "From Despina? Did you say from her? Oh, unsay your words, not from my beloved lost foster child." Tears rolled down his cheeks. Corradino, a youth of fascinating gentleness, attempted to reassure him. "Oh, my gracious lord," cried Cincolo, "open that packet and see if it be from my blessed child, if in the disguise of Ricciardo I led her to destruction." He wrung his hands. Corradino, pale as death with fear for the destiny of his lovely and adventurous friend, broke the seal. The packet contained an inner envelope without any direction, and a letter which Corradino read, while horror convulsed every feature. He gave it to Gherardo. "It is indeed from her. She says that the bearer can relate all that the world will probably know of her fate. And you, old man, who weep so bitterly, you to whom my best and lovely friend refers me, tell me what you know of her." Cincolo told his story in broken accents. "May these eyes be forever blinded," he cried, when he had concluded, "that knew not Despina in those soft looks and heavenly smiles. Dotard that I am, when my wife railed at your family and princely self, and the sainted Manfred, why did I not read her secret in her forbearance? Would she have forgiven those words in any but her who had nursed her infancy, and been a mother to her when Madonna Pia died, and when she taxed Bostici with her father's death? I, blind fool, did not see the spirit of the Elise in her eyes. My lord, I have but one favor to ask you. Let me hear her letter, that I may judge from that what hopes remain. But there are none, none. Read to him, my dear Count, said the prince. I will not fear as he fears. I dare not fear that one so lovely and beloved is sacrificed for my worthless cause. Gerardo read the letter. Cincolo de Beccari, my foster father, will deliver this letter into your hands, my respected and dear Corradino. The Countess Elizabeth has urged me to my present undertaking. I hope nothing from it except to labor for your cause, and perhaps, through its event, to quit somewhat earlier a life which is but a grievous trial to my weak mind. I go to endeavor to arouse the feelings of fidelity and generosity in the soul of the traitor Lostundardo. I go to place myself in his hands, and I do not hope to escape from them again. Corradino, my last prayer will be for your success. Mourn not for one who goes home after a long and weary exile. Burn the enclosed packet without opening it. The Mother of God protect thee, Despina. Corradino had wept as this epistle was reading, but then, starting up, he said, To revenge or death, we may yet save her. A blight had fallen on the house of Swabia, and all their enterprises were blasted. Beloved by their subjects, noble, and with every advantage of right on their side, except those the church bestowed, they were defeated in every attempt to defend themselves against a foreigner and a tyrant who ruled by force of arms, and those in the hands of a few only, over an extensive and warlike territory. The young and daring Corradino was also fated to perish in this contest. Having overcome the troops of his adversary in Tuscany, he advanced towards his kingdom with the highest hopes. His arch-enemy, Pope Clement IV, had shut himself up in the Viterbo, and was guarded by a numerous garrison. Corradino passed in triumph and hope before the town, and proudly drew out his troops before it, to display to the Holy Father his forces, and humiliate him by this show of success. The cardinals who beheld the lengthened line and good order of the army hastened to the papal palace. Clement was in his oratory praying. The frightened monks with pale looks related how the excommunicated heretic dared to menace the town where the Holy Father himself resided, adding that if the insult were carried to the pitch of an assault, it might prove dangerous warfare. The Pope smiled contemptuously. Do not fear, he said. The projects of these men will dissipate in smoke. He then went on the ramparts and saw Corradino and Frederick of Austria, who defiled the line of knights in the plain below. He watched them for a time, then turning to his cardinals, he said, They are victims who permit themselves to be led to sacrifice. His words were a prophecy. Notwithstanding the first successes of Corradino and the superior numbers of his army, he was defeated by the artifice of Charles in a pitched battle. He escaped from the field and, with a few friends, arrived at a tower called Asturi, which belonged to the family of Frangipani of Rome. Here he hired a vessel, embarked, and put out to sea, directing his course for Sicily, which, having rebelled against Charles, would, he hoped, receive him with joy. They were already under way, when one of the family of the Frangipani, seeing a vessel filled with Germans making all sail from shore, suspected that they were fugitives from the battle of Taglicoso. He followed them in other vessels and took them all prisoners. The person of Corradino was rich prey for him. He delivered him into the hands of his rival, and was rewarded by the donation of a fief near Benevento. The dastardly spirit of Charles instigated him to the basest revenge, and the same tragedy was acted on those shores which has been renewed in our days. A daring and illustrious prince was sacrificed, with the mock forms of justice, at the sanguinary altar of tyranny and hypocrisy. Corradino was tried. One of his judges alone, a provincial, dared to condemn him, and he paid with his life the forfeit of his baseness. For scarcely had he, solitary among his fellows, pronounced the sentence of death against this prince, then Robert of Flanders, the brother-in-law of Charles himself, struck him on the breast with a staff, crying, "It behooves not thee, wretch, to condemn to death so noble and worthy a knight." The judge fell dead in the presence of the king, who dared not avenge his creature. On the 26th of October, Corradino and his friends were led out to die in the marketplace of Naples, by the seaside. Charles was present with all his court, and an immense multitude surrounded the triumphant king and his more royal adversary about to suffer the ignominious death. The funereal procession approached its destination. Corradino, agitated but controlling his agitation, was drawn in an open car. After him came a close litter hung with black, with no sign to tell who was within. The Duke of Austria and several other illustrious victims followed. The guard that conducted them to the scaffold was headed by Lo Stendardo. A malicious triumph laughed in his eyes, and he rode near the litter, looking from time to time first at it and then at Corradino, with the dark look of a tormenting fiend. The procession stopped at the foot of the scaffold, and Corradino looked at the flashing light, which every now and then arose from Vesuvius, and threw its reflection on the sea. The sun had not yet risen, but the halo of its approach illuminated the Bay of Naples, its mountains and its islands. The summits of the distant hill of Baiae gleamed with its first beams. Corradino thought, by the time those rays arrive here and shadows are cast from the persons of these men, princes and peasants, around me, my living spirit will be shadowless. Then he turned his eyes on the companions of his fate, and for the first time he saw the silent and dark litter that accompanied them. At first he thought, "It is my coffin," but then he recollected the disappearance of Despina, and would have sprang towards it. His guard stopped him. He looked up, and his glance met that of Lo Stendardo, who smiled. A smile of dread, but the feeling of religion, which had before calmed him, again descended upon him. He thought that her sufferings, as well as his, would soon be over. They were already over, and the silence of the grave is upon those events which had occurred since Cincolo beheld her carried out of Florence, until now that she was led by her fierce enemy to behold the death of the nephew of Manfred. She must have endured much, for when, as Corradino advanced to the front of the scaffold, the litter being placed opposite to it, Lo Stendardo ordered the curtains to be withdrawn. The white hand that hung inanimate from the side was thin as a winter leaf, and her fair face, pillowed by the thick knots of her dark hair, was sunken and ashy pale, while you could see the deep blue of her eyes struggle through the closed eyelids. She was still in the attire in which she had presented herself at the house of Cincolo. Perhaps her tormentor thought that her appearance as a youth would attract less compassion than if a lovely woman were thus dragged to so unnatural a scene. Corradino was kneeling and praying when her form was thus exposed. He saw her, and saw that she was dead. About to die himself, about pure and innocent, to die ignominiously, while his base conqueror, in pomp and glory, was the spectator of his death. He did not pity those who were at peace. His compassion belonged to the living alone, and as he arose his prayer he exclaimed, My beloved mother, what profound sorrow will the news thou art about to hear cause thee? He looked upon the living multitude around him, and saw that the hard-visaged partisans of the usurper wept. He heard the sobs of his oppressed and conquered subjects. So he drew his glove from his hand and threw it among the crowd, in token that he still held his cause good, and submitted his head to the axe. During many years after those events, Lostindardo enjoyed wealth, rank, and power, when suddenly, while at the summit of glory and prosperity, he withdrew from the world, took the vows of a severe order in a convent in one of the desolate and unhealthy plains by the seashore in Calabria, and after having gained the character of a saint through a life of self-inflicted torture, he died murmuring the names of Corradino, Manfred, and Despina. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Tales and Stories by Mary Shelley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Mortal Immortal. July 16th, 1833. This is a memorable anniversary for me. On it, I complete my 323rd year. The Wandering Jew? Certainly not. More than 18 centuries have passed over his head. In comparison with him, I am a very young immortal. Am I then immortal? This is a question which I have asked myself by day and night for now 303 years, and yet cannot answer it. I detect a gray hair amidst my brown locks this very day. That surely signifies decay, yet it may have remained concealed there for 300 years, for some persons have become entirely white-headed before 20 years of age. I will tell my story, and my reader shall judge for me. I will tell my story and so contrive to pass some few hours of a long eternity, become so wearisome to me. Forever! Can it be? To live forever? I have heard of enchantments in which the victims were plunged into a deep sleep, to wake after 100 years as fresh as ever. I have heard of the 7 sleepers. Thus to be immortal would not be so burdensome. But oh, the weight of never-ending time, the tedious passage of the still succeeding hours. How happy was the fabled Nourjahad! But to my task. All the world has heard of Cornelius Agrippa. His memory is as immortal as his arts have made me. All the world has also heard of his scholar, who, unawares, raised the foul fiend during his master's absence, and was destroyed by him. The report, true or false, of this accident was attended with many inconveniences to the renowned philosopher. All his scholars at once deserted him. His servants disappeared. He had no one near him to put coals on his ever-burning fires while he slept, or to attend to the changeful colors of his medicines while he studied. Experiment after experiment failed, because one pair of hands was insufficient to complete them. The dark spirits laughed at him for not being able to retain a single mortal in his service. I was then very young, very poor, and very much in love. I had been for about a year the pupil of Cornelius, though I was absent when this accident took place. On my return, my friends implored me not to return to the alchemist's abode. I trembled as I listened to the dire tale they told. I required no second warning. And when Cornelius came and offered me a purse of gold if I would remain under his roof, I felt as if Satan himself tempted me. My teeth chattered, my hair stood on end. I ran off as fast as my trembling knees would permit. My failing steps were directed whither for 2 years they had every evening been attracted, a gently bubbling spring of pure living water, beside which lingered a dark-haired girl, whose beaming eyes were fixed on the path I was accustomed each night to tread. I cannot remember the hour when I did not love Bertha. We had been neighbors and playmates from infancy. Her parents, like mine, were of humble life, yet respectable. Our attachment had been a source of pleasure to them. In an evil hour, a malignant fever carried off both her father and mother, and Bertha became an orphan. She would have found a home beneath my paternal roof, but, unfortunately, the old lady of the near castle, rich, childless, and solitary, declared her intention to adopt her. Henceforth Bertha was clad in silk, inhabited a marble palace, and was looked on as being highly favored by fortune. But in her new situation among her new associates, Bertha remained true to the friend of her humbler days. She often visited the cottage of my father, and when forbidden to go thither, she would stray towards the neighboring wood and meet me beside its shady fountain. She often declared that she owed no duty to her new protectress equal in sanctity to that which bound us. Yet still I was too poor to marry, and she grew weary of being tormented on my account. She had a haughty but an impatient spirit, and grew angry at the obstacles that prevented our union. We met now after an absence, and she had been sorely beset while I was away. She complained bitterly, and almost reproached me for being poor. I replied hastily, "I am honest if I am poor. Were I not, I might soon become rich." This exclamation produced 1,000 questions. I feared to shock her by owning the truth, but she drew it from me, and then casting a look of disdain on me, she said, "You pretend to love, and you fear to face the devil for my sake." I protested that I had only dreaded to offend her, while she dwelt on the magnitude of the reward that I should receive. Thus encouraged, shamed by her, led on by love and hope, laughing at my late fears with quick steps and a light heart, I returned to accept the offers of the alchemist, and was instantly installed in my office. A year passed away. I became possessed of no insignificant sum of money. Custom had banished my fears. In spite of the most painful vigilance, I had never detected the trace of a cloven foot, nor was the studious silence of our abode ever disturbed by demoniac howls. I still continued my stolen interviews with Bertha, and hope dawned on me. Hope, but not perfect joy, for Bertha fancied that love and security were enemies, and her pleasure was to divide them in my bosom. Though true of heart, she was somewhat of a coquette in manner, and I was jealous as a Turk. She slighted me in 1,000 ways, yet would never acknowledge herself to be in the wrong. She would drive me mad with anger, and then force me to beg her pardon. Sometimes she fancied that I was not sufficiently submissive. And then she had some story of a rival, favored by her protectress. She was surrounded by silk-clad youths, the rich and gay. What chance had the sad-robed scholar of Cornelius compared with these? On one occasion the philosopher made such large demands upon my time that I was unable to meet her as I was wont. He was engaged in some mighty work, and I was forced to remain, day and night, feeding his furnaces and watching his chemical preparations. Bertha waited for me in vain at the fountain. Her haughty spirit fired at this neglect, and when at last I stole out during the few short minutes allotted to me for slumber, and hoped to be consoled by her, she received me with disdain, dismissed me in scorn, and vowed that any man should possess her hand rather than he who could not be in 2 places at once for her sake. She would be revenged. And truly she was. In my dingy retreat I heard that she had been hunting, attended by Albert Hoffer. Albert Hoffer was favored by her protectress, and the 3 passed in cavalcade before my smoky window. I thought that they mentioned my name. It was followed by a laugh of derision as her dark eyes glanced contemptuously towards my abode. Jealousy, with all its venom and all its misery, entered my breast. Now I shed a torrent of tears to think that I should never call her mine, and anon I imprecated 1,000 curses on her inconstancy. Yet still I must stir the fires of the alchemist, still attended on the changes of his unintelligible medicines. Cornelius had watched for 3 days and nights, nor closed his eyes. The progress of his alembics was slower than he expected. In spite of his anxiety, sleep weighed upon his eyelids. Again and again he threw off drowsiness with more than human energy. Again and again it stole away his senses. He eyed his crucibles wistfully. "Not ready yet," he murmured. "Will another night pass before the work is accomplished? Winsey, you are vigilant, you are faithful, you have slept, my boy. You slept last night. Look at that glass vessel. The liquid it contains is of a soft rose color. The moment it begins to change its hue, awaken me. Till then I may close my eyes. First it will turn white, then emit golden flashes, but wait not till then. When the rose color fades, rouse me." I scarcely heard the last words muttered, as they were in sleep. Even then he did not quite yield to nature. "Windsy, my boy," he said again, "do not touch the vessel. Do not put it to your lips. It is a filter to cure love. You would not cease to love your Bertha. Beware to drink." And he slept. His venerable head sunk on his breast, and I scarce heard his regular breathing. For a few minutes I watched the vessel. The rosy hue of the liquid remained unchanged. Then my thoughts wandered. They visited the fountain, and dwelt on 1,000 charming scenes never to be renewed. Never! Serpents and adders were in my heart as the word never half formed itself on my lips. False girl! False and cruel! Never more would she smile on me as that evening she smiled on Albert. Worthless, detested woman! I would not remain unrevenged. She should see Albert expire at her feet. She should die beneath my vengeance. She had smiled in disdain and triumph. She knew my wretchedness and her power. Yet what power had she? The power of exciting my hate, my utter scorn, my, all but indifference. Could I attain that? Could I regard her with careless eyes, transferring my rejected love to one fairer and more true? That were indeed a victory. A bright flash darted before my eyes. I had forgotten the medicine of the adept. I gazed on it with wonder, flashes of admirable beauty, more bright than those which the diamond emits when the sun's rays are on it. Glanced from the surface of the liquid. An odor, the most fragrant and grateful, stole over my sense. The vessel seemed one globe of living radiance, lovely to the eye, and most inviting to the taste. The first thought, instinctively inspired by the grosser sense, was, I must drink. I raised the vessel to my lips. It will cure me of love, of torture. Already I had quaffed half of the most delicious liquor ever tasted by the palate of man, when the philosopher stirred. I started. I dropped the glass. The fluid flamed and glanced along the floor, while I felt Cornelius's gripe at my throat as he shrieked aloud, "Wretch, you have destroyed the labor of my life!" The philosopher was totally unaware that I had drunk any portion of his drug. His idea was, and I gave a tacit assent to it, that I had raised the vessel from curiosity, and that, frighted at its brightness and the flashes of intense light it gave forth, I had let it fall. I never undeceived him. The fire of the medicine was quenched. The fragrance died away. He grew calm, as a philosopher should under the heaviest trials, and dismissed me to rest. I will not attempt to describe the sleep of glory and bliss which bathed my soul in paradise during the remaining hours of that memorable night. Words would be faint and shallow types of my enjoyment, or of the gladness that possessed my bosom when I awoke. I trod air. My thoughts were in heaven. Earth appeared heaven, and my inheritance upon it was to be one trance of delight. It is to be cured of love, I thought. I will see Bertha this day, and she will find her lover cold and regardless, too happy to be disdainful, yet how utterly indifferent to her. The hours danced away. The philosopher, secure that he had once succeeded, and believing that he might again, began to concoct the same medicine once more. He was shut up with his books and drugs, and I had a holiday. I dressed myself with care. I looked in an old but polished shield, which served me for a mirror. Methought my good looks had wonderfully improved. I hurried beyond the precincts of the town, joy in my soul, the beauty of heaven and earth around me. I turned my steps towards the castle. I could look on its lofty turrets with lightness of heart, for I was cured of love. My Bertha saw me afar off as I came up the avenue. I know not what sudden impulse animated her bosom, but at the sight she sprung with a light fawn-like bound down the marble steps, and was hastening towards me. But I had been perceived by another person, the old high-born hag who called herself her protectress, and was her tyrant, had seen me also. She hobbled, panting, up the terrace. A page as ugly as herself held up her train, and fanned her as she hurried along, and stopped my fair girl with a, "How now, my bold mistress, whither so fast? Back to your cage, hawks are abroad." Bertha clasped her hands. Her eyes were still bent on my approaching figure. I saw the contest. How I abhorred the old crone who checked the kind impulses of my Bertha's softening heart. Hitherto, respect for her rank had caused me to avoid the lady of the castle. Now I disdained such trivial considerations. I was cured of love, and lifted above all human fears. I hastened forwards, and soon reached the terrace. How lovely Bertha looked! Her eyes flashing fire, her cheeks glowing with impatience and anger. She was 1,000 times more graceful and charming than ever. I no longer loved. Oh, no. I adored, worshipped, idolized her. She had that morning been persecuted, with more than usual vehemence, to consent to an immediate marriage with my rival. She was reproached with the encouragement that she had shown him. She was threatened with being turned out of doors with disgrace and shame. Her proud spirit rose in arms at the threat, but when she remembered the scorn that she had heaped upon me, and how, perhaps, she had thus lost one whom she now regarded as her only friend, she wept with remorse and rage. At that moment I appeared. "Oh, Winsy!" she exclaimed, "take me to your mother's cot. Swiftly let me leave the detested luxuries and wretchedness of this noble dwelling. Take me to poverty and happiness." I clasped her in my arms with transport. The old dame was speechless with fury and broke forth into invective only when we were far on a road to my natal cottage. My mother received the fair fugitive, escaped from a gilt cage to nature and liberty, with tenderness and joy. My father, who loved her, welcomed her heartily. It was a day of rejoicing which did not need the addition of the celestial potion of the alchemist to steep me in delight. Soon after this eventful day I became the husband of Bertha. I ceased to be the scholar of Cornelius, but I continued his friend. I always felt grateful to him for having unawares procured me that delicious draught of a divine elixir which, instead of curing me of love, sat cure, solitary and joyless remedy for evils which seemed blessings to the memory, had inspired me with courage and resolution, thus winning for me an inestimable treasure in my Bertha. I often called to mind that period of trance-like inebriation with wonder. The drink of Cornelius had not fulfilled the task for which he affirmed that it had been prepared, but its effects were more potent and blissful than words can express. They had faded by degrees, yet they lingered long, and painted life in hues of splendor. Bertha often wondered at my lightness of heart and unaccustomed gaiety, for before I had been rather serious or even sad in my disposition. She loved me the better for my cheerful temper, and our days were winged by joy. 5 years afterwards, I was suddenly summoned to the bedside of the dying Cornelius. He had sent for me in haste, conjuring my instant presence. I found him stretched on his pallet, enfeebled even to death. All of life that yet remained animated his piercing eyes, and they were fixed on a glass vessel full of a roseate liquid. "Behold," he said in a broken and inward voice, "the vanity of human wishes. A second time my hopes are about to be crowned. A second time they are destroyed. Look at that liquor. You remember 5 years ago I had prepared the same, with the same success. Then as now my thirsting lips expected to taste the immortal elixir, you dashed it from me, and at present it is too late." He spoke with difficulty and fell back on his pillow. I could not help saying, "How, revered master, can a cure for love restore you to life?" A faint smile gleamed across his face as I listened earnestly to his scarcely intelligible answer. "A cure for love and for all things, the elixir of immortality. Ah, if now I might drink, I should live forever." As he spoke, a golden flash gleamed from the fluid. A well-remembered fragrance stole over the air. He raised himself. All weak as he was, strength seemed miraculously to re-enter his frame. He stretched forth his hand. A loud explosion startled me. A ray of fire shot up from the elixir. and the glass vessel which contained it was shivered to atoms. I turned my eyes toward the philosopher. He had fallen back. His eyes were glassy, his features rigid. He was dead. But I lived, and was to live forever. So said the unfortunate alchemist, and for a few days I believed his words. I remembered the glorious intoxication that had followed my stolen draught. I reflected on the change I had felt in my frame, in my soul. The bounding elasticity of the one, the buoyant lightness of the other. I surveyed myself in a mirror and could perceive no change in my features during the space of the 5 years which had elapsed. I remembered the radiant hues and grateful scent of that delicious beverage, worthy the gift it was capable of bestowing. I was then immortal. A few days after I laughed at my credulity. The old proverb that a prophet is least regarded in his own country was true with respect to me and my defunct master. I loved him as a man. I respected him as a sage. But I derided the notion that he could command the powers of darkness, and laughed at the superstitious fears with which he was regarded by the vulgar. He was a wise philosopher, but had no acquaintance with any spirits but those clad in flesh and blood. His science was simply human, and human science, I soon persuaded myself, could never conquer nature's laws so far as to imprison the soul forever within its carnal habitation. Cornelius had brewed a soul-refreshing drink, more inebriating than wine, sweeter and more fragrant than any fruit. It possessed probably strong medicinal powers, imparting gladness to the heart and vigor to the limbs, but its effects would wear out. Already were they diminished in my frame. I was a lucky fellow to have quaffed health and joyous spirits, and perhaps long life at my master's hands, but my good fortune ended there. Longevity was far different from immortality. I continued to entertain this belief for many years. Sometimes a thought stole across me. Was the alchemist indeed deceived? But my habitual credence was that I should meet the fate of all the children of Adam at my appointed time. A little late, but still at a natural age. Yet it was certain that I retained a wonderfully youthful look. I was laughed at for my vanity in consulting the mirror so often, but I consulted it in vain. My brow was untrenched, my cheeks, my eyes, my whole person continued as untarnished as in my 20th year. I was troubled. I looked at the faded beauty of Bertha. I seemed more like her son. By degrees, our neighbors began to make similar observations, and I found at last that I went by the name of the scholar bewitched. Bertha herself grew uneasy. She became jealous and peevish, and at length she began to question me. We had no children. We were all in all to each other. And though as she grew older, her vivacious spirit became a little allied to ill temper, and her beauty sadly diminished, I cherished her in my heart as the mistress I had idolized, the wife I had sought and won with such perfect love. At last our situation became intolerable. Bertha was 50, I 20 years of age. I had, in very shame, in some measure adopted the habits of a more advanced age. I no longer mingled in the dance among the young and gay, but my heart bounded along with them while I restrained my feet, and a sorry figure I cut among the nesters of our village. But before the time I mentioned, things were altered. We were universally shunned. We were, at least I was, reported to have kept up an iniquitous acquaintance with some of my former master's supposed friends. Poor Bertha was pitied, but deserted. I was regarded with horror and detestation. What was to be done? We sat by our winter fire. Poverty had made itself felt, for none would buy the produce of my farm, and often I had been forced to journey 20 miles to some place where I was not known to dispose of our property. It is true we had saved something for an evil day. That day was come. We sat by our lone fireside, the old-hearted youth and his antiquated wife. Again Bertha insisted on knowing the truth. She recapitulated all she had ever heard said about me, and added her own observations. She conjured me to cast off the spell. She described how much more comely gray hairs were than my chestnut locks. She descanted on the reverence and respect due to age, how preferable to the slight regard paid to mere children. Could I imagine that the despicable gifts of youth and good looks outweighed disgrace, hatred, and scorn? Nay, In the end, I should be burnt as a dealer in the black art, while she, to whom I had not deigned to communicate any portion of my good fortune, might be stoned as my accomplice. At length she insinuated that I must share my secret with her, and bestow on her like benefits to those I myself enjoyed, or she would denounce me. And then she burst into tears. Thus beset, methought it was the best way to tell the truth. I revealed it as tenderly as I could, and spoke only of a very long life, not of immortality, which representation indeed coincided best with my own ideas. When I ended, I rose and said, "And now, my Bertha, will you denounce the lover of your youth? You will not, I know, but it is too hard, my poor wife, that you should suffer from my ill luck and the accursed arts of Cornelius. I will leave you. You have wealth enough, and friends will return in my absence. I will go. Young as I seem and strong as I am, I can work and gain my bread among strangers, unsuspected and unknown. I loved you in youth. God is my witness that I would not desert you in age, but that your safety and happiness require it." I took my cap and moved towards the door. In a moment Bertha's arms were round my neck, and her lips were pressed to mine. "No, my husband, my Winsey," she said. "You shall not go alone. Take me with you. We will remove from this place, and, as you say, among strangers we shall be unsuspected and safe. I am not so very old as quite to shame you, my Winsey, and I dare say the charm will soon wear off, and with the blessing of God you will become more elderly-looking, as is fitting. You shall not leave me." I returned the good soul's embrace heartily. "I will not, my Bertha, but for your sake I had not thought of such a thing. I will be your true, faithful husband while you are spared to me, and do my duty by you to the last." The next day we prepared secretly for our emigration. We were obliged to make great pecuniary sacrifices. It could not be helped. We realized a sum sufficient at least to maintain us while Bertha lived, and without saying adieu to anyone, quitted our native country to take refuge in a remote part of western France. It was a cruel thing to transport poor Bertha from her native village and the friends of her youth to a new country, new language, new customs. The strange secret of my destiny rendered this removal immaterial to me, but I compassionated her deeply, and was glad to perceive that she found compensation for her misfortunes in a variety of little ridiculous circumstances. Away from all the telltale chroniclers, she sought to decrease the apparent disparity of our ages by 1,000 feminine arts, rouge, youthful dress, and assumed juvenility of manner. I could not be angry. Did not I myself wear a mask? Why quarrel with hers? Because it was less successful? I grieved deeply when I remembered that this was my Bertha, whom I had loved so fondly, and won with such transport. The dark-eyed, dark-haired girl with smiles of enchanting archness and a step like a fawn, this mincing, simpering, jealous old woman. I should have revered her gray locks and withered cheeks, but thus... It was my work, I knew, but I did not the less deplore this type of human weakness. Her jealousy never slept. Her chief occupation was to discover that in spite of outward appearances, I was myself growing old. I verily believe that the poor soul loved me truly in her heart, but never had woman so tormenting a mode of displaying fondness. She would discern wrinkles in my face and decrepitude in my walk, while I bounded along in youthful vigor, the youngest-looking of 20 youths, and I never dared address another woman. On one occasion, fancying that the belle of the village regarded me with favoring eyes, she brought me a gray wig. Her constant discourse among her acquaintances was that, though I looked so young, there was ruin at work within my frame, and she affirmed that the worst symptom about me was my apparent health. My youth was a disease, she said, and I ought at all times to prepare, if not for a sudden and awful death, at least to awake some morning white-headed, and bowed down with all the marks of advancing years. I let her talk. I often joined in her conjectures. Her warnings chimed in with my never-ceasing speculations concerning my state, and I took an earnest, though painful, interest in listening to all that her quick wit and excited imagination could say on the subject. Why dwell on these minute circumstances? We lived on for many long years. Bertha became bedrid and paralytic. I nursed her as a mother might a child. She grew peevish, and still harped upon one string, of how long I should survive her. It has ever been a source of consolation to me that I performed my duty scrupulously towards her. She had been mine in youth. She was mine in age, and at last, when I heaped the sod over her corpse, I wept to feel that I had lost all that really bound me to humanity. Since then, how many have been my cares and woes, how few and empty my enjoyments. I pause here in my history. I will pursue it no further. A sailor without rudder or compass, tossed on a stormy sea, a traveler lost on a widespread heath, without landmark or stone to guide him. Such have I been. More lost, more hopeless than either. A nearing ship, a gleam from some far cot, may save them. But I have no beacon except the hope of death. Death, mysterious, ill-visaged friend of weak humanity. Why alone of all mortals have you cast me from your sheltering fold? Oh, for the peace of the grave, the deep silence of the iron-bound tomb. That thought would cease to work in my brain, my heart beat no more with emotions varied only by new forms of sadness. Am I immortal? I return to my first question. In the first place, is it not more probable that the beverage of the alchemist was fraught rather with longevity than eternal life? Such is my hope. And then be it remembered that I only drank half of the potion prepared by him. Was not the whole necessary to complete the charm? To have drained half the elixir of immortality is but to be half immortal. My forever is thus truncated and null. But again, who shall number the years of the half of eternity? I often try to imagine by what rule the infinite may be divided. Sometimes I fancy age advancing upon me. One gray hair I have found. Fool! Do I lament? Yes, the fear of age and death often creeps coldly into my heart, and the more I live, the more I dread death, even while I abhor life. Such an enigma is man, born to perish, when he wars as I do against the established laws of his nature. But for this anomaly of feeling, surely I might die. The medicine of the alchemist would not be proof against fire, sword, and the strangling waters. I have gazed upon the blue depths of many a placid lake, and the tumultuous rushing of many a mighty river, and have said, peace inhabits those waters. Yet I have turned my steps away to live yet another day. I have asked myself whether suicide would be a crime in one to whom only the portals of the other world could be opened. I have done all except presenting myself as a soldier or duelist, an object of destruction to not my fellow mortals, and therefore I have shrunk away. They are not my fellows. The inextinguishable power of life in my frame, and their ephemeral existence, places us wide as the poles asunder. I could not raise a hand against the meanest or the most powerful among them. Thus I have lived on for many a year, alone and wary of myself, desirous of death, yet never dying. Immortal. Neither ambition nor avarice can enter my mind, and the ardent love that gnaws at my heart, never to be returned, never to find an equal on which to expend itself, lives there only to torment me. This very day I conceived a design by which I may end all, without self-slaughter, without making another man a Cain. An expedition which mortal frame can never survive, even endured with the youth and strength that inhabits mine. Thus I shall put my immortality to the test, and rest forever, or return, the wonder and benefactor of the human species. Before I go, a miserable vanity has caused me to pen these pages. I would not die and leave no name behind. 3 centuries have passed since I quaffed the fatal beverage. Another year shall not elapse before, encountering gigantic dangers, warring with the powers of frost in their home, beset by famine, toil, and tempest, I yield this body, too tenacious a cage for a soul which thirsts for freedom, to the destructive elements of air and water. Or, if I survive, my name shall be recorded as one of the most famous among the sons of men. And, my task achieved, I shall adopt more resolute means, and by scattering and annihilating the atoms that compose my frame, set at liberty the life imprisoned within, and so cruelly prevented from soaring from this dim earth to a sphere more congenial to its immortal essence. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Tales and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Schmit. Tales and Stories by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. Section 11. Transformation. Forthwith this frame of mine was wrenched with a woeful agony, which forced me to begin my tale, and then it set me free. Since then, at an uncertain hour, that agony returns, until my ghastly tale is told, this heart within me burns. Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. I have heard it said that, when any strange, supernatural and necromantic adventure has occurred to a human being, that being, however desirous he may be to conceal the same, feels at certain periods torn up, as it were by an intellectual earthquake, and is forced to bear the inner depth of his spirit to another. I am a witness of the truth of this. I have dearly sworn to myself never to reveal to human ears the horrors to which I once, in excess of fiendly pride, delivered myself over. The holy man who heard my confession and reconciled me to the church is dead. None knows that once. Why should it not be thus? Why tell a tale of impious tempting of Providence and soul-subduing humiliation? Why, answer me, ye who are wise in the secrets of human nature? I only know that so it is, and in spite of strong resolve, of a pride that too much masters me, of shame, and even of fear, so to render myself odious to my species, I must speak. Genua, my birthplace, proud city, looking upon the blue Mediterranean, dost thou remember me in my boyhood, when thy cliffs and promontories, the bright sky and gay vineyards were my world? Happy time, when to the young heart the narrow-bounded universe, which leaves by its very limitation free scope to the imagination, enchains our physical energies, and, sole period in our lives, innocence and enjoyment are united. Yet who can look back to childhood and not remember its sorrows and its harrowing fears? I was born with the most imperious, haughty, tameless spirit. I quailed before my father only, and he, generous and noble, but capricious and tyrannical, at once fostered and checked the wild impetuosity of my character, making obedience necessary, but inspiring no respect for the motives which guided his commands. To be a man, free, independent, or in better words, insolent and domineering, was the hope and prayer of my rebel heart. My father had one friend, a wealthy Genoese noble, who in a political tumult was suddenly sentenced to banishment and his property confiscated. The Marchese Torella went into exile alone. Like my father, he was a widower. He had one child, the almost infant Juliet, who was left under my father's guardianship. I should certainly have been unkind to the lovely girl, but that I was forced by my position to become her protector. A variety of childish incidents all tended to one point: to make Juliet see in me a rock of defence. I in her, one who must perish through the soft sensibility of her nature too rudely visited, but for my guardian care. We grew up together. The opening rose in May was not more sweet than this dear girl. An irradiation of beauty was spread over her face, her form, her step, her voice. My heart weeps even now to think of all of relying, gentle, loving and pure that she enshrined. When I was 11 and Juliet 8 years of age, a cousin of mine, much older than either, he seemed to us a man, took great notice of my playmate. He called her his bride and asked her to marry him. She refused, and he insisted, drawing her unwillingly towards him. With the countenance and emotions of a maniac, I threw myself on him. I strove to draw his sword. I clung to his neck with the ferocious resolve to strangle him. He was obliged to call for assistance to disengage himself from me. On that night I led Juliet to the chapel of our house. I made her touch the sacred relics. I harrowed her child's heart and profaned her child's lips with an oath that she would be mine, and mine only. Well, those days passed away. Torella returned in a few years and became wealthier and more prosperous than ever. When I was 17, my father died. He had been magnificent to prodigality. Torella rejoiced that my minority would afford an opportunity for repairing my fortunes. Juliet and I had been affianced beside my father's deathbed. Torella was to be a second parent to me. I desired to see the world, and I was indulged. I went to Florence, to Rome, to Naples. Thence I passed to Toulon, and at length reached what had long been the bourne of my wishes, Paris. There was wild work in Paris then. The poor King Charles VI, now sane, now mad, now a monarch, now an abject slave, was the very mockery of humanity. The Queen, the Dauphin, the Duke of Burgundy, alternately friends and foes, now meeting in prodigal feasts, now shedding blood in rivalry, were blind to the miserable state of their country, and the dangers that impended over it, and gave themselves wholly up to dissolute enjoyment or savage strife. My character still followed me. I was arrogant and self-willed. I loved display, and above all, I threw off all control. My young friends were eager to foster passions which furnished them with pleasures. I was deemed handsome. I was master of every knightly accomplishment. I was disconnected with any political party. I grew a favourite with all. My presumption and arrogance was pardoned in one so young. I became a spoiled child. Who could control me? Not the letters and advice of Torella, only strong necessity visiting me in the abhorred shape of an empty purse. But there were means to refill this void. Acre after acre, estate after estate, I sold. My dress, my jewels, my horses and their caparisons were almost unrivalled in gorgeous Paris, while the lands of my inheritance passed into possession of others. The Duke of Orleans was waylaid and murdered by the Duke of Burgundy. Fear and terror possessed all Paris. The Dauphin and the Queen shut themselves up. Every pleasure was suspended. I grew weary of this state of things, and my heart yearned for my boyhood's haunts. I was nearly a beggar, yet still I would go there, claim my bride, and rebuild my fortunes. A few happy ventures as a merchant would make me rich again. Nevertheless, I would not return in humble guise. My last act was to dispose of my remaining estate near Albaro, for half its worth, for ready money. Then I dispatched all kinds of artificers, arras, furniture of regal splendour, to fit up the last relic of my inheritance, my palace in Genoa. I lingered a little longer yet, ashamed at the part of prodigal returned, which I feared I should play. I sent my horses. One matchless Spanish jennet I dispatched to my promised bride. Its caparisons flamed with jewels and cloth of gold. In every part I caused to be entwined the initials of Juliet and her Guido. My present found favour in hers and in her father's eyes. Still to return a proclaimed spendthrift, the mark of impertinent wonder, perhaps of scorn, and to encounter singly the reproaches or taunts of my fellow citizens, was no alluring prospect. As a shield between me and censure, I invited some few of the most reckless of my comrades to accompany me. Thus I went armed against the world, hiding a rankling feeling, half fear and half penitence, by bravado. I arrived in Genoa. I trod the pavement of my ancestral palace. My proud step was no interpreter of my heart, for I deeply felt that, though surrounded by every luxury, I was a beggar. The first step I took in claiming Juliet must widely declare me such. I read contempt or pity in the looks of all. I fancied that rich and poor, young and old, all regarded me with derision. Torella came not near me. No wonder that my second father should expect a son's deference from me in waiting first on him. But galled and stung by a sense of my follies and demerit, I strove to throw the blame on others. We kept nightly orgies in Palazzo Carrega. To sleepless, riotous nights followed listless, supine mornings. At the Ave Maria we showed our dainty persons in the streets, scoffing at the sober citizens, casting insolent glances on the shrinking women. Juliet was not among them, no. If she had been there, shame would have driven me away, if love had not brought me to her feet. I grew tired of this. Suddenly I paid the Marchese a visit. He was at his villa, one among the many which decked the suburb of San Pietro d'Arena. It was the month of May. The blossoms of the fruit trees were fading among thick green foliage. The vines were shooting forth, the ground strewed with the fallen olive blooms. The firefly was in the myrtle hedge. Heaven and earth wore a mantle of surpassing beauty. Torella welcomed me kindly, though seriously, and even his shade of displeasure soon wore away. Some resemblance to my father, some look and tone of youthful ingenuousness, softened the good old man's heart. He sent for his daughter. He presented me to her as her betrothed. The chamber became hallowed by a holy light as she entered. Hers was that cherub look, those large, soft eyes, full dimpled cheeks, and mouth of infantine sweetness that expresses the rare union of happiness and love. Admiration first possessed me. "She's mine," was the second proud emotion, and my lips curled with haughty triumph. I had not been the enfant gâté of the beauties of France, not to have learned the art of pleasing the soft heart of woman. If towards men I was overbearing, the deference I paid to them was the more in contrast. I commenced my courtship by the display of 1,000 gallantries to Juliet, who, vowed to me from infancy, had never admitted the devotion of others, and who, though accustomed to expressions of admiration, was uninitiated in the language of lovers. For a few days all went well. Torella never alluded to my extravagance. He treated me as a favourite son. But the time came, as we discussed the preliminaries to my union with his daughter, when this fair face of things should be overcast. A contract had been drawn up in my father's lifetime. I had rendered this, in fact, void by having squandered the whole of the wealth which was to have been shared by Juliet and myself. Torella, in consequence, chose to consider this bond as cancelled, and proposed another, in which, though the wealth he bestowed was immeasurably increased, there were so many restrictions as to the mode of spending it, that I, who saw independence only in free career being given to my own imperious will, taunted him as taking advantage of my situation, and refused utterly to subscribe to his conditions. The old man mildly strove to recall me to reason. Roused pride became the tyrant of my thought. I listened with indignation. I repelled him with disdain. "Juliet, thou art mine. Did we not interchange vows in our innocent childhood? Are we not one in the sight of God? And shall thy cold-hearted, cold-blooded father divide us? Be generous, my love, be just. Take not away a gift, last treasure of thy Guido. Retract not thy vows. Let us defy the world, and, setting at naught the calculations of age, find in our mutual affection a refuge from every ill." Fiend I must have been with such sophistry to endeavour to poison that sanctuary of holy thought and tender love. Juliet shrank from me affrighted. Her father was the best and kindest of men, and she strove to show me how, in obeying him, every good would follow. He would receive my tardy submission with warm affection, and generous pardon would follow my repentance. Profitless words for a young and gentle daughter, to use to a man accustomed to make his will law, and to feel in his own heart a despot so terrible and stern that he could yield obedience to naught save his own imperious desires. My resentment grew with resistance. My wild companions were ready to add fuel to the flame. We laid a plan to carry off Juliet. At first it appeared to be crowned with success. Midway, on our return, we were overtaken by the agonized father and his attendants. A conflict ensued. Before the city guard came to decide the victory in favour of our antagonists, 2 of Torella's servitors were dangerously wounded. This portion of my history weighs most heavily with me. Changed man as I am, I abhor myself in the recollection. May none who hear this tale ever have felt as I. A horse driven to fury by a rider armed with barbed spurs was not more a slave than I to the violent tyranny of my temper. A fiend possessed my soul, irritating it to madness. I felt the voice of conscience within me, but if I yielded to it for a brief interval, it was only to be a moment after torn as by a whirlwind away, borne along on the stream of desperate rage, the plaything of the storms engendered by pride. I was imprisoned, and, at the instance of Torella, set free. Again I returned to carry off both him and his child to France, which hapless country, then preyed on by freebooters and gangs of lawless soldiery, offered a grateful refuge to a criminal like me. Our plots were discovered. I was sentenced to banishment, and as my debts were already enormous, my remaining property was put in the hands of commissioners for their payment. Torella again offered his mediation, requiring only my promise not to renew my abortive attempts on himself and his daughter. I spurned his offers, and fancied that I triumphed when I was thrust out from Genoa, a solitary and penniless exile. My companions were gone. They had been dismissed the city some weeks before, and were already in France. I was alone, friendless, with neither sword at my side, nor ducat in my purse. I wandered along the seashore, a whirlwind of passion possessing and tearing my soul. It was as if a live coal had been set burning in my breast. At first I meditated on what I should do. I would join a band of freebooters. Revenge! The word seemed balm to me. I hugged it, caressed it, till, like a serpent, it stung me. Then again I would abjure and despise Genoa, that little corner of the world. I would return to Paris, where so many of my friends swarmed, where my services would be eagerly accepted, where I would carve out a fortune with my sword, and make my paltry birthplace and a false Torella rue the day when they drove me, a new Coriolanus, from her walls. I would return to Paris, thus, on foot, a beggar, and present myself in my poverty to those I had formerly entertained sumptuously. There was gall in the mere thought of it. The reality of things began to dawn upon my mind, bringing despair in its train. For several months I had been a prisoner. The evils of my dungeon had whipped my soul to madness, but they had subdued my corporeal frame. I was weak and wan. Torella had used 1,000 artifices to administer to my comfort. I had detected and scorned them all, and I reaped the harvest of my obduracy. What was to be done? Should I crouch before my foe and sue for forgiveness? Die rather 10,000 deaths. Never should they obtain that victory. Hate. I swore eternal hate. Hate from whom? To whom? From a wandering outcast to a mighty noble? I and my feelings were nothing to them. Already had they forgotten one so unworthy. And Juliet, her angel face and sylph-like form gleamed among the clouds of my despair with vain beauty, for I had lost her, the glory and flower of the world. Another will call her his. That smile of paradise will bless another. Even now my heart fails within me when I recur to this rout of grim-visaged ideas. Now subdued almost to tears, now raving in my agony, still I wandered along the rocky shore, which grew at each step wilder and more desolate. Hanging rocks and hoar precipices overlooked the tideless ocean. Black caverns yawned, and forever, among the sea-worn recesses, murmured and dashed the unfruitful waters. Now my way was almost barred by an abrupt promontory, now rendered nearly impracticable by fragments fallen from the cliff. Evening was at hand, when, seaward, arose, as if on the waving of a wizard's wand, a murky web of clouds, blotting the late azure sky, and darkening and disturbing the till now placid deep. The clouds had strange, fantastic shapes, and they changed and mingled, and seemed to be driven about by a mighty spell. The waves raised their white crests, the thunder first muttered, then roared from across the waste of waters, which took a deep purple dye, flecked with foam. The spot where I stood looked, on one side, to the widespread ocean, on the other it was barred by a rugged promontory. Round this cape suddenly came, driven by the wind, a vessel. In vain the mariners tried to force a path for her to the open sea. The gale drove her on to the rocks. It will perish. All on board will perish. Would I were among them! And to my young heart the idea of death came for the first time, blended with that of joy. It was an awful sight to behold, that vessel struggling with her fate. Hardly could I discern the sailors, but I heard them. It was soon all over. A rock, just covered by the tossing waves, and so unperceived, lay in wait for its prey. A crash of thunder broke over my head at the moment that, with a frightful shock, the vessel dashed upon her unseen enemy. In a brief space of time she went to pieces. There I stood, in safety, and there were my fellow creatures battling, how hopelessly, with annihilation. Methought I saw them struggling. Too truly did I hear their shrieks, conquering the barking surges in their shrill agony. The dark breakers threw hither and thither the fragments of the wreck, and soon disappeared. I had been fascinated to gaze till the end. At last I sank on my knees. I covered my face with my hands. I again looked up. Something was floating on the billows towards the shore. It neared and neared. Was that a human form? It grew more and more distinct, and at last a mighty wave, lifting the whole freight, lodged it upon a rock. A human being bestriding a sea chest! A human being! Yet was it one? Surely never such had existed before. A misshapen dwarf, with squinting eyes, distorted features, and body deformed till it became a horror to behold. My blood, lately warming towards a fellow being so snatched from the watery tomb, froze in my heart. The dwarf got off his chest. He tossed his straight, struggling hair from his odious visage.
"By St. Beelzebub!" he exclaimed, "I have been well bested."
He looked round and saw me.
"Oh, by the fiend! Here is another ally of the mighty one. To what saint did you offer prayers, friend, if not to mine? Yet I remember you not on board."
I shrank from the monster and his blasphemy. Again he questioned me, and I muttered some inaudible reply. He continued,
"Your voice is drowned by this dissonant roar. What a noise the big ocean makes! Schoolboys bursting from their prison are not louder than these waves set free to play. They disturb me. I will no more of their ill-timed brawling. Silence, hoary one! Winds avaunt to your homes! Clouds fly to the antipodes and leave our heaven clear!"
As he spoke, he stretched out his two long, lank arms, that looked like spiders' claws, and seemed to embrace with them the expanse before him. Was it a miracle? The clouds became broken and fled. The azure sky first peeped out, and then was spread a calm field of blue above us. The stormy gale was exchanged to the softly breathing west. The sea grew calm. The waves dwindled to riplets.
"I like obedience even in these stupid elements," said the dwarf. "How much more in the tameless mind of man! It was a well-got-up storm, you must allow, and all of my own making."
It was tempting Providence to interchange talk with this magician, but power, in all its shapes, is respected by man. Awe, curiosity, a clinging fascination, drew me towards him.
"Come, don't be frightened, friend," said the wretch. "I am good-humoured when pleased, and something does please me in your well-proportioned body and handsome face, though you look a little woe-begone. You have suffered a land, I a sea-wreck. Perhaps I can allay the tempest of your fortunes as I did my own. Shall we be friends?"
And he held out his hand. I could not touch it.
"Well then, companions. That will do as well. And now, while I rest after the buffeting I underwent just now, tell me why, young and gallant as you seem, you wander thus alone and downcast on this wild seashore."
The voice of the wretch was screeching and horrid, and his contortions as he spoke were frightful to behold. Yet he did gain a kind of influence over me, which I could not master, and I told him my tale. When it was ended, he laughed long and loud. The rocks echoed back the sound. Hell seemed yelling around me.
"O thou cousin of Lucifer," said he, "so thou too hast fallen through thy pride? And though bright as the sun of morning, thou art ready to give up thy good looks, thy bride, and thy well-being, rather than submit thee to the tyranny of good. I honour thy choice, by my soul. So thou hast fled and yield the day, and mean to starve on these rocks, and to let the birds peck out thy dead eyes, while thy enemy and thy betrothed rejoice in thy ruin. Thy pride is strangely akin to humility, methinks.
As he spoke, 1,000 fanged thoughts stung me to the heart. "What would you that I should do?" I cried.
"I? Oh, nothing, but lie down and say your prayers before you die. But were I you, I know the deed that should be done."
I drew near him. His supernatural powers made him an oracle in my eyes. Yet a strange unearthly thrill quivered through my frame as I said, "Speak, teach me. What act do you advise?"
"Revenge thyself, man. Humble thy enemies, set thy foot on the old man's neck, and possess thyself of his daughter."
"To the east and west I turn," cried I, "and see no means. Had I gold, much could I achieve, but poor and single I am powerless." The dwarf had been seated on his chest as he listened to my story. Now he got off. He touched a spring. It flew open. What a mine of wealth, of blazing jewels, beaming gold, and pale silver was displayed therein. A mad desire to possess this treasure was born within me. "Doubtless," I said, "one so powerful as you could do all things."
"Nay," said the monster humbly, "I am less omnipotent than I seem. Some things I possess which you may covet, but I would give them all for a small share, or even for a loan, of what is yours."
"My possessions are at your service," I replied bitterly. "My poverty, my exile, my disgrace, I'll make a free gift of them all."
"Good, I thank you. Add one other thing to your gift, and my treasure is yours."
"As nothing is my sole inheritance, what besides nothing would you have?"
"Your comely face and well-made limbs."
I shivered. Would this all-powerful monster murder me? I had no dagger. I forgot to pray, but I grew pale.
"I ask for a loan, not a gift," said the frightful thing. "Lend me your body for 3 days. You shall have mine to cage your soul a while, and in payment, my chest. What say you to the bargain? 3 short days."
We are told that it is dangerous to hold unlawful talk, and well do I prove the same. Tamely written down, it may seem incredible that I should lend any ear to this proposition, but in spite of his unnatural ugliness, there was something fascinating in a being whose voice could govern earth, air, and sea. I felt a keen desire to comply, for with that chest I could command the worlds. My only hesitation resulted from a fear that he would not be true to his bargain. Then I thought, I shall soon die here on these lonely sands, and the limbs he covets will be mine no more. It is worth the chance. And besides, I knew that by all the rules of art magic there were formula and oaths which none of its practisers dared break. I hesitated to reply, and he went on, now displaying his wealth, now speaking of the petty price he demanded, till it seemed madness to refuse. "Thus is it, place our bark in the current of the stream, and down over fall and cataracts it is hurried. Give up our conduct to the wild torrent of passion, and we are away, we know not whither." He swore many an oath, and I adjured him by many a sacred name, till I saw this wonder of power, this ruler of the elements, shiver like an autumn leaf before my words, and as if the spirits spake unwillingly and perforce within him, at last he, with broken voice, revealed the spell whereby he might be obliged, did he wish to play me false, to render up the unlawful spoil. Our warm lifeblood must mingle to make and to mar the charm. Enough of this unholy theme. I was persuaded. The thing was done. The morrow dawned upon me as I lay upon the shingles, and I knew not my own shadow as it fell from me. I felt myself changed to a shape of horror, and cursed my easy faith and blind credulity. The chest was there the gold and precious stones for which I had sold the frame of flesh which nature had given me. The sight a little stilled my emotions. 3 days would soon be gone. They did pass. The dwarf had supplied me with a plenteous store of food. At first I could hardly walk, so strange and out of joint were all my limbs, and my voice, it was that of the fiend. But I kept silent, and turned my face to the sun, that I might not see my shadow, and counted the hours, and ruminated on my future conduct. To bring Torella to my feet, to possess my Juliet in spite of him, all this my wealth could easily achieve. During dark night I slept, and dreamt of the accomplishment of my desires. 2 suns had set, the 3rd dawned. I was agitated, fearful. O expectation, what a frightful thing art thou, when kindled more by fear than hope! How dost thou twist thyself round the heart, torturing its pulsations? How dost thou dart unknown pangs all through our feeble mechanism, now seeming to shiver us like broken glass to nothingness, now giving us a fresh strength which can do nothing, and so torments us by a sensation such as the strong man must feel who cannot break his fetters, though they bend in his grasp. Slowly paced the bright, bright orb up the eastern sky. Long it lingered in the zenith, and still more slowly wandered down the west. It touched the horizon's verge. It was lost. Its glories were on the summits of the cliff. They grew dun and grey. The evening star shone bright. He will soon be here. He came not. By the living heavens, he came not! And night dragged out its weary length, and in its decaying age, day began to grizzle its dark hair, and the sun rose again on the most miserable wretch that ever upbraided its light. 3 days thus I passed. The jewels and the gold, oh, how I abhorred them! Well, I will not blacken these pages with demoniac ravings. All too terrible were the thoughts, the raging tumult of ideas that filled my soul. At the end of that time I slept. I had not before since the 3rd sunset, and I dreamt that I was at Juliet's feet, and she smiled, and then she shrieked, for she saw my transformation, and again she smiled, for still her beautiful lover knelt before her. But it was not I. It was he, the fiend, arrayed in my limbs, speaking with my voice, winning her with my looks of love. I strove to warn her, but my tongue refused its office. I strove to tear him from her, but I was rooted to the ground. I awoke with the agony. There were the solitary hoar precipices. There the splashing sea, the quiet strand, and the blue sky over all. What did it mean? Was my dream but a mirror of the truth? Was he wooing and winning my betrothed? I would on the instant back to Genoa, but I was banished. I laughed. The dwarf's yell burst from my lips. I? Banished? Oh no! They had not exiled the foul limbs I wore. I might, with these, enter, without fear of incurring the threatened penalty of death, my native city. I began to walk towards Genoa. I was somewhat accustomed to my distorted limbs. None were ever so ill adapted for a straightforward movement. It was with infinite difficulty that I proceeded. Then, too, I desired to avoid all the hamlets strewed here and there on the sea-beach, for I was unwilling to make a display of my hideousness. I was not quite sure that, if seen, the mere boys would not stone me to death as I passed, for a monster. Some ungentle salutations I did receive from the few peasants or fishermen I chanced to meet. But it was dark night before I approached Genoa. The weather was so balmy and sweet that it struck me that the Marchese and his daughter would very probably have quitted the city for their country retreat. It was from Villa Torella that I had attempted to carry off Juliet. I had spent many an hour reconnoitring the spot, and knew each inch of ground in its vicinity. It was beautifully situated, embosomed in trees, on the margin of a stream. As I drew near, it became evident that my conjecture was right. Nay, moreover, that the hours were being then devoted to feasting and merriment, for the house was lighted up. Strains of soft and gay music were wafted towards me by the breeze. My heart sank within me. Such was the generous kindness of Torella's heart, that I felt sure that he would not have indulged in public manifestations of rejoicing just after my unfortunate banishment, but for a cause I dared not dwell upon. The country people were all alive and flocking about. It became necessary that I should conceal myself, and yet I longed to address someone, or to hear others discourse, or in any way to gain intelligence of what was really going on. At length, entering the walks that were in immediate vicinity to the mansion, I found one dark enough to veil my excessive frightfulness, and yet others as well, as I were loitering in its shade. I soon gathered all I wanted to know, all that first made my very heart die with horror, and then boil with indignation. Tomorrow Juliet was to be given to the penitent, reformed, beloved Guido. Tomorrow my bride was to pledge her vows to a fiend from hell. And I did this, my accursed pride, my demoniac violence and wicked self-idolatry had caused this act. For if I had acted as the wretch who had stolen my form had acted, if, with a mien at once yielding and dignified, I had presented myself to Torella, saying, "I have done wrong, forgive me, I am unworthy of your angel child, but permit me to claim her hereafter, when my altered conduct shall manifest that I abjure my vices, and endeavour to become in some sort worthy of her, I go to serve against the infidels, and when my zeal for religion and my true penitence for the past shall appear to you to cancel my crimes, permit me again to call myself your son." Thus had he spoken, and the penitent was welcomed, even as the prodigal son of Scripture. The fatted calf was killed for him, and he, still pursuing the same path, displayed such open-hearted regret for his follies, so humble a concession of all his rights, and so ardent a resolve to reacquire them by a life of contrition and virtue, that he quickly conquered the kind old man, and full pardon and the gift of his lovely child followed in swift succession. Oh, had an angel from paradise whispered to me to act thus! But now, what would be the innocent Juliet's fate? Would God permit the foul union, or some prodigy destroying it, link the dishonoured name of Carrega with the worst of crimes? Tomorrow at dawn they were to be married. There was but one way to prevent this, to meet mine enemy, and to enforce the ratification of our agreement. I felt that this could only be done by a mortal struggle. I had no sword, if indeed my distorted arms could wield a soldier's weapon. But I had a dagger, and in that lay my hope. There was no time for pondering or balancing nicely the question. I might die in the attempt, but besides the burning jealousy and despair of my own heart, honour and mere humanity demanded that I should fall rather than not destroy the machinations of the fiend. The guests departed. The lights began to disappear. It was evident that the inhabitants of the villa were seeking repose. I hid myself among the trees. The garden grew desert. The gates were closed. I wandered round, and came under a window. Ah, well did I know the same. A soft twilight glimmered in the room. The curtains were half withdrawn. It was the temple of innocence and beauty. Its magnificence was tempered, as it were, by the slight disarrangements occasioned by its being dwelt in, and all the objects scattered around displayed the taste of her who hallowed it by her presence. I saw her enter with a quick, light step. I saw her approach the window. She drew back the curtain yet further, and looked out into the night. Its breezy freshness played among her ringlets, and wafted them from the transparent marble of her brow. She clasped her hands. She raised her eyes to heaven. I heard her voice. "Guido," she softly murmured, "mine own Guido." And then, as if overcome by the fullness of her own heart, she sank on her knees. Her upraised eyes, her graceful attitude, the beaming thankfulness that lighted up her face. Oh, these are tame words. Heart of mine, thou imagest ever, though thou canst not portray, the celestial beauty of that child of light and love. I heard a step, a quick, firm step along the shady avenue. Soon I saw a cavalier, richly dressed, young, and, methought, graceful to look on, advance. I hid myself yet closer. The youth approached. He paused beneath the window. She arose, and again looking out she saw him, and said, I cannot, no, at this distant time I cannot record her terms of soft silver tenderness. To me they were spoken, but they were replied to by him. I will not go, he cried. Here where you have been, where your memory glides like some heaven-visiting ghost, I will pass the long hours till we meet, never, my Juliet, again, day or night, to part. But do thou, my love, retire. The cold morn and fitful breeze will make thy cheek pale, and fill with languor thy love-lighted eyes. Ah, sweetest, could I press one kiss upon them, I could, methinks, repose. And then he approached still nearer, and methought he was about to clamber into her chamber. I had hesitated, not to terrify her. Now I was no longer master of myself. I rushed forward, I threw myself on him, I tore him away, I cried, How loathsome and foul-shaped wretch! I need not repeat epithets, all tending, as it appeared, to rail at a person I at present feel some partiality for. A shriek rose from Juliet's lips. I neither heard nor saw, I felt only mine enemy, whose throat I grasped and my dagger's hilt. He struggled, but couldn't escape. At length, hoarsely, he breathed these words. Do strike home. Destroy this body. You will still live. May your life be long and merry. The descending dagger was arrested at a word, and he, feeling my hold relax, extricated himself and drew his sword, while the uproar in the house and flying of torches from one room to the other showed that soon we should be separated. In the midst of my frenzy there was much calculation. Fall I might, and so that he did not survive, I cared not for the death-blow I might deal against myself. While still, therefore, he thought I paused, and while I saw the villainous resolve to take advantage of my hesitation, in the sudden thrust he made at me I threw myself on his sword, and at the same moment plunged my dagger, with a true, desperate aim, in his side. We fell together, rolling over each other, and the tide of blood that flowed from the gaping wound of each mingled on the grass. More I know not. I fainted. Again I returned to life. Weak almost to death, I found myself stretched upon a bed. Juliet was kneeling beside it. Strange! My first broken request was for a mirror. I was so wan and ghastly that my poor girl hesitated, as she told me afterwards. But by the mass, I thought myself a right proper youth when I saw the dear reflection of my own well-known features. I confess it is a weakness, but I avow it, I do entertain a considerable affection for the countenance and limbs that I behold, whenever I look at the glass, and have more mirrors in my house and consult them oftener than any beauty in Genoa. Before you too much condemn me, permit me to say that no one better knows than I the value of his own body, no one, probably, except myself, ever having had it stolen from him. Incoherently, I at first talked of the dwarf and his crimes, and reproached Juliet for her too easy admission of his love. She thought me raving, as well she might, and yet it was some time before I could prevail on myself to admit that the Guido, whose penitence had won her back for me, was myself, and while I cursed bitterly the monstrous dwarf, and blessed the well-directed blow that had deprived him of life, I suddenly checked myself when I heard her say, Amen, knowing that him whom she reviled was my very self. A little reflection taught me silence. A little practice enabled me to speak of that frightful night without any very excessive blunder. The wound I had given myself was no mockery of one. It was long before I recovered. And as the benevolent and generous Torella sat beside me, talking such wisdom as might win friends to repentance, and mine own dear Juliet hovered near me, administering to my wants, and cheering me by her smiles, the work of my bodily cure and mental reform went on together. I have never, indeed, wholly recovered my strength. My cheek is paler since, my person a little bent. Juliet sometimes ventures to allude bitterly to the malice that caused this change, but I kiss her on the moment, and tell her all is for the best. I am a fonder and more faithful husband, and true is this, but for that wound never had I called her mine. I did not revisit the seashore, nor seek for the fiend's treasure. Yet while I ponder on the past, I often think, and my confessor was not backward in favouring the idea, that it might be a good rather than an evil spirit, sent by my guardian angel to show me the folly and misery of pride. So well, at least, did I learn this lesson, roughly taught as I was, that I am known now by all my friends and fellow citizens by the name of Guido il Cortese. End of section 11.